Hello and welcome. We are here. We are at the penultimate, not the penultimate, we're at the ultimate end of the season. We are down to the finals, the championship. It is December, it is nearly Christmas, and we have got our top 16 players. They are ready to rock and roll. They have started to get into the action, and this is going to be a big one. We've been hanging out for this for quite some time now. 16 of the best players from Forged Alliance Forever. They are going to be battling it out. This is going to end up in a single match, coming down to the $500 prize pool that has been put up so generously by Legend of the Stars. So obviously this tournament could not happen without him. So we are going to put a big thanks out to him, a big thanks to our tournament directors for getting everything ready to go, and lastly, a big thanks to our players for actually showing up today and showing us their supremely awesome pro-level Forged Alliance skills. Alright, we have got our players broken up into 4 groups of 4 to make up the 16 for today. After today, we'll be down to 8 players, and they'll be battling it out tomorrow. So we've got 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. Our first group is consisting of Zoc, Ajax, Blast, Chilled, and Voodoo. Now, I did manage to actually coax a little bit of information about these guys out of them, so we've got a little bit of a treat here. We can actually tell you some info that you may not know. Here we go. We've got Zoc first up. He hails from Germany. He's 25. He is a student, and of course he does Forged Alliance lessons on the side. As we all know, he's been playing for a very long time. He is top in the ranked ladder, and he's got, well, I've put one tournament winner there, but he's obviously won quite a few tournaments. We've also got a little pro tip there for anybody who is wanting to maybe just improve their skills a little bit at this game and follow in the footsteps of these guys. We have got behind him Ajax. So he hails from Finland. He is 23. He is a musician. He's been playing for 4 years, and he's not doing too badly for himself in the ladder. And again, lots of tournament wins. I did try and get a little bit of specifics out of these guys around exactly what they did want to put for tournament wins, but there was a little bit of fluffing around as to exactly what we could put for that. And next up, we have got Blast, Chilled, hailing from the United Kingdom. He is 18 years old. He's only been playing for 1 year. He is in the top 30 ladder, and he has been doing pretty well in the Worldwide People's Championships. That's the WWPC down there at the bottom. So he has been working his way up through that. We can see under 1500 and moving up the rating ladder to the under 1900. And last but not least, we have got Voodoo, also hailing from Germany. Obviously, the German efficiency is very well received in this game. He is 29. Well, actually, he's under 30, so we get to say he's 29. He's in the public service. He has been playing for a very long time. 8 years, in fact. He is in top 10 ladder, WWPC champion as well for him, and he has been around long enough to have been in the Imba Cup and more. And we can see a nice pro tip from him there: reclaim, reclaim, reclaim. So if you didn't quite get the gist of that, it is to do reclaim. Alright, we are going to head into our first match of round 1 in Group A. That is going to be Zoc versus Ajax. We've actually got Tex here co-casting with me today. Tex, let me just unmute you. How are you going?
I'm doing well today. How about yourself?
I am fantastic. We have been waiting for this tournament for quite some time. Alright, let's get our games ready to go. We are both paused. We're going to switch over there to our Forged Alliances and see how it's going to go. So let's hit the unpause button now and see how these guys are going to battle it out. So, well, actually, let's just drop the volume on that a little bit so that you can hear my voice. Alright, so we have got Zoc. I'll handle Zoc here on the left. He is going to go Seraphim. He's going to throw down his first land factory. We can see not a lot of the build orders quite queued up just yet. He will be going straight for Hydra. And Tex, if you want to run us through what Ajax is probably thinking right now and what his plans are going to be.
Alright, well, his initial build order is going to be 3 mass into a hydro. His engineer is going to come out and get the hydro. He's probably going to be looking for a little bit of a quicker of a second air to get some scouts off, and hopefully get some bombers to get take care of Zock's engineers as he expands southward. But that's just a guess.
Just a guess. I'm sure it's a pretty good guess. I mean, the metas are not really going to be too varied on this map. These guys have been playing this map for a very long time. We can see the Hydra actually going out there for Zoc now as well. We can see 3 more power generators followed by an air factory, so that will get that up and running. And we can see he's ringing that with a stack more power to get that underway. We've got the engineers heading out there for Ajax as well. Just going to get started on that hydro momentarily. There we go. He is getting that done. So he's got 2 engineers and that ACU on the hydro. How does that compare to what Zoc is doing? He only seems to have 1 engineer over there just at the moment. That'll give a little bit of an earlier power up to Ajax in this case.
It looks like Zoc is focusing a little more on reclaim, so he's just going to get a little bit more of a mass boost he can use to get some earlier T1 power generators out, I think before his factory, but looks to be about the same as Ajax. Might be expanding a bit quicker, but nothing really too different in these build orders.
Right, we can see the engineers starting to make their way out to the front lines. Now we've got a couple of mixes planned, a radar and a handy land factory. If you can get that up, that'll help secure it against any early bombers. Do you think we might see any early bombers, especially after that last balance patch, which changed the bombers around just a little bit?
Yeah, I would definitely count on some early bombers, especially from Zoc. He's not going to be able to do too much raiding as he doesn't have light assault bots, and you can see this by Ajax, I think, doing like first 6 or 7 engineers, so he's trying to get all of his expansions down quickly before the tanks can get across. So if Zoc does want to get some early pressure on it, would have to be through bombers.
As we can see, Ajax now, he's going to put 3 land factories up. They're actually all going to be built with that ACU. That's interesting. He's going to be up against the 2 land factories that Zoc is planning. It looks like Zoc's going to be hitting more around the top, which is to be expected, of course, because he is starting on the higher side, well, the left-hand side, and it is closer to that. He's going to head around the top there. Well, Ajax probably going to send most of those units around the bottom. We can see the scouts out, actually. The scout for Ajax just catching a glimpse of the Selene and the Tham. He probably caught that engineer on radar as well, so he will be aware of where Zoc is, although it's pretty much expected at this point as to how far the engineers are going to be out there, because these guys are going to know pretty well which engineers out of the opponent factory is going to go where. I think they'd have a pretty good idea, do you think?
Looks like Ajax just lost his interceptor, suiciding it over the base of Zoc. So Zoc will have early interceptor advantage, compounded with the fact that Ajax went for a early bomber. And he's sending this bomber to go pick off the engineers that are expanding down with Zoc, but he doesn't have a scout to... oh, he does have a scout coming in from the south. He might be able to spot for this if he's paying attention. If not, he will lose his bomber immediately, which will be put him very far behind.
Alright, and there's that bomber out there for Ajax as well.
He's trying to micro it, but Zoc is counter-microing his engineer, and it will still actually go down, but the interceptors will quickly respond. I don't think that bomber paid for itself at all, though.
Alright, looks like you're maybe just a little bit ahead of me. We're at 3 minutes 50 now.
I'm at 4:15.
So that is why the engineer hasn't actually died yet, so maybe just hold that up just a second. So here's the bomber coming in, trying to grab that engineer that Tex was talking about. There we go, and it grabs that, but 3 interceptors on the way in from Zoc. They're going to very, very quickly take that bomber apart, and that is going to be a very expensive single engineer kill indeed. Starting to see a little bit
Let
of...
me know when you reach 425.
Right, we are just at 420 now. Alright, so there's a little bit of a build-up there for T1 up in T1 for Zoc up the top. That is looking reasonably unchallenged right now. There's a couple of tanks out here for Ajax, but those guys are not going to be able to withstand the push that Zoc is going to be putting through. Is there anything countering that down the bottom? No, and Zoc's even got a Selene out there. That'll be cloaked, providing a bit of free radar coverage. So Zoc is looking in a pretty good position. He's going to be able to push in and deny these expansions reasonably effectively. Ajax just doesn't have anything ready to deal with just at the moment.
You can see most of Ajax's build off of those 3 factories over top of his base near the ridge has been devoted to early engineers, which he's been using to get a lot of reclaim down. So he is certainly trying to get a little more of an economic advantage, but this will be countered very well by that raid that Zoc is doing up to the top. The longer that this expansion goes without being built on, or without the resources being secured, is going to be very detrimental to Ajax. But you'd also see that Zoc hasn't even reached his engineers on the bottom, so I'd put Ajax is slightly ahead at this point.
Both these guys starting to move towards that quantum gateway in the center. Some artillery there for Ajax starting to deal with the point defense. We've got Zoc's AC on hand, and he's actually going to throw down a point defense. That's going to be so that he can quickly back up. Is he expecting to be pushed back a little bit? Is he expecting to lose the center and have to move back, do you think?
I'm sorry, I was just messing with my sound. Can you repeat what you said?
I was just talking about the Tech 1 point defense that Zoc is throwing down. It's as if he's expecting to get pushed back out of the center once that quantum gateway is reclaimed.
He's just being a little bit cautious right now, because sometimes if you go up and you really want to secure that mess, the other player has artillery, you can take a lot of damage on your ACU in the span of seconds. So he is just making sure he has a safe place to retreat to. Doesn't want to lose the game to an early just to some early silly mistake. So he's just playing a little bit smarter, and it will give him a nice spot to fall back to. So I don't entirely disagree with the decision. I think it's quite safe.
Alright, we can see Zoc's units up the top have been mostly dealt with. There was a few up here taken out by Ajax, and there's still just a couple making a nuisance of themselves in this center expansion here. They will go down momentarily though. It's not going to do too much damage, but still managing to deny that. So Zoc now just starting to think about getting an engineer into that expansion. Just a single Tech 1 engineer there, another one down here. It wouldn't take too much of a run by to be able to deny that expansion for Zoc, and there's more than enough sitting here for Ajax ready to come in. In fact, Zoc's only got 4 tanks with a 5th coming in, and a couple more. Not really enough to deal with what Ajax has got at the moment.
This is interesting. It looks like Zoc is upgrading 4 mexes in his base to T2 all at the same time, so it's going to be interesting to see how that pays out.
That'll be a result.
Actually, if you look at the center of the map, it looks like Ajax is in a bit of a pickle. His ACU's down to 3,000 HP.
And it looks like Zoc actually might be going in for the kill, just about. He's certainly thinking about it. He's got a whole lot of Zoes in with him. He's got a few Thams left. He's actually just starting to back up now. I'm not sure if... I think he probably could have pushed that. There's not a whole lot of units. Does Zoc have eyes on, though? Let's have a look at Zoc's perspective. He doesn't have any radar coverage as to what is behind Ajax's ACU, so he's probably not going to be hugely aware of the number of units, although he's got another army moving in here from the left, and that is going to distract anything that Ajax does have there. So he was maybe just passing up an opportunity there. Ajax down to 3,000 HP. That could very easily have gone in Zoc's favor, I feel.
He for sure could have gotten the draw in the worst case scenario, but as far as pushing with the ACU, sometimes it can be a little bit risky, especially if you don't know what's behind. You can get blocked by tanks very easily, and it can keep you from really finishing off an enemy.
And it looks like...
So once again, being cautious, which suits Zoc's playstyle. He doesn't seem to be a very aggressive player.
Ajax has taken the opportunity to get those units in there and clear out this expansion, so repaying Zoc for that favor he received earlier, and he's actually managing to do a pretty decent amount of damage in the center here. He's taken out 1 mech so far. He does need to make it count a little bit longer. There are a few units from Zoc moving in and a few bombers trying to mop that up, so I'm not sure they're going to be able to do too much damage, but certainly just hindering it. And it's a nice little move down here, clearing out this expansion. That's going to make it quite slow for Zoc to actually re-expand. If we look around for engineers from Zoc, he's going to have to go all the way from the center here back to that expansion, and he doesn't have any transports or anything yet. I don't think he's prepping for a drop. No, it does not look like it. So he's going to take some time to get that expansion back, and we can actually see in the scoreboard that is reflected because Ajax is sitting on 49 mass per tick to the 29 that Zoc is sitting on.
Most of that, most of Zoc's resources has come from the 4 mass extractors in his main base that he upgraded to T2, so he forced out those upgrades over the last 2 minutes. This is reflected by how little units he has on the field. So now he needs to find a way to get his expansions back under the control before he can even think about catching up in economy to Ajax.
This is going to be a little bit harder to catch up from, I feel, because he's even got raiding units coming into the back of his base. There's 3 tanks there. Those guys are going to come in and at least take out one of those mexes before Zoc can shut that down. On this front up the top here, we can clearly see that Ajax has got a lot more units ready to go. He could push through Zoc's lines pretty easily if he wanted, and is looking reasonably even down here, although that is mostly artillery, so with a bit of micro, Ajax would be able to push through there as well. So Ajax got a lot of options right now open to him.
Interesting choice. It looks like Zoc got the gun upgrade on his ACU, and it looks like he's going to be making an aggressive move up towards the center, but he's not supported by any units, so I'm interested to see what he's going to be doing with this. He doesn't really have that much of a land spam to back up his ACU if he decides to be aggressive, so I'm not sure if he just wants that so he can hold the center. I really want to see what he's going to do with this, so this is going to be interesting.
It looks like Ajax is thinking about making a push along the top there, down towards Zoc's, well, almost constructed point defense. Not sure if Zoc is quite ready for that, and Ajax continuing to pour units, and there's a lot of FAMs coming out of that. Well, sorry, he is UEF, so a lot of strikers coming out of that, and there we go. Ajax has given the order. They are going to rock on, and unfortunately that point defense has just completed, so that PD is going to be able to help take out a lot, and there are actually no Lobos in the mix there for Ajax. That's going to make it quite costly to take that point defense out just with those strikers.
All that's going to do is end up leaving a nice bunch of reclaim on that doorstep for Zoc should he manage to get an engineer up there. But aside from that, it looks like he has upgraded a very fast T2 factory. Well, not very fast, but he upgraded a T2 factory quite quickly, and he's going to be trying to push those Tier 2 Ilshivas back down to the south so he can reclaim all those mass extractors he lost.
And we've got the first Ilshiva out on the field now that is going to roll over and try and take out this little raiding group. Zoc just still having trouble with these raids. He still has not been able to retake this expansion here. He's still got those mexes unclaimed because of the constant raids coming in from Ajax. Ajax just doing a fantastic job of getting in and around. I wonder if Zoc's playing a little bit more for the long game. We can see those mass extractor upgrades. How is Ajax going for mass extractor upgrades? He's got 3 of the 4 in the center of his original starting point, so he's a little bit behind in terms of the upgrading, but overall definitely ahead in map control and mass income. The Ilshivas though will be what Zoc is planning on, so he's going to be hoping like anything that those are going to have the firepower density to push through these T1 units, although that's looking like a large quantity of T1 units getting ready from Ajax up there.
Zoc is actually going to be in quite a bit of trouble in the next minute or so. As you can see, Ajax has a superior air force, and he just upgraded to T2 air factory. Once he gets a T2 power gen out, he's going to be able to spam some of those T2 fighter bombers that everyone seems to be fond of lately. As Zoc currently has no anti-air and a very small interceptor fleet, he can get damaged quite heavily before he can manage to get appropriate countermeasures up, especially with his ACU being as aggressive as it is. You can see his ACU is all the way near down to the south and doesn't have any anti-air with it whatsoever. So there could be a very quick snipe coming along the way from Ajax here, as he does indeed start to make T2 fighter bombers.
Let's just have a look at it from Zoc's perspective. We can see that he is... well, he is aware that that factory is at T2 because he can see the grayed out icon on his map. He hasn't scouted for a little while though, so maybe a couple of scouts is in order just to get some updated intel. He's probably more worried about sorry.
Oh, nope, he does notice this because he did instantly queue up 2 flaks which are currently en route to his ACU, so he has noticed the T2 air coming up, so we should be seeing him start to find a way around this.
And finally, thinking a little bit more about grabbing that bottom expansion. He's got 4 engineers on a transport. They are going to come in, dropping in a slightly odd position. No, there we go. He's reissued that order. He's going to drop them in a more sensible spot, and that's going to give him the ability to actually try and catch up in some of that mass. He's sitting on 47 mass per tick to 73. That's still a pretty big deficit. Ajax on 1.5k power as well. That's twice what Zoc has got, and that's going to be to power all of that air. And we can see that Ajax still a massive advantage in the air game.
Looks like he's keeping 2 fighter bombers hidden in his base. We're going to see what he's going to do with them shortly. He should start to move out quickly now while he still does have the advantage.
Alright, Zoc just bringing that ACU back. He's probably aware that there's just a little bit too much. He isn't able to deal with it, and there's even pillars in the mix as well. So Ajax has got the T2 factory online. He's going to mix in some of those pillars. They're going to provide just a whole lot of HP that is going to make it very, very difficult for Zoc. So Zoc backing up the ACU. Zoc is also having to back up his T1 army in the north here. Still only T1 up there for Ajax as well, but a numerical advantage to Ajax, which is going to put him in a pretty good position. He's going to be able to just keep pushing Zoc, I feel.
It looks like Ajax is starting to bring his air down to the south. If he's not careful, he's going to lose a large chunk of his interceptors over the flak, which it looks like he... Oh, that is incredibly painful to watch. It looks like a large portion of his interceptors got destroyed.
I think you're a little bit ahead of us again.
But not before taking over air control.
We're at 1430.
I don't know how I keep going so much faster. I'm at 15.
Interesting.
Alright, I'm pausing it at 15:10.
Alright, that is quite a big jump. Alright, so we've got Zoc moving back up. He's going to use his ACU to try and push back these forces here. That is, yeah, still just a very difficult position for Zoc, and still up on the north there, a lot of trouble coming his way. As soon as Ajax issues a few more move orders, no, he's actually going to back up out of the range of the T1 artillery. Alright, there goes that move from Ajax. He has tried to clear out all of Zoc's air. Those Janus bombers taking, well, actually no damage. It looks like it was mostly focused on the interceptors. But yeah, those interceptors taking a ton of damage. Right, we're 15-12 now.
Alright, I'm with you now. As we can see, those Janus bombers did destroy a large chunk of Zoc's power. So that's going to be very detrimental for him as he continues to control the air game. Zoc is putting out appropriate countermeasures in the form of T1AA down by his T2 power generator and T2 factory. It should help dissuade any more fighter bombers from destroying any of his infrastructure.
Zoc's still trying to just push a little bit. He's got how many? 3 Ilshivas by the looks of it in that group there. 3 Ilshivas, that's still a heck of a lot of T1 and a bit of T2 there for Ajax. The one saving grace, I think, there for Zoc will be the extra range that he's got on those Ilshivas. That just gives him a little bit more power to push Ajax around a bit. Those pillars, very tanky, but not a whole lot of range on them. You can see there a nice carpet bomb there from that Janus. Unfortunately, it didn't go along the length of the T1 power generator strip. If you can get those bombers dropping along the length of it, it's going to do damage to a whole lot more of those power generators. Dropping across perpendicular to a line of power gens is not going to do a significant amount of damage. Alright, Zoc still just managing to control the area a little bit with the Ilshivas over here. It looks like Ajax is going to decide that he's had enough and he's going to throw all of his units in. Zoc's going to need to back right up. He's going to try and need to kite with those Ilshivas. If they get within firing range of those pillars, they are going to die reasonably quickly, and it looks like at least some of them are going to succumb to that fate. The Ilshivas are starting to die pretty quickly, so Zoc not managing to kite effectively. That means he's losing the T2 force that he had over there. There's still some Janus bombers hovering overhead, the flak going down as well. So not looking good in terms of Zoc being able to stop this push through here. There are still some pillars in there. There's more than enough to walk through everything that Zoc is got coming that way. Looks like Zoc's been maybe dedicating a little bit more towards the north to try and reinforce this position to stop Ajax breaking through, but unfortunately that means on the south he's actually let it slip a little bit, and he is looking in a fairly bad position there.
Ooh. If you notice up on the north, a very large fighter bomber attack just destroyed about half of Zoc's T1 forces up on the north front. This combined with the fact of pressure on the southern or south front is going to leave him open in the middle. But it looks like Ajax is taking his units from the middle, and he's going to be going around the top instead of pushing up through the center, which is currently undefended. Interesting choice by him.
Alright, Zoc just backing up, still taking Janus fire. Those things are absolutely brutal to those T1 units. They are very, very quickly evaporating. That's going to leave Ajax with another heck of a push coming in from the north. He's still got this one coming in around the south. That's, yeah, not a lot to stop him. There's a few more Ilshivas coming in. What have we got? A squad of 5 Ilshivas rocking on up. but there is still a ton of T1 and T2 here from Ajax, and it looks like he's not interested in clearing out this expansion. He's going to push straight through, go for these T2 mixes, and then maybe even try and come in here and take out some of this production, maybe even that T2 HQ if he can get there. That'll be a pretty severe blow to Zoc at this point, who is actually faltering on the north as well. That army from Ajax is pretty much free to roll on, and is there any way Zoc can come back from this?
I think the push near the center might be might actually be stopped if it weren't for the giant air force, but if it was just a land battle, he might be able to get a lucky hold and use the reclaim to get a nice army out. But the fact that he is getting bombed every which way means that even if this attack does fail, he's going to be pigeonholed into a corner, and then he's just going to be starved out of resources on the map. So I think this is all she wrote for Zoc currently.
Interestingly, I see a mobile missile launcher there. That's an interesting choice for Zoc.
Yeah, it might have just been left up on a preset queue. I don't know why he would build that at this situation, but maybe he knows something we don't. But unfortunately, my game has appeared to froze.
Yeah, I'm stuck at 1839. I'm guessing they were suffering from maybe a little bit of a lag or a partial disconnect, something like that, and the game is actually frozen up. That is not particularly good. If it's going to hang on for too long, we will just have to go and have a look at the next matchup. I'll just take a moment to have a look around the map and see if there's anything interesting going on.
It all looks pretty standard. I don't see much of a way out of this one for Zoc, so even though the replay ended, I think we can definitively write this off as a victory for Ajax. If Zoc does manage to pull this around and I wasn't able to see it through the replay, I'd be very disappointed because I would really like to know how he would manage to pull that out.
Yeah, that would need a revisit for sure. Alright, it doesn't look like it's going to unfreeze anytime soon. That's no good at all. Alright, I'm just going to have a quick check of chat.
Zoslas, watching live replay froze means the game is over. Replay not ended.
Yes. Okay, so
I guess that comes from watching the live replay instead of watching it later through the replay vault.
I've definitely had situations where the live replay has frozen up only to resume again later after the connection problems were sorted out at the players' ends. But in this case, I think we will head back and maybe pick up the next game. Let me just see what we are scheduled to look at next. Zlo and RoboGear in Group B. Alright, so I think that rounds out the first match, and we're probably going to chalk that one up to Zlo. Let me just check Challenge really quickly and see if we have got a result posted. And it doesn't look like there has been a result posted. We will have to come back to this one and just confirm that Ajax was able to take it out, or whether Zoc was able to pull some magic out of some particular place and get a win. Alright, that'll do for that one for now. If there was indeed some magic going on, we will come back and we'll tell you guys all about it, and maybe even try and show the end of the replay if we can organize that. Alright, so next up we are going to be shifting over to Group B while Zoc and Ajax get their second game ready. Of course, this is best of 3 for each of these guys, so Zoc and Ajax have potentially 2 more games to go before we hand out any points in the round robin. Alright, let me just go and see if I can find Zlo. Alright, and hopefully it looks like he's not in game anymore, so I'm wondering if he has actually finished that. We are looking for Zlo and RoboGear, I do believe. Just waiting for stuff to respond. Here we go. Alright. Zlo and RoboGear. So, Tex, if you want to go ahead and grab that replay, and we'll load that up. Then we'll introduce our players from Group B.
Which replay?
Zlo, RoboGear.
Is that live or in the vault?
It's in the vault now. It looks to have finished. That's on Craftiest. Is that correct? Stups, are you listening? Are you able to just confirm that for us? That wasn't a practice game. I'm pretty sure that is going to be a for real game. All right, in any case, let's go and talk about our Group B. So let me pull up my handy list in the background here. We have got... What have we got? We have got... Zlo, Bladir, Taquito, and Robo gear. Alright, let me just get the stuff ready for you guys. Still quite disappointed that that replay didn't end. Have we seen any confirmation text as to whether Zoc did Control K out of that?
I will try to find out shortly. But it appears both Ajax and Soccer in game, so I can't message either of them. And I'm not in the tournament chat, so I do not know.
Alright. So, what we'll do is we're just going to grab some confirmation. We'll be back in just a minute. I'll just chuck the stellar globe up so that you don't have to listen to me make things up for a couple of minutes. We'll be back in just a few minutes with our next match. All right, here we go. We are sorted now. We are ready to go and have a look at Group B and see how those guys are going to get on in some of those matches. We will, of course, come back to Zoc and Ajax, follow that best of 3 through, and find out how it is going to end up and where those points are going to be allocated. But for now, we're going to head over and have a look at Group B. Now, Group B is of Zlo. He comes from Russia. He is 24. That is not the picture he submitted. He was a little bit late with this picture submission, so he gets this lovely one of him eating a microphone. He is in tech support, and he has been playing Forged Alliance for a very long time. And he wanted me to mention that he has a 2.5-year-old son. Congratulations to Zoc. We're all rooting for you. We know how tough that can be. All right, next up in this pool, and it is a fairly heady pool because we have got Blodere. We've also got another image that I grabbed because there was no submission for an image from Blodere. So we've got the Empire Needs You image that we've all know, that we know and love, that we've seen in chat posted many times. In any case, he is from Finland. He is 23. He works in IT. He's been playing for 6 years and is top 5 ladder. I'm sure he's won a lot more than that. I'm sure that there's a lot more that we could paste from Blodere. Maybe I mispasted that. I don't know. In any case, that is Blodere, and then alongside him is Taquito. He's actually in the same pool, and they have been practicing together as well because they are both from the Empire clan. It'd be interesting to see if Taquito can beat out Blodere in this one. All right, so we've got the Czech Republic for Taquito. He is 22. He's a mechanical engineering student. He has been playing for 6 years, and he is currently our player counselor. So you can come with all sorts of nice names for that. King of the players, etc. That is our Taquito. And last but not least, we have got Robo Gear. He hails from Russia. He is 18. He's studying information systems, and he's been playing Forged Alliance for a couple of years. He's doing reasonably well on the Forged Alliance ladder, and he's managed to win some tournaments. Alright, and he actually didn't give us a pro tip at all, so that's what you get for doing that. Alright, I've still got Tex with me. We are going to head on into the next game, which is going to be Zlo versus RoboGear. That is going to be on Craftius Maximus. Let's go and jump across to the game, see how that's going to get on. Alright, let's click on game, and then we can unpause. Okay, we have got our lovely Craftius Maximus. If you play Forged Alliance, you will well be aware of this map and how interesting and sometimes difficult it can be. Alright, let's go and look at RoboGear in the top position. He is going to go Cybran in a lovely purple color. He's going to throw down his first land factory. He's going to grab the 4 core mixes from his, in his original base with his ACU, and then he'll be rushing that Hydro. And Tex, why don't you run us through what Zlo is thinking, if you could possibly decipher what Zlo might be thinking.
Well, it's universally accepted that no one knows what's going on in Zlo's mind. I doubt even Zlo knows what he's doing half the time, but it appears what we can gather is that he is doing the same 4-mass Hydro build as RoboGear is doing. As far as anything else coming out of his factory, it appears we have a couple early Selines for information, and then a bunch of engineers for lots of building.
Alright, so that's going to get him underway. There's not really a heck of a lot that's going to deviate in these two players' initial build orders. They're going to grab some engineers out of those factories. They're going to try and gather some intel. We can see actually Zlo putting the waypoint from his factory all the way across there. So he is going to put a cloaked Selene right up by RoboGear's base just to try and capture that bit of intel. We do have a hunter and a mole out for RoboGear, who is obviously going on a little bit of an engineer hunting exercise. He's going to send those guys across to what he presumes is the most likely expansion he can pick up an engineer, and that is this one right here where there's a couple of mixes. Often we'll see the engineers grabbing those and then heading out into the water to grab these, so that could be a nice little denial. If he can take out that engineer, he could deny those 5 mixes for just a little while. He looks like he's actually going to run straight into that Selene though. That's going to maybe be a little bit of a problem for the Selene. It's a little bit weaker and it's not yet cloaked because it is still moving. passing each other by, and there's a bit of movement there from Zlo, and actually no response at all from Robogear. So Zlo just trying to maneuver completely unnecessarily, as it turns out, and he will now be aware that there is a hunter on its way across there. He should not be dispatching any engineers, and were there any that looks like he might have had one that was gonna head out that way, but instead he's been retasked.
So it's interesting to see that both players are going for early second air on this map. I find that this map is very challenging to keep your power levels up because there's so much mass on this map that you're going to need a lot of power to be able to make sure that you can effectively build everything you need so you can spend all that mass. But by the time you get the mass, it's you tend to normally not have enough power up, so these early air openings are going to be very taxing on these players' power management.
Yeah, we can see a little bit of a power strip going down there from Robo again. Nothing too significant. So it looks like he's going to top out at, what is that, 10 power generators on top of that hydro. So that'll round him out at about 300 power. Interesting, that is not a huge amount. No, it could be a little bit challenging, especially if they can pick up some of these reclaim fields. There is quite a bit of reclaim floating around here. It's actually not showing up in the control shift command, so obviously everything is under the threshold for the command, but we can see that there are a lot of rocks there that can be picked up. Alright, and Robogear heading straight down to this expansion. ACU just taking a little bit of a bath on its way there. Looks like Zlo will be well aware of that though, because he has got the scout hovering overhead. So Zlo is doing very nicely on his intel, except that he's managed to miss this Mantis coming in for his engineer. Engineer is just a little bit too slow to react, not able to put a wall section in to block the fire from that Mantis, and down it goes. That Mantis is going to be able to continue taking out this mech here. And it means that Zlo is going to have to respond. We can see there is a Tham on its way out now to try and intercept that Mantis. And it looks like a second one backing it up just to make sure he gets it. He's got an engineer heading out into the water as well, just to try and grab some of those mexes. How are we going in this early economy game? We've got 27 mass per tick for Robogear and 23 for Zlo. So Robogear just managing to pick up a couple more mexes at this early point in the game.
Interestingly enough, we see Robogear is going to be going for a earlier naval factory, and as so far, we don't see any of that out from Zlo. So, looks like Robogear. I've always thought that people who try to go for the navy are trying to play the long game a little bit more. They want to get, they want to secure all the assets in the water. While people who avoid getting navy want to spend all their resources on for a very quick land push. So we're going to see how this plays out. Robogear looking like he wants to set himself up for the long game, so to speak.
Alright, and Zlo is actually looking pretty good on map control right now. He is able to push up a little bit further. I'd put him at probably about 60-40 in terms of holding the island, but Robogear still managing to maintain that eco advantage, having 3 mexes on top of what Zlo has. Alright, Zlo throwing down an extra land factory in the middle there, so he's going to probably try and start getting a bit of a spam game on. Now he's got the 3 land factories back at home, and he's starting a 4th. How is Robogear looking? Robogear's already got 5 at home, and he's still working on a couple more, so that is going to be just a little bit more potential production capability for Robogear, as long as he can keep the eco going to sustain that. And Zlo wanting to park his interceptors maybe in a slightly better position than beside the opponent's Mantis.
So back to Zlo, not doing things that none of us can understand. It appears he'd been overflowing mass for the better part of the last 30 seconds, and he has over 1,000 mass in the bank right now that he's not able to spend because he does not have the power to force out unison production. So mistake from Zlo, very uncharacteristic, but we're gonna have to see if he's going to be punished for this.
We can see a stack of factories have all been queued up, so he's going to try and spend that, but not a lot of power span. There's this one strip here. It does have 3 engineers on it, which is reasonably significant, so he is going to be burning quite a lot of power, investing in more energy.
Yeah, right now he's obviously aware of that. He is forcing out as much as he possibly can with his engineers. He's going to be running out of power reserves soon, but like you said, those 3 engineers spamming out power as soon as they're done, that should balance his economy quite nicely and allow him to get some units out very quick. Right now, if Robogear takes advantage of this moment of downtime before those factors come online, he can put significant pressure on Zlo, but if he doesn't act soon, he's going to find himself getting a little bit farther behind.
Yeah, Robo managing to do a nice job of spamming out Mantis, so he's got a pretty good swarm heading towards the Thams of Zlo down in the south here, plus he's got his ACU backing those guys up. That's going to be able to push it through reasonably well. He also attacked in the center at the same time. He hasn't been quite so successful, but that does mean that he drew some units away from the south and just was able to push through a little bit more. Zlo bringing in the ACU to deal with that, so that ACU is going to be able to deal with 10 or so Mantis that are sitting there from Robo Gear. No problem at all. It's not going to be a overall win for Adjux. I mean Robo Gear, who is purple in this one. So it's not going to be too big, but he is managing to secure some of that map. So he is bringing the map control back to about 50-50, whereas Low had some pretty good control before. And actually he's managing to push right up. With that group of Mantis, he can probably clear out the Hydra in the factory right up in the top corner here and deny a few more mexes and just hurt his Low's economy just a little bit more.
Yeah, this is actually going to be very bad for Zlo. If those can get all the way to the back and destroy those rest of the power and those newly created factories, he's going to have a very hard time establishing that northern expansion. And as you can see, on RoboGear actually has that expansion, so he is quite far ahead of Zlo at the moment. So we need to see if Zlo can find a way to get back into this game. And with that aggressive ACU from RoboGear, he might have that opportunity if he can do something sneaky, but it looks like RoboGear has an appropriate amount of Mantis in support in case he needs it.
He actually looks like he would almost have enough to trap Zlo in this little alleyway here and maybe even kill him. There's a few Thams floating around from Zlo, but that's just not anything to compare with the number of Mantis that RoboGear has got on hand. It's, yeah, if he was, is he aware? Let's just have a quick look at RoboGear's perspective.
Yeah, this is actually quite dangerous for Zlo right now, as you pointed out. He really doesn't have that many units in support, and not only that is, even if he doesn't get killed immediately, the frigates have been doing really good damage to Zlo's mass in the back. Combined with the fact he's getting raided from most sides, he's going to need to do something quick if he wants to stay in this game.
Alright, and RoboGear came around the corner and found Zlo's ACU, who he hadn't actually seen, and he has started to engage. It looks like Zlo is bringing everything he's got in to assist that ACU though, and he's still sitting on 9,500 HP, so he hasn't taken a huge amount of damage yet. This could actually turn around and be a bit of a problem for RoboGear because Zlo has brought so many units into support. There's actually a whole lot of Zoes and they're raining down artillery fire. This could actually turn around and backfire on RoboGear, and RoboGear could end up being stuck.
Yeah, this is looking bad. He might either have to escape northwards towards his reinforcements or go down south towards the water, but it looks like Zlo has control over the water currently, so if he gets out a couple subs, there won't be anywhere for RoboGear to go to.
And RoboGear down into the yellow, 3,500 HP. Zlo, he's still taking quite a few hits, but he's sitting on about twice the HP of RoboGear. RoboGear looks like he may just now be trying to get into the waiting arms of his Mantis for support, but I'm not sure they're going to last long enough. Zlo is continuing to press. Zlo needs to stay over that threshold for a death nuke explosion of an ACU, but it looks like he's not going to have a problem with that. He's still sitting on 5,200 HP, so he's got a couple of thousand in the bank, and RoboGear is just about dead. So yes, it looks like that is going to backfire on RoboGear. He wasn't actually able to push all the way up. He ran out of units. He got sandwiched by Zlo, and what started out as a trap on Zlo's ACU actually turned into a little bit of a trap for RoboGear's ACU, and that finished him off. Wow.
So you'll notice that after he was dead, RoboGear had over 40 T1 units and 2 T2 units that were nowhere near this battle. So RoboGear not rallying his units in properly to follow up his assault, which was quite surprising because RoboGear is a very high caliber player, so this was a uncharacteristic mistake from him that did cost him the game.
Well, yes, I mean, I thought that he was going to be able to pick off Zoe's ACU there, but wow, turned out not that way. All right, I'm just getting some player intros ready for our Group C because that was actually a really short game. In fact, we might even be able to go across to the second game because they're probably already underway with that.
Yeah, as we said before earlier, we don't know how Zlo wins these. It looked like he was behind the whole match. He was overflowing mass, and he had so much in storage, and he still manages to come out with a win. He's the Wizard of Faf.
Yeah, I did not. Honestly didn't pick that. Like Zlo looked like he was in a reasonably poor position, and yeah, well, yes, wizard is a pretty good word for it. All right, let's see if we can grab that second game from Zlo. Just to do a quick search in the replay vault and getting errors, of course. Okay, so it looks like it's not completed yet. Zlo, actually, he's not in game at all. I wonder then if Zlo and Robo have not gone into a second game, or if they're just having a little bit of a break. Bit hard to tell. Alright, let's get ourselves ready. We've got some chat. No, there we go. Alright, if you have just joined us, this is Legend of the Stars 2016 End of Year Championships. So we have got 16 of the best players in Forge Alliance. They have worked their way through the qualifying tournaments. They have been battling it out. They have secured the 16 spots that have been on offer, and they are here today for the eliminations. We've got our round of 16. We've got round robins in 4 groups of 4. Then we will be down to 8 players for tomorrow. And when we get to the end of tomorrow, we are going to have our overall winner, and there is a massive, well, at least for Forged Alliance, $500 dues, that's because it's Australian, prize up for grab to the winner. Alright, let's see if we can find our next group. So we've got Patrick Pones, also known as Lolly, which is very interesting. Nexus of Reality, Oxide Iron, and Kiza. So what we're going to do is just put a little bit of a... Alright. Find the first match from that. So let's go ahead and see if we can figure out who we are going to cast from Group C. Well, we've got Nexus versus Oxide Iron and Patrick versus Kiza. Both of those are going to be fantastic matchups. I might go for Patrick Kiza just to see how that is going to work out, because both those guys very, very high rated, especially on the 1 versus 1 ladder. Let's just see if we can find one of those replays in the vault. So as soon as the FAF client decides to cooperate, we'll do a search for Kiza and see if we can pick up that replay. While we're doing that, let's have a quick introduction of our 4 players. So first up, we have got the one and only Patrick Pones, also known as Lolly. So I'm not sure what he's going to be playing as in this particular game, and that is, yes, an actual photograph of him. He sent it to me himself. He hails from the Ukraine. He is 19, and somewhat dubiously, his occupation is meme studies, and he has been playing for 4 years. He's got a stack of wins under his belt as well. And his pro tip is build mongoose, because if you don't, nobody will. Alright, next up we have got Nexus of Reality. Let's see, Nexus. He hails from the United Kingdom. There we go. What? That is not the correct flag. He hails from the United States of America. Ha! Let's not have any rebellions on our hand. Let's come back and revisit him in just a minute. Let's just go and look at Oxide Iron while we fix that up. The graphics department. Oxide Iron hails from Finland. He is 17. and he is a student. He's only been playing Forged Alliance Forever for a year, and he's done very, very well for himself in that time, making top 25 ladder, and of course making it into this finals competition, which is a pretty big achievement. It is limited to, as I said, only the top 16 spots, so you will have to fight tooth and nail to get into it. And let's just grab our correct flag for Nexus so we can revisit him. There we go. He will be much, much happier with that. Hailing from the United States of America, he is 18. He is a computer science student. He's been playing for 3 years, and he's got plenty of achievements, but we've just put here that he achieved 2,000 rating, which is obviously something he is particularly proud of, so congratulations to him. And finally, last but not least, we have Kiza from the nation of France. He is 22. He is studying pharmacy, and he's been playing for 3 years. I'll let you guys read that pro tip yourselves while I'm off trying to get this Kiza replay up and running. Looks like it's actually going to be on Craftiest once again. Yep. All right, there we go. We're just getting the replays. Here we go. All right, there we go. We're just getting our replays sorted out so that we are good to go on this one. So we will be on Craftiest Maximus once again. I have got Tex with me. He is standing by. Well, actually, he's waiting for his Forged Alliance to load up the game, and so that he can see some more Craftiest Maximus, because we all want to see more Craftiest Maximus. How are you going with that load?
In the replay, or starting to load the replay right now.
Alright, so we'll just get that underway, and you can just...
Alright, I'm all set, ready when you are.
Alright, so just unpause that, and let's go. Okay, so we have in the top left, we have got Kiza, and he's saying stream not working, so I think he was streaming his point of view, and unfortunately he's run into maybe a couple of issues. Alright, he is going to be Seraphim, so he's thinking about Ilshivers, and he's going to throw down his first land factory. Interestingly, he's actually placed that land factory quite some distance away from his Hydro, so that's going to take a little bit longer for that first engineer to get across and start the build. And
his first... Oops, sorry, mistake.
Go!
I was going to say, before we get over to Petrick, it looks like his first engineer is queued away from the Hydro, so we're going to have to check on that later. But in terms of Petrick, he is doing a 1 power plant, 4 mass extractor Hydro build, which is a little safer on the power management than the 4 mass Hydro build. And other than that, it doesn't seem to be too different.
We can see that air factory queued up. Oh, hang on. Yeah, there.
And we can see out of Petrick a very large power spam in the works, so he is indeed planning on having a lot of power so he can utilize all that mass he's going to get soon from expanding.
Right, and of course these guys are both Seraphim, so we have a Seraphim matchup. We have got a Selene headed out already from Petrick, so he's just a little bit more aggressive on the scouting, if that is such a thing. He's going to get that Selene right across, and he's going to do the nice cheeky move of plonking it right on top of that mass extractor. And of course, if you don't know, that means that it will be cloaked and the engineer won't be able to build the mechs. Unfortunately, because he's playing against someone of Kiza's caliber, Kiza will pretty quickly understand what's going on and be able to reclaim that Selene. He might be a little bit better off in the long term just to keep it off the mechs, just to keep gathering that intel.
So it seems a lot of Kiza's early expansions are taking place in the water, which is going to be interesting as it will make it harder for Petrick to do any sort of raiding against that. As an engineer that's even going to be completing a hydro all the way in the back of the map in about 3 minutes, so playing for a little bit of a longer game, making sure he has some power, and we're going to see what he's going to do when he comes to expanding to the rest of the mass extractors on the farther sections of the map.
Yeah, interestingly, he's actually queued up 3 naval factories. That's pretty heavy on the Navy for this.
Yeah, one naval factory is good, 2 maybe a little better if the other person does one, but 3, that's going to be a very large mass investment outside of this island. So look to see him not play too aggressively in terms of land spam and focus on mostly holding his expansions to wait until that navy can carry over to give him some advantages.
Of course, if he can manage to get up to T2 Navy, which would be pretty rare for a pro game on this, then he can pelt the base of Petrick with those cruisers, which is going to be pretty awesome. The Seraphim destroyers, I'm not sure how well they cope with the cliffs that we see here. Sometimes they can reach over, sometimes the beam weapons not being super effective.
Yeah, the Seraphim T2 destroyers definitely have a very hard time on this map. There are some extractors that they are able to hit, but for the most part they are largely ineffective in doing anything else besides securing the water. So mostly I think it's just going to be a frigate spam, help them take control of everything in the water. But we're going to have to see how this turns out. As you said, it is a very large investment to be able to get a cruiser onto the field. About 1,000 mass for the factory and about 2,000 for the cruiser would leave him about 60 tanks behind on the main island, not even counting power expenditure. So it will be a long time in the making. But let's focus on the land battle first and see what's going on.
Petrick actually managing to do a nice little bit of cleaning up there. He took out the engineer that was building on this mix, or waiting to build that mix. Then he's come across here to take out another mix, and he's actually just forgotten about that Tham a little bit. He could just move him and take out that other mass extractor. Kiza actually sitting on 33 mass per tick compared to the 29 of Petrick. So yeah, taking out a couple more mass extractors would certainly even things up a little bit. We've got a bomber trying to get some work done on this naval factory and the engineer. Actually, it was turning around just to try and take out the engineer. Unfortunately, it does not get a pass and it goes down. The engineer is able to complete that naval factory and it has started work on the second one. So a nice little move there from the little guarding interceptor crowd from Kiza. Kiza is finally responding to the threat up here. He's managed to take out that Tham. He's got just 56 HP left on that guy there, and he's defended his area. He's got another engineer out. He will have that mix rebuilt in just a moment. Meanwhile, he's moving his ACU down to the bottom left. He's going to secure the area, going to grab the 4 mixes first. Actually, it looks like he's not going to throw down a land factory to get a Tech 1 engineer for a hydro. Has he got another engineer in the works? No, it looks like he's not going to go for that hydro at all in the immediate future. A little bit of a raid coming in from Petrick, probably just hoping to pick up an engineer. That is not going to work too well once those guys run into that ACU. Right, and Petrick is actually stopped on his way up to the top right corner. He's going to throw down a land factory, so that's going to give him a little bit of spam. We can see the attack move coming straight out of that factory. Those engineers are going to come across and start scooping up that mass as soon as they can, and they of course get that massive build radius or reclaim radius that you get from attack move out of the factory. So that's going to be pretty good for securing the area there for Petrick, and that's going to give him some of that mass that he's been preparing for with all of this power spam. He's still got that queued up. He's got 3-4 engineers on that power spam, so investing very heavily in this power game at this point.
Yes, I agree. That is a lot of engineers to be putting on a power spam. If we take a look at his economy at the second, we see he has a very good eco balance actually. His power is almost perfectly balanced, and he has No mass in the bank, so he is he is balancing his economy quite well, and we're going to see how this continues to go in the future once he gets that northern expansion up and all that extra mass in his pocket.
Alright, interestingly, we see a transport there, so Petrick making a bit of a move for the islands, is it? What is he doing with that transport?
That transport would definitely be finding its way to the island soon. It is very important on this map to be taking control over those side islands, as they are 6 mass on each half of the map. So if you can get half of those, that's 3 extra factory spamming units that you can use, which provides a very noticeable difference on a small land-based map such as this. Also worth noting is the harassment that Petrick is doing on the side with his frigates, getting a couple of mass extractors in the back of Kizer's base, but that is shortly going to be taken care of with the subs that is being produced from Kizer.
There's actually a frigate out for Kiza. He is doing a little bit of harassment of his own. He's taken out a couple of these. Actually, no, those were never built, were they? So he hasn't managed to do too much damage, just bothering Petrick. So Petrick has dispatched a submarine to go after that frigate just to take him out. Alright, we've got the ACU coming in from Kiza. He will be grabbing those mexes momentarily after he reclaims the tree or rock or whatever it was, and that is underway. So Kiza reasonably far forward. His ACU is in the center. He's actually going to run into a little group of half a dozen odd units in just a minute. Maybe, no, actually it looks like Petrick is going around him, but an ACU of course can handle that many. What is maybe a little bit worrying for Petrick is this build-up of T1 in the center. There's a pretty good number of units there, outnumbering, I think, what is the numbers going to be in there, but it's a little bit of an advantage to Kiza at this point. Maybe Petrick's got a slightly more dense formation, which is definitely going to help him out. Kiza maybe just going to back that up, but Kiza definitely looking to try and push through the center there.
So, fun, interesting fact is that land scout from Petrick that was standing over the mass point, it is still there at minute 8:30 in the game, and that is one mass extractor that has not been used by Kiza this entire match, which that one land scout has been paying for itself 10 times over so far.
He is down to 3 HP, but still, he is there and he is still blocking it. We've got a T1 bomber in from Petrick, trying to land a bit of damage on these T1 units. Unfortunately, right in the back of the formation. If you'd managed to get that on the center, it would have done a whole lot more damage with the area of effect. And actually, there's a bunch more bombers coming in from Petrick. It looks like he's going to try and whittle down the number of T1 units in the center there before he pushes up. In come those bombers. Are they attacking the same target? They are. And down they very, very quickly go. So I think they took down a single tank with that. Looks like the numbers
it appears that Kizer is starting to win over on the naval side of things, but if he doesn't destroy the factories, it's going to seem like Petrick's 4 factories to Kizer's 3 will soon start taking that over. That combined with the fact that Petrick has been securing all those outside expansions means that he's soon going to be having an economy advantage over Kizer. So Kizer needs to seize the next opportunity to win a couple large engagements so he can equalize this match.
Yeah, that economy difference is already showing. We've got 77 mass per tick on the scoreboard to 65 of Kizer. So Petrick just starting to climb away a little bit more there. He was thinking about pushing in the center again, but there is enough from Kiza to stop him. And there's actually a ton of factories. How many factories is that for Kiza? Let's just have a quick count up. There are 13 land factories for Kiza, and what has Petrick got? 12. So they're a lot more distributed. We can see he's got factories all up in the north here to build with those engineers. But still, overall, pretty equal numbers of production capability. Kiza doing a fine job of pushing in here. He's taking out a couple more mexes and just applying a little bit of pressure to the main base, even just a little bit. Petrick having to pull a few units in just to deal with that. He's maybe at a slight unit disadvantage right now, but he is right beside his factories, so he'll be able to pretty quickly replace those unit numbers and push Kiza back. He does, of course, have to get an engineer out here to be able to rebuild those mexes. a pretty serious fight is thinking about happening up here on the top. We've got Petrik's ACU accompanied by a pretty decent number of FAMs and a few Zoes as well. They are running into a whole lot of Zoe fire from Kiza, who's decided to back up just a little bit. And of course, if Kiza backs up, he is actually able to bring some of his other units from these other lanes. We've got the north of that little ridge there, and maybe a few units from the center as well. Since they're not needed, there's only half a dozen tanks left to deal with in the middle there. So Kiza does have the opportunity to pull his units a little bit more than Petrik does, who's pushing through a particular funnel. He has to bring his units all the way across the map and down through there just to bring them to the front line. So that is going to make it pretty hard for Petrik to keep pushing through. And we can see actually Kiza bringing a bunch of those tanks and Zoes in to support that. That is going to push Petrik right back.
One thing that's very interesting to note is the exceptional radar coverage that Petrik has, so he knows almost everything that's going on in this game, so he's able to react very well to it. And you can see as Kiza starts pushing up, he's able to redistribute his units to wherever he wants to go. And now that he has T2 Factory on the field, he's going to know exactly where he's going to want to send those Iltravos as soon as they come out. So he knows where to put them so they can have the maximum impact on this game.
Alright, Kiza's turn to push up the centre now. Unfortunately, here again, he's right close to the production facilities for Petrik, so he is running into exactly the same issue as Petrik was running into with him just a moment ago, and we find that Petrik is really able to quickly maneuver his units, replenish the units from the factories, and get them into where they need to be, and really push back. So Kiza is now retreating on that line as well, but it looks like Kiza is thinking very seriously about pushing across the north, and if he can take that group of units out, that is going to put Petrik's ACU in jeopardy. He is just starting to come in range of some of those Tech 1 units now, and if Petrik is able to save his ACU, then that's still going to mean the loss of the resources from the north of this island if he can't hold it.
This is very important for Kiza because you notice a bunch of units snuck by Kiza's ACU on the south, and he's lost his southern expansion, so he needs to be able to, with this push up the north, be able to do enough damage to Petrik that he's going to be able to push him out and secure all of this mass that's left behind. So you see as the units push up, they're leaving behind a field of wreckage. So Kiza needs to be on the ball to get some engineers behind there and reclaim that mass so he can recuperate the economic, or so he can mitigate the economic damage he's taken on the south. If he's able to push completely up and into Petrik's base on the north, he's going to find himself with the initiative in his hands for the game.
Petrik very quickly running out of units there in the north. He does have an Ilshiva coming in to try and help out. How many more Ilshivas? It's still a little bit before the next Ilshiva joins the fray, so the one that he's got is not going to be a big enough difference to win that area. So yeah, he's going to lose the top of this island by the looks of it. There's a few bombers still hovering around from Petrik. He's just trying to do a bit more damage, but it looks like he's going to lose that eco. Not sure if Kiza's going to be able to hold it. He has kind of run out of units after this initial push. He's got a few more coming up, but by the time they get there, oh, what is going on? Kiza is defeated? Did you see what happened there?
I think he threw in the towel. He knows that Petrik has a very huge advantage over him right now, both in terms of tech level and economy, so he may have just GG'd out of the game. As you can see, Petrik does have all of the naval expansions taken care of, along with those side islands, and with the introduction of T2, Kiza is not able to match that. So I think Kiza just tapped out of the game.
Wow. Okay, so that ends that one. What we might do is try and jump back into the Zoc and Adjunct. So it looks like we've got another game available, so we can probably revisit those guys and see whether it's going to go 2-0 or even out. Alright, let's see if we can find Zoc in our replay vault. Actually, I'm not spotting a second game. Oh no, there it is. There it is, Zoc and Ajax. Also on Craftiest Maximus, so that is quite a lot of Craftiest Maximus spam.
Alright, so I'm going to step out for a bit. I'm going to catch up on some work I need to do. But I will be back around later if you want to do some more co-casts or if you need someone to take over for a bit. But
Awesome.
It's been a pleasure casting with you.
Excellent.
I
Yes, it
will
has
see
been
you
great.
around.
All right, thank you. All right, that is Tex. He is signing off now. He's got some real life stuff that he needs to take care of. We are going to see if we can find some other expert to jump in. So if any of the other you experts happen to be listening, let's go and jump into TeamSpeak. In the meantime, though, we are going to go and have a look at, well, again, tag Craftiest Maximus. We're going to get our third game in a row. This is going to be the next in the best of three between Zoc and Ajax. We saw that first game on Certus Major. It went Ajax's way. So we'll see now whether Zoc can, well, pull back and get a 1-all and force a third match in this best of three, or if Ajax is going to take it out. Alright, let's get the game underway while we try and find a new co-caster. Alright, Mephy just asking us to speed up the replays just a little bit. Alright, so we have got, once again, so we should all be pretty familiar with this map by now, and we should be able to spot which way it's going. Although in that game is low rover gear, it was not particularly spottable. Alright, let's just speed it up a little bit, see how this is going to get on. So, Zoc going for Seraphim, which we have seen a lot of on this map. He is going to throw down his first land factory. One single power generator. Then he's going to head off and grab those 4 mixers near his base while his engineer gets underway with that Hydra. Actually, he's going to grab just the 2 mixers and not bother with those top 2. So a little bit lighter on the mass, and that'll get his power underway a little bit faster. Ajax just finishing his 2 extra mixers there and assisting the engineer in building that Hydra with his ACU. Of course, Ajax has opted to go for UEF, which is interesting. We've seen a lot of Seraphim. We'll see what he can do with that, whether he can get pillars out. Pillars, of course, are reasonably cheap if he can get those guys online reasonably early. They can provide a lot of HP, but he really has to watch out for the extra range that the Ilshivas can provide when Zoc hits that T2 stage. Alright, we have got some early movement out, so we've got some Selens going from Zoc. They are actually not on hold fire just yet by the looks of it, so they're probably not wanting to preempt that hold fire just in case he runs across enemy units rolling on up through the map. He's going to bring 1 into each lane, and that's going to give him a nice strip of radar coverage all up and down the map. Alright, we've got an air scout out now for Ajax, so he's going to spot what Zoc is doing. We've got a corresponding scout out for Zoc as well. That is going to come across and see what it can see. Unfortunately, this first Selen running into a striker, not going to do particularly well for herself and goes down pretty quickly. Alright, Zoc bringing his ACU up the center. Wonder what the point of that is. He is going to need to expand it down into this bottom corner to secure the reclaim and the mixers and a couple of hydros potentially as well. What is the ACU going to do here? Oh, we've got some movement in our TeamSpeak. Let's just see if we've got a co-caster. Soviet Pride. Right, how are you today?
A little bit blurry. I just got yelled at by stops to show up.
That's because you're late. No, just kidding. You are most welcome, and welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Alright, so we are just having a quick run through of Zoc versus Ajax. This is the third map in a row actually that we have on Craftiest Maximus. Just seeing whether Ajax is going to be able to take this out against Zoc. Would you pick Ajax or Zoc on Craftiest Maximus? What are your thoughts there?
I'm watching the wrong replay at the moment. I will get back to you on that. I honestly favor Ajax just because I know he's been busy practicing the last few days. He's been beating up Kiza on ladder. I have been watching him. But I don't know, especially on the Certis one, I called it to my friend Moa pretty early it was going to happen. I don't think Zoc's been watching what Ajax has been doing in the past, or he would have a vague idea that is what Ajax likes to do. He is now very, very fond of his Janus bombers and making everything melt under fire. But that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, Zoc's been on holiday a little bit lately as well. Do you think that's had much of an impact?
That's not efficient at all.
Not efficient. That's not Zoc-like. That's not efficient. All right, we're just chatting too much. We're not actually watching the action. Let's see what's going on. There's actually a massive big land spam coming out from Ajax here. He's got a big stack of factories. So he's got, what is that? 6 land factories already producing. And we've got just a couple here. We've got 3 out the front and a couple back in the base there for Zoc. Zoc has opted for a naval factory. He is going to get that out reasonably quickly, but there are already 2 naval factories in play over here for Ajax. Ajax is managing to pull a decent number of tanks in the front here to try and respond to these raids coming in from Zoc. Those raids are going to be successful in taking out a couple of mexes, but he's going to have to watch out. He's going to back those guys up or lose them to the counter push here from Ajax. He's
Can I ask what time you're at?
Sorry, time, we are at 6:58. Which is coming up
All right.
7 minutes, so you'll probably want a plus 10 for just a little bit.
I am plus 10ing up until 7 minutes or whatever it is.
Alright, and Zoc also looking to push across the top here. Ajax's ACU is up there, so if push came to shove, there would be a ACU versus ACU, and the extra support there from Zoc would let him trap and take out the ACU for Ajax. So Ajax probably wants to get a little bit of support online, and that is in the form of these strikers rolling across the meadows on their way up. So we're at 7:38, 7:40 for your timestamp, Soviet Pride.
And you're running at plus 2, is it?
Plus 1.
Alright, plus 1. That is fine. So 51, 52, 53, 54.
You're within
55.
a couple of seconds. Close
Yeah,
enough.
it's close enough.
Right, we've got a nice push up the centre here, potentially from Ajax. There is just a single fam standing in their way. That won't last too long at all. But like we saw in the last game, once you get quite close to the other end of the lane, you actually start to run into issues of being too close to the enemy's production. Alright, so Soviet just
Ajax's
jumping.
transport just got shot out of the sky. That's going to be a blow for him. But the other issue I see at this very moment in time is the fact that Ajax has 3 naval factories to Zoc's 1, and Zoc is very, very quickly losing his underwater mexes, whereas Ajax is just free to keep his, and the mass differential is going to keep growing from there.
Speaking of mass differential, we are on 67 mass per tick for Ajax and 55 for Zoc. So yeah, a few factories worth of spam short there for Zoc. He is going to struggle a little bit just to be able to keep up with the T1 units that are pouring out from Ajax. Let's have a look at Ajax's eco to see how well balanced he is. Actually, he's got nearly a full bar of mass, and he's quite in the positive. He probably needs to spend some of that, throw up a few more land factories, and get some of that spent. Zoc, on the other hand, sitting on about half a bar of
Zoc is
mass.
getting an upgrade. I'm not sure if Ajax is aware of this.
Wow,
Because
okay.
Zoc's getting gun, he's probably going to shove through the top, and Ajax has no answer. He doesn't have the power for his own upgrade. And, well, once that gun comes up, he has to yield the entirety of the north. He's going to try and push to the bottom, but he's lacking Lobos in it, so that's not going to get very far. But he's got the naval game under control. He needs to rebuild a transport to take the islands, but... Yep, Zoc's finished his gun upgrade, and Ajax... I'm not sure whether when he's going to realise, and he's going to have to run away. Because worst comes to worst, Zoc can just shove straight into the base, but no, Ajax is Tech 2, he can just throw tries up came to it, but he's aware now, and he's now legging it to the water. That's the north expansion gone for Ajax.
Right, he's actually moving his units that he was going to lose anyway. He's going to try and do a little bit of damage before they die, but unfortunately they've run smack into the units that were accompanying Zoc's ACU, so they're not even going to be able to take out any mixes, or maybe even that radar. Anything would be helpful at this point, but unfortunately they all just go down. There is actually a little bit of naval sitting off the coast there for Ajax as well, just trying to plink away, doing a little bit of damage. They're going to have to back up a little bit because the Suez there, they can still do a little bit of damage to those frigates, and there's actually a couple of submarines rolling in as well.
Speaking of radars, no. Zoc has his radar up on his ledge. I don't know what you call the plateau that snakes from his side of the map, so he can actually see the northern expansion all the way into Ajax's base, and he knows everything which is coming towards him. Where Ajax, on the other hand, hasn't got anything on his plateau for some bizarre reason. Don't know if I missed it or not, but at the same time, doesn't really seem to need to because he air scouted it, and he knows there's not really much to oppose him, so he's just gone straight through the front.
And he also has enough units there that he can just see. He has vision on that area anyway, because he has got a massive stack of T1 units rolling over Zoc's base right now. This is going to be reasonably hard for Zoc to stop. There are some artilleries in the mix for Ajax, just a few. They will be able to take out those Tech 1 point defenses, but it looks like he's actually just going to throw that entire T1 army up into the back of Zoc's base, out of range of those Tech 1 PDs, and just start eating away at the power generators.
Oh, that's going to hurt a lot. No T2 power up. Yeah, Zoc's not. No, he's paused his Tech 2 land upgrade. I'm not sure that's a mistake. Because it's 73% done, but not doing anything else. Or maybe Zoc feels he can't hold it, so doesn't want to waste mass on it, but nope, he's unpaused it. I think that was a mistake on his part.
Right, and there was a pillar in that mix, or at least one pillar there from Ajax. It has gone down now. So Zoc managing to dispatch that, and that leaves him a really, really nice pile of reclaim, and he actually didn't lose too much. He lost a bit of power there. How many of those Tech 1 power gens went down? Oh, that does look like a dozen at least. Let's just have a quick check-in with Zoc. He's still floating a couple of hundred power, so not really too much of a problem, although he is maybe a little bit too far in the positive with his mass as well, and maybe doesn't quite have the power to spend all of that.
Probably not, but meanwhile, behind all this aggression, Ajax has got 62 mexes.
And
it's quite disgusting, but he has the naval advantage, so he's free to tech whatever the hell he wants, and he knows Zoc can't hit him for it.
And he's also
so I don't know how Zoc intends to get out of this mess.
There are 13 pillars ready to rock for Ajax, and they're actually reasonably close to Zoc's ACU, who has gapped it away from the top right expansion that he had just cleared out, and he's gonna, well, it looks like he's thinking about using his ACU to fight, but without overcharge. He really doesn't want to take on all of those pillars. He does actually have overcharge.
He does have overcharge,
but he's only got enough to really fire it. Well, once.
His power situation is not as good as it used to be. I think he has to duck into the water now. He can fire one, he can fire two, but if Ajax does the group move command around it, nope, he's thought better of it, he's going to move away. He doesn't know Zoc's power situation, so he's probably going to be pretty wary about feeding the ACU more vet. He has no reason to force the situation or kill him right now, so he's not going to.
Just looking at that scoreboard, we've got 99 mass per tick to Ajax to 31 for Zoc. So unfortunately, it looks like those holidays may be just taking their toll on Zoc's efficiency just a little bit.
Probably.
And it's letting Ajax run away with it.
I'm just looking at all of these lovely pillars. They're all going north, ignoring the south. I mean, he can easily divert things to retake the south if he wants to, but Zoc's clearing it out. Zoc can't take it because they're now frigates, which will kill all the mexes around it, but oh boy, UEF Sarah and UEF winning. I should be saying shame, but I don't think I'm allowed to. But yeah, there you go. Ajax gives the attack move. Just going to try and run over Zoc with pillars to the face, and I think he's going to be successful.
Yep, it looks like it, and down goes Zoc. Alright, so that means that Ajax does bring it to 2-0. So that means he will take the points out from that best of 3. Alright, I feel like we should probably introduce Group D now, because we haven't covered any of their games at all. So that is Jagged Plants, Mephy, Silent Noob, and Chevalier. Now, Silent, he just got popped in. well, we did get a chance to grab some bio info for him. So you can just talk about this game for a second, if you could, while or talk about the tournament. Just
What
talk about
game am I talking about?
Oh, just talk about something while I just grab these bios.
Oh, talk about something. Gordon, are you in this chat? Gordon?
No Gordon.
Hi,
here.
Gordon. No, he said yeah later, by the way. Anyway, Gordon has not been able to re-invite me back into war because reasons. I am very sad, doesn't want me there anymore, so, no. Other things I can talk about, I have decided to dip my toe into the casting scene. Since TA has abandoned us or whatever it is, maybe he finally died from the UI lag, and Jagged seems to be AFK a lot as well. I thought I'd help out a bit and give him more of an analytical side to casting. Guy will always be the entertainment side, but some of us who wish to actually learn more about the game, I don't know why you want to watch me, but some people actually do. I do train people. Released the latest one. It's on my channel. You can probably find it. Just type !casts. It features Mozart against Jagged, and spoiler alert, I don't know, I won't give spoiler alert, but it's a pretty good one. Not if you're Mozart though. I think he was a bit salty at the end of it.
Oh dear.
It was really good game. A lot of things to talk about, but what do we talk about next? The groups?
Yeah, so we've got Group D, so we've got Jagged Appliance, Mephy, Silent, and Chevalier. Who we got up first? Jagged and Silent, Mephy, Chevalier. Who should we pick up from that? Let's just have a quick look over here.
Jagged Silent, I think, would be a closer game. Chevy hasn't been 1v1ing very much as far as I can tell.
The other thing we could do would be to have a look at the other match. Well, there's a few other matches as well. Yeah, Jagged, Silent, Mephy, Chevalier. Probably neither of those are going to be particularly close. We do have some. What have we got? We've got Nexus and Oxide Iron actually from Group C. So we just covered Petrick and Kiza before. Actually, we can finish off the Petrick Kiza run, so we can go and find the following games for them. So we saw the first game, I think it was on Craftiest for them, and then we can carry on maybe with Zlo and Robo Gears series as well, because we want to try and give a little bit more complete coverage to these rather than just showing one match out of a best of 3. So,
You want to try cast another Craftiest game?
is it another Craftiest game?
Oh boy, I think chat might have a problem with that, but okay.
Okay, let's well, hang on. No, Zlo and RoboGear, they did play on Craftiest, so they'll be on something else. So let's go and have a look at the replay vault and see what they are doing.
Zlo has finished on Twin Rivers. He is now 1v1ing on Whitefire.
Alright, just waiting for my FAF client to respond, and so yeah, it'll be we've got Zlo and Robogear on Certus Major. We could pick that one up.
13 minutes. This one?
Alright, let's bring those replays up and pause them. Alright, there we go. Alright, so thank you everyone for watching. We are still just sorting out the next game that we're going to do. We're actually going to head back to the Zlo and RoboGear best of 3 to see how that's going to work out. Zlo managing to pull out the win in the first match that we covered on Craftiest Maximus. So we're going to head over to Certus Major. Hopefully you guys are not too sick of these maps already. I know we're a little bit sick of Craftiest already, but we've only seen the one game on Certus. So we can do that. I have got Soviet Pride here with me. He's going to be a nice expert give us some handy hints on how to play FAF better and really tell us what's going on. And, well, we've got Zlo again, so now it's your turn to try and figure out what Zlo is thinking, Soviet.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Alright, you ready to go?
Yes.
Alright, let's transition over to the game and hit unpause, and we'll set it to +1 and try and figure out what's gonna be happening here. So in the left side of the map we have got RoboGear, who is going to play as Cybrid. He's going to throw down his first land factory. He's going to grab 2 of those 4 core mixes, and then it looks like he's going to head across and rush that Hydro. Soviet, now you can try and decipher Zlo's build order for us.
They're pretty much doing exactly the same thing. It's what we say Crazed Chariot's build order. You build the land factory, your commander builds 2 mexes, you head towards the Hydro, finish it, and then your engineers will get the rest of the mexes. The only real difference here so far is Robo has built his land factory as close as possible to the Hydro to build it faster, whereas Lo went for adjacency. And actually he's going to build a P-Gen first. So already it's... I have no idea what he's doing. And he's one of those players where you can't really emulate him because what he does doesn't necessarily make sense to you, but it'll make sense to him because he'll beat you silly with it. But,
Alright, we can
other
see.
players like Voodoo or Mozart or Bloody, you can watch them and say, I understand why they did that or why they didn't. Although Zo's already made a small mistake, he built a mech marine and is now currently guarding his engineers instead of walking around the other side of the map. But he's now noticed and he's on the move, so he's going to try and put out some early aggression. Probably try and either go into the back, or try... No, he's probably going to go to the back as opposed to trying to deny the obvious expansions.
Yeah, we can see the
But that's
move
what
there.
I think.
And he's going to head across, try and get into the back, take out this mix in the back here, or maybe even pick up the engineer if he is fast enough. We do have a Mantis out for RoboGear. Where is he going to go? It looks like he is going... Yeah,
He's going to block off the choke point, and I think this is slightly unfortunate from Zo's perspective because he had that marine for a good several seconds, and now it's the difference between it getting intercepted and it getting through. The shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Yeah.
Now, other news. RoboGear is actually fast on the ledge. He's already finished his first, and he's almost about to finish his second. In fact, he completes both of them before Zlo's even finished one. So Zlo's going to be under a fair amount of pressure. The difference is that Zlo has built a bomber, and there's no interceptor in sight, so he has to make this bomber work, or he's going to be in a whole pile of hurt.
Yes, there is a
Mech marine is
scout.
intercepted.
Yep, there's a scout out for RoboGear. What is next out of the factory? Looks like...
I nearly lost the bomber to the middle flank. Nearly. Nope, RoboGear sees the bomber, and that bomber is dead. Or was Lo not paying attention, just killed a Mantis? Okay, it did something, but... Where's the int going? No, where's the bomber going? What? Oh, all the derp in the world just happened. Never mind, but yeah, one Mantis got through in the north, otherwise there's just a stream of Mantis trying to break through, and I'm not sure Zlo is going to be able to keep up with this. I'm honestly slightly favouring Robo at the moment, purely from position perspective, but because it's slow, I never count him out.
No, that's right. And
But-
he's actually managing to have a little bit of an eco advantage, just slightly faster on the expansion to that centre array of 3 mixes, just giving him a little bit more. He doesn't have any extra factories though, because like you were saying, he's a little bit slower on getting those factories up and running.
And here you see a bit of a difference where I think the more recent meta is for your comm to move over to the other choke point, secure it with PD, and then go to mid. I know the likes of Ajax don't particularly feel a need or don't like to do that. Zlo, for instance, made a third factory of his comm, and he's going to go straight to the mid, whereas Robo's had time to just secure his choke point, thus secure the expansion. Relatively speaking anyway, and Zlo's going to have trouble securing his northern expansion because, well, there's just Mantis everywhere right now.
Yeah, these guys look like they're going to slip through and take out that engineer. He's got one mix up that's going to pretty quickly go down. He just doesn't have any... Well, there's another engineer ready to go, not too far away. but he still needs to clear the Mantis out before he can do anything with it.
And now he's in this sort of position where he either keeps the strikers to block off the choke point, not allow any more in, but he also still needs to divert forces to get rid of these Mantis, which are killing his expansion to begin with. So, don't know how he's going to play this, but he's heading straight to the middle.
And Robo
Meanwhile, Robo has finished. Robo's finished in the south, built the PD, built the factory, now he's going to go to the middle. He's secure, he's actually teching right now, but he's having power problems. Oh boy, but yeah.
He's actually on a pretty decent little advantage now. He was slightly behind in eco before, but now he's just a couple of mixes ahead of Zlo. He's managed to just cap a few more of those, and pretty quickly he's going to have this expansion over here done as well in the south. And Zlo, well, it's still under contention. He will be able to secure it, but it's just taking him a little bit too long to clean up those Mantis, and there's still another one over here as well. Only 66 HP left on that guy, but still that can get in and kill an engineer. And oh no, Zlo is actually going to lose this engineer as well. He's letting it die to that almost dead Mantis. So there goes the rest of Zlo's engineering capability in the area.
Yep. He can build a transport and just transport across, but he's actually going for Tech 2 Air. Unfortunately, earlier on he lost his interceptors, so I'm not sure what he intends to do right now. He needs the ints in order to fight Robo, but Robo has air. He can look at the mid and see all the spam there, and it's way too dangerous for him to go forward at this moment in time, although he has to try.
And Zlo just lost another engineer at the top there to those two raiding Mantis.
Oh,
so that is just absolutely wreaking havoc with any plans that Zlo's got to try and actually establish anything north of the center expansion.
He's completely denied from his top expansion. There's just no engineers in the area. T2 Air's completed, building Tech 2 Engie. Robo's already reclaiming in the middle. I'm not sure Zlo can actually get this, or at least he shouldn't be allowed to.
Well, no, I mean...
Oh, Robo backs off first. That's interesting.
Alright, where are you at? I am at 759.
I'm at 837 on
right.
+1. I'll pause it. Tell me when you're here.
Alright, so we've got Robo just starting now to grab that quantum gate in the middle. He's going to grab the lion's share. We can see it's already just about half reclaimed before Zlo even dips his fingers into it. And unfortunately that's going to hurt Zlo's economy even more, because 49, actually that was, how much of that is reclaim? I think it's a steady 49 to the 33 of Zlo. Zlo just being...
They're asking if you can turn my volume up.
Okay.
If that's at all possible.
Let's see what we can do with your volume.
What time are you at now?
We are 8:52.
Okay, that is fine.
Alright, so I've turned you up a little bit. Hopefully it's not too horrible, because it is obviously just digital gain. We'll see how that goes. Any complaints,
we'll see. Chat will say something.
direct them to Stups. Yeah, tell Stups.
Yeah, let's do it. That sounds great. Nope, Zlo's not giving away anything. He's trying to put a T2 gen online. He's not ecoing. Oh, he has one T2 Mex. But he still has yet to get his north expansion, and Robo has double his eco, which is just so sad to see.
It's looking pretty dire, and there are just a...
And there are more Mantis heading into the expansion. That engineer is going to die, and I think Zlo is not going to be very happy with that at all.
Most likely not.
No, he has strikers sitting up the north guarding an empty mass deposit, which could be killing these two. But he notices now, but he's going to lose that engineer unless Robo doesn't notice.
Robo gets actually taken a whole lot more damage in the middle there. He's sitting on 5600 HP down into the yellow, whereas Zlo still sitting happily in the green. So a lot more damage just being piled onto Robogear's ACU.
When he was reclaiming, Zlo trained 2-3 mobile RT on him, just had to sit there and take it to the face. And there was no reply from Robo, who has no Medusa in that mix at all. Okay, he has 3 compared to 40 Mantis, which I don't think is the correct ratio. He's still overbuilding power. Whoa. Oh boy, he's got 3-4 engineers building power plus 400. It's just don't think he needs to. But you can see now that he's still only on 1 air factory. His low is on 3 plus his tech 2. He's now forcing out. No, he's got tech 2. He's going to go for a ghetto gunship snipe.
He sure is. So we've got a transport already laden. We've got another one just loading up.
God, Robo, no, don't do it.
Hang on.
This is going to be catastrophic. He hasn't built flak.
We're at 11:20.
Look,
The
even
gunship's not
1900s
quite
don't know how to build flak, and now he's dead. Oh
dear.
boy.
What is he going to do there? Where is the Air Force from Robo Gear? Where is his interceptors?
It's chilling down south.
Down here. They're just sitting there, just having a break. So, Zlo, well, I mean, massive disadvantage there.
This is what I said. Robo was clearly in the better position, then suddenly Zoe's like, nope, you're dead, bitch. I don't need map control.
Okay, so let's turn that one around, and that means that Zlo manages to take out RoboGear 2 times in a row, and that secures him a few points in this round robin.
Now Stubbs says the volume's too high now, and it was perfect before, in which case I'd like to everyone to PM Morax angrily and tell him to get his ears checked.
Okay, well, I've put you back to no gain, and Morax can turn down his speakers.
Or turn up, as he couldn't hear me, but yeah.
Either way.
Robo had rhinos, and all he needed was 2 pieces of flak, and he would have lived. But alas, he didn't build enough flak. This is a recurring theme in this game.
Oh dear. Alright, what is the next one that we can go on to? We've actually got, let's shift on to round 2 a little bit, see if we can pick up some nice matchups there. We have not seen Oxide play yet, and we haven't seen Nexus. They're actually not playing each other in this next round. Let's pick up Kiza and Nexus, see if we can find something for those 2 guys in the replay vault. Alright, there's Kiza, Patrick. Are they still in game? Do we just have a quick look at the tournament chat? No, they're in the lobby at the moment. I'm not sure if we can actually pick up that game just yet. We might have to have a quick look at something, one of these other games. We do have Bloodir and RoboGear. We don't want to spam too much. We do have Voodoo Zoc. That could be a reasonable matchup. Let's see if we can find some Voodoo Zoc games in the replay vault. Alright, so we've got Voodoo Zoc on Twin Rivers. Can you see that, Soviet Pride?
Voodoo Zoc on Twin Rivers. Twin Rivers, Zocky. Yep.
Alright, there we go. We're just about to head in and check out Zoc versus Voodoo on Twin Rivers. I've got Soviet Pride with me. We're just getting our replays aligned so that we can bring that game to you. If you have just joined us, this is the Legend of the Stars Forged Alliance Forever End of Year Championship. We have been working our way towards this with a number of qualifying tournaments. Each of the winners and top place getters from those have been allocated spots. In this final tournament, there is a $500 major prize up for the winner, and that will be happening tomorrow. We've got 2 full days of competition. Today we are weeding out just the best of the best to get down to 8 of our 16 competitors, and tomorrow we will be finishing most of them off and get down to just 1 single champion. Of course, the game is Forged Alliance, or Supreme Commander Forged Alliance. We are playing the Forged Alliance Forever mod. If you happen to not already be playing this game, you can head over to faforever.com and join us to build lots of massive robots and kill lots of things. Alright, this replay is just about thinking about being ready to go. Are you all sorted, Soviet Pride?
I am sorted. The door's been answered.
Excellent. Alright, so we are
And
going
my
to...
girlfriend's home.
Alright, so we are heading into Twin Rivers, and 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, we have got in the north, we'll introduce the north player first, Zoc. He is going to go UEF, he's going to grab adjacency on one of those mexes. He's got, what does it look like, 1, 2 power generators, and then the 4 core mexes queued up. And Soviet Pride can introduce the southern player.
That would be Voodoo, who is also making a comeback to the ladder scene, it would appear, after being away for a while. He will be also in UEF, in yellow, and he's going second land. Whereas Zoc is going second air, so already we have a difference here.
Interestingly, we've got a ton of power generators queued up there for Voodoo, and just a single mix to start with. Oh, he's got, hang on, he's going to grab 3? No, just 2 mixes, and use engineers to grab the other 2. I think Zoc is more planning to use the ACU.
Ooh, what time are you at? I need to synchronize that as well.
Right, we're at 1:05.
Alright, that's fine.
Should we +1 this one? There we go, +1.
Probably, yeah. You see Zoc is... I don't know whether he knows how Voodoo plays, or he just wants to be greedy. He's sent pretty much his first engineer to go get the reclaim in the middle. He's depending that there'll be no labs or anything, he's not sending any protection for it. And thus, I don't know, he's probably going to anticipate that he's going to get it, and thus he's going to prepare a pretty large amount of power generators for it. Yeah, I think that's relatively greedy, but that's some of the things you can do. I know Zoc does it. So, yeah. He's now sending he's producing scouts to see what any incoming raids. Voodoo, meanwhile, just happily chilling in his own base.
Right, what is Voodoo's plan here? We can see he's got a... is that 5th air factory, is it?
He's playing... oh, crap, what is he? No, he's playing 3rd air factory. 3rd air, 4th land. He's playing very defensive. You can see the tanks are anticipating, or at least guarding against labs, whereas Zoc is not building any, and he's actually gotten away with getting the reclaim in the middle, so he's... yeah, he needs more power for all the mass he's getting.
Yeah, so Voodoo...
like, he's full barred.
Voodoo concentrating on grabbing up all of these rocks that were around here. Has Zoc bothered scooping those up yet? No, he's just going for those wrecks in the middle, leaving this reclaim for a little bit later on, maybe just putting it in his back pocket. He is very, very greedy, and going to go and grab both of those transports. That engineer finished with the first one, and just making its way across to the second one. There's a scout heading overhead as well.
Zoc is going for ints. Voodoo also going for ints. And you can just see by the positioning, Zoc is far more aggressive with his units. He has radar and tanks pushed all the way up. He's scouted Voodoo, knows nothing as anything bizarre is happening. I wonder if he's going to go for quick T2 mexes. Because he's got all the reclaim in the middle, which is pretty sickening of an advantage.
I'm just going to have a quick look from Zoc's perspective. He's got 1,600 reclaim in the bank, and that compares to 800 for Voodoo. So yeah, that's an entire T2 mex advantage there for Zoc at this point.
I approve of that metric. That's how I measure things in FAF. How many T2 mechs is it worth? Anyway, Zoc has reclaimed the mexes, the rocks at the back, claimed the mexes. You still have to get the rest of it.
Oh, you've got a bit of a buzz going on there. Can you fix your microphone?
I have a buzz. Of what kind?
You have a low-pitched hum instead of a voice.
I haven't changed anything.
Oh dear. It's just getting worse. Alright, so Soviet Pride might be back with us shortly. Let's carry on having a look at what Zoc is doing. And what Zoc is doing is a massive amount of land factory spam. He's actually got a transport all ready to go as well. So he's going to be making a little bit of a play for the side island. Do we see the same? That did sound a bit better.
Just a bit.
Well, there's still a bit of background hum. Can you turn up your gain?
If I do that, does that reduce or increase?
Yeah, I can't quite hear anything that you're saying at the moment.
And if I do that?
That I can hear the voice, but it goes bzzz when you're talking.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Alright, so we've got...
Idea why.
Yeah. Did you unplug the microphone?
Nope, I haven't changed anything.
Did you turn it off and on again?
I have indeed turned it off and on again,
that's-
replugged it in and off as well.
Yep, there you go. Much, much better. Alright, so we've
Okay,
got
I have no idea what I did.
Zoc pushing out to his right here. He's got a decent number of strikers ready to go. There are a few preparing on Voodoo's side of the map to be able to deal with those, but Zoc, and actually Voodoo did get his transport away and did not get intercepted by Zoc's Air Force. He has maybe just forgotten about those engineers a little bit and they haven't started building yet. Meanwhile, Zoc has got his expansion well underway and he's actually gone and cheekily dropped some strikers down the back of Voodoo's base as well. Just for good measure, they're going to start rolling through and taking out mexes. There's no Hydro yet to take out. I bet Zoc was expecting a Hydro there. That's not going to be a target for him this time, but there are still some mixes, and if he can take out this engineer, that's going to slow down the rebuild just a little bit for Voodoo, who is actually already quite significantly behind in eco. 57 mass protect to Zoc and 33 to Voodoo.
It's not... Voodoo has massive power problems. Like, really big power problems. Like, Zoc is, what, 160 ahead? So once Voodoo stabilizes his power, it's still pretty significant by 20. It's surprising, really. Well, okay, he just lost all of his rear mexes, hasn't got the forward mexes. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So casual 18. Yeah, that's basically it. He's now lost his rear expansion, he's lost the forward expansions. Zoc is getting an upgrade, which should... I think that's T2. Yep. Spamming T2, also getting Tech 2 land, and he has the power for it. So he's not going to be stalling anytime soon. No T2 max upgrade for him. Nope, he has one Tech 2 max upgrade. It just finished.
We can see Zoc bringing his land factory up to Tech 2 there as well. So he's going to pretty quickly have pillars on the field.
Yeah, Voodoo's also upgrading T2. He's getting gun as opposed to T2. And has he tidied up the rear raid yet? No, you've still got random Zoc tanks running around being vandals, and I'm not sure whether... No, Voodoo hasn't actually responded at all to this. It's like not sending any tanks back.
There we go.
But no, he's scouting now.
There is a move.
He's scouting
down
now. He sees it. I wonder how long it took for him, but Zoc has dropped tanks to the north to try and harass that on the northern island, but that's got tidied up. He's continually dropping things on the northern island just to contest it. I think he has air control as well, by the looks of it. 10 interceptors? Yeah, 10 versus 9, relatively even, but Voodoo's making no attempt to challenge the bottom island. He's yet to reclaim his rear mexes, and the longer it goes on, the longer this works in Zoc's favor. Voodoo about to finish gun. Zoc has finished Tech 2, but he's not doing anything with it.
He is just sitting still. So it looks like Voodoo is going to be reasonably aggressive with that gun. He's going to just try and come up and mop away some of those T1 units. Actually, Zoc starting another upgrade, so he's going to probably get gun to counter that of Voodoo. Though Voodoo has he's moving up with quite a lot of tanks and support. I think Zoc is going to take the opportunity, though. He knows that the units have been pulled away from the south of Voodoo's position, and that actually opens up a little bit for Zoc to push on right through.
Other key difference here, Zoc is using walls to restrict movement, and Voodoo's not doing anything of the sort. So Zoc has free reign to move wherever the hell he wants, but Voodoo, on the other hand, is quite stuck. Oh. Um, what is Zork trying to achieve at the moment? He wants to finish his upgrade. Yep, he's got T2 and gun versus just gun. Now he's going to try and finish the T2P gen, so he will have overcharges forever. Whereas Voodoo is... Oh, he's also building T2 power, but I'm not sure how he's going to deal with this push coming from the south. But he's determined to shove in the north, and I'm not sure he has the HP for all of this compared to the T2 and gun of Zork.
Yeah, it looks like Zoc has rerouted that army that was thinking about wiping out that bottom expansion for Voodoo. He's going to instead bring it northwards to cut off any reinforcements trying to get to Voodoo's ACU. So that's going to mean that Voodoo's actually going to get sandwiched in between these two Zoc armies. That could be kind of bad for an ACU.
Voodoo, not sure if he should be there because now you see Zoc's army was rerouted north. Now he might get caught off here. Voodoo hasn't responded with his southern army, he sees now. But there are pretty large gaps in Voodoo's intel.
And that's the end of it. So Voodoo does get trapped. He is not able to get out of there. The stream, well, that's actually a pretty significant stream of T2 units rolling in there for Zoc at this point. There was just way too much, and Voodoo just couldn't deal with it. And look at the economy differential at the end there, 77 to 48.
Oh, that's stuckage, and he's dead. Yeah, it's pretty much that. What Voodoo looks like he was confused as to what happened. Maybe he's not aware of, was it Control G, Shift G movements, but I think he didn't anticipate getting completely and utterly stuck and then wrecked, but... No, the economic difference was too large. The opening moves were all in Zoc's favor. He got all the mid reclaim and it just spiraled out of control.
That's right. So Zoc managing to maybe reclaim a little bit of honor from the fairly disastrous first round against Ajax, going 1-0 up against Voodoo, and I think the games are all pretty done and dusted at this point, so we can just head on into the second game for these two guys and, well, see whether Zoc can come away with a win and some points, which he will be definitely looking for, or whether Voodoo can push it out to a third one. So we have got the replay vault trying to find the next Zoc versus Voodoo game. Now, just as the FAF client thinks about it, alright, there we go. So it looks like we are on White Fire. Have you found that replay, Soviet Pride?
I'm going to need to ask someone, so I think Speed is going to take over as I need to make dinner.
Okay.
I'll be back later if you need me.
All right, thank you. All right, thanks to
See
you
you around.
Soviet
Have
Pride.
fun, guys.
Thank you. All right, let's just have a quick look and see if Speed has already joined us. Speed, are you there?
I'm here. Hello.
Ah, excellent. How are you?
Great, great. Enjoying the tourney so far. I'm watching it at least.
Awesome. All right, so we are trying to grab the Voodoo Zoc game on Whitefire. I seem to be having a little bit of trouble with the replay vault.
Let's see.
I know these guys are supposed to post them somewhere as well. I wonder if we can pick it up from there.
Okay, so it's already finished the game.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid we're not gonna get it from the vault.
Okay, so we might be able to revisit it a little bit later. What we could go and have a look at is Blodier Robo gear. That could be interesting. So that is back in Group B. They are in the second round. So if we can find something in the vault for that. Alright, so that is Twin Rivers. Have you found that one, Speed?
Yeah.
Alright, let's load that replay up. Hopefully we're not going to get any corruptions in the vault, so we can jump straight into it. We will jump straight to +1 once we're in.
Okay.
Alright. let me know when your replay is ready to go.
And it's loading right now.
Okay, cool. So, for anyone that's just joined us, this is the Forge Alliance Forever 2016 Championship. We are in day 1 of the finals. We are weeding our way from 16 competitors down to 8 through a series of groups and round robins and essentially just a whole bunch of Forged Alliance. So, I have got Speed 2 with me. We're about to watch a game between Bloodeer and Robo on Twin Rivers. Let's switch over to the game feed and Speed. We can unpause now and switch to +1.
Right.
Alright, fixing up the minimap, and we'll go with an introduction for Bloodeer first. Of course, everyone knows Bloodeer from the Empire clan. He is going to go Cybran. He is in his customary dark purple, regal purple color, whatever you want to call it. He's going to throw down his first land factory. Then we can see he's got a couple of power generators, mix or 2, and he's going to go second land and third air. Alright, and Speed, why don't you tell us what Robogear is up to?
Robo also taking Cybran as Bloodier, but he's going for a different approach, and he's going for a second air, which will be interesting to see how that goes, because just from my experience and from what I saw, I think it's a little better to go second land on this map. Because some of those early raids can be quite dangerous, especially if one of the units, just Lap or Mantis or whatever, can sneak into the back and kill some important NG that can delay you quite a lot. So
Cool.
interesting to see how that will go.
Cool. Alright, so Robogear is going to go and grab those nice mass-filled rocks up the back there. He's going to, looks like, bring one engineer out to grab this expansion. He's got a series of mixes, and hopefully he'll get that land factory down. Although a single engineer headed out that way is pretty susceptible to raids, and Bloodeer with that second land factory, that's going to give him just a couple of mantis that he's going to be able to throw down Robogear's way. Yeah, maybe he's going to be able to take out that engineer. That would be a pretty juicy target, I think, in this early stage of the game.
Yeah, we can see Bloodier is already sending one Mantis there, not even with a scout, so just expecting the NG to be there, but luckily Robogear is also sending Mantis to protect that NG right now. Only thing is that he's assisting the NG, the Mantis, so he will really need to pay attention and react in time, because the Mantis is behind the NG, and if Bloodeer is paying attention, he can just snipe the NG and lose the Mantis. But important is that he's gonna snipe the NG. But another interesting thing we can see in Robogear's build is that he already has one NG that took the 2 maxes on the left, and now it's going to the island, and he will try to get a distance build on Land Factory to grab that, which I didn't expect, since when he went for second air I expected him to maybe thinking about fast drop, but not going for both islands. So this can open him opportunity to try to grab both islands really fast, one with engine and a second with drop. And let's see what the Bloodeer is gonna do about it.
Alright, so Bloodeer managed to win the micro game against the guard duty Mantis there from Robogear, so he's managed to clear out that engineer. That will deny those 2 mixes for at least a little while longer. It's going to take some time for Robogear to get another engineer across out to that expansion, and he will have to get a Mantis or 2 there first to clear Bloodeer out of the way.
But on the other side, the Robogear is successful with his bomber and killing the same NG for Bloodeer, and now trying to get the NG in the back of Bloodeer's expansion.
Alright, we've got one interceptor up there for Bloodeer, so he will be able to deal with it. It looks like it's pretty even numbers in the game. It will come down to micro at this early point as to who is going to be able to take air control. Alright, looks like Bloodeer actually doing a nice push in the middle there. Clears out one mix and a second mix just going down as well. So Bloodeer looking pretty good with the map control right now. He does have Mantis across probably 60% of the map, just giving him a little bit more opportunity to raid Robogear right now than Robogear has to raid Bloodier back.
Yeah, so we saw two different approaches. One was to go for a second air, so having bomber early out, and the other one from Bloodier was to have some early LAN advantage, and both worked quite well. One NG killed, so that's good for both. But right now, Bloodier might have little more units, but thing is that Robo is catching up with factories, and now he's sending all his units to his right expansion to protect it, and Bloodier will not have enough units in time to break through. If Robo will send all the units there, but that will open opportunity for Bloodier to try to catch the middle of the map.
Yeah, it looks like Bloodier is just pulling back a little bit there. He's going to link up with all of these supporting units that are on their way in. That's going to give him a pretty good number of Mantis once those two join up. But yeah, just getting one lost there, a little bit of a straggler, getting left behind, and it goes down. So meanwhile, it looks like most of the action is shaping up to be on this southern side of the map. There's a little bit of action. Bloodier just maybe thinking about being able to redirect a few Mantis. He's got a few just sitting in the middle here, which can respond either direction if he sees any units coming, like these guys right here from Robogear. He can send those across to intercept, or if he needs a little bit more support on this side, he can get them down there as well. Robogear actually being reasonably far forward with his ACU, coming up to rebuild those mixes that were recently lost, and he does need those because he's just a couple of mixes behind where Bloodier is right now.
And actually Bloodier getting the bottom island without any problems. Robogear didn't even try to get it. So that goes for that early air advantage, and that also kind of disappears since Bloodier already with 2 air factories and much more interceptors. And just because I know him and I saw a few games before on Twin Rivers, I think we can expect many drops everywhere from Bloodier because he really likes those drops. And I think those drops will be T2 tanks soon.
Right, well, we've got a drop of Mantis in the top island here, and actually Robogear hasn't got any combat units on there to defend it just yet. He doesn't have a radar either, so he doesn't have really a good handle on this island. Those Mantis are going to come through and start to mop up those engineers, and there's 6 Mantis there. Once they finish with those mixes, they're going to be quite tough for Robogear to deal with. He immediately switches over to producing Mantis out of that factory to try and cope with the assault. Well, I don't know, there's just a single factory there and there's still half a dozen Mantis. Is Bloodier bringing any more in to secure it? No, Bloodier's probably content. Actually, it looks like some engineers are on the way, so he thinks he's got that island pretty well wrapped up at this point. That factory down to half health. That is very, very quickly evaporating, and those 2 Mantis so far for Robogear not actually doing anything at all.
Yeah, Robogear is gonna lose that top island. Bloodier will surely secure it, and now he's sending engineers. Well, no, the transfer is being intercepted, so that's a good catch for Robogear, delaying it. So that can give him some more time to react to the situation and try to drop something more on the island to secure it.
And what have we got here? Gunships. So Bloodier has made a quick shift up to T2 air. He has got 3 gunships so far, although he's bringing them forward already. So what do you think the plan is with that? He's using them to mop up T1, which seems a little bit unnecessary given the advantage that he has. He's maybe just showing Robogear a little bit too early that he's got those gunships ready to go, giving Robogear some time to put some flak together.
Well, right now he has air control, so he can afford to kill those units easily, and that will give him advantage on land, else there is not that many targets what else he could kill. Right now he thinks he secured the island by killing it, but since he has no radar, he might not have seen another factory on the top that Robogear built, and raiding those mixes on the expansion will be the next step for sure.
Alright, so Bloodier is actually getting quite a lot of work done with those gunships. There's a crowd of 4 gunships, so renegades, because he is Cybran, assisted by a pretty decent swarm of interceptors as well, and it looks like they're going to come across and deal a lot of damage in the back of the base here, wipe out this rear expansion by the looks of it.
And this is actually just a distraction, because right now Robo is forced to build flux since he is lacking a bit of air and he's gonna be expecting more to come. And also he's not really switching to T2 production yet. Okay, he's going straight to T3 land, but that's because Blooder is as well. So we're not gonna see too many T2 action on land, but rather some loyalists and bricks.
Right, a pretty hefty engagement in the centre there, leaving, well, a little reclaim lying around. It looks like Bloodier just in a slightly more commanding position in terms of being able to dictate where the battle goes, but he's going to lose a lot of those units.
Yeah, Blooder did one bad move, splitting his army into two, and that gave Robogear quite a nice advantage in this battle, but he still has a few of those gunship he can use to harass that since there's no flank, and he's first on T3, so he will have some T3 unit as reinforcement, and that should be enough to shift it, because he already has brick out and Robogear is still upgrading to T3.
We can see more gunships coming in there from Bloodier, just continuing to harass, trying to take out those mexes, take out any T1 units they can spot, and in come the interceptors for Robogear to try and wipe those guys out. Down goes one, they're going to make a turn, and probably, yeah, down goes the second one before the interceptors from Bloodier can do anything to react.
And right now we actually have a brick drop from Bloodier going across the water and towards the main base. This is an interesting decision.
Looked for a second like he might have been going for the island, but no, coming back down for the base, so he's going to drop it right in there. Unfortunately, he's dropping it right beside Flak, so that transport is going to take a lot of damage, and actually that transport is going to go down. That is quite costly, getting caught out by those interceptors and flying over Flak.
That's unfortunate, and I don't think that was the best place to drop. Not even that much to kill. If it was close to T2 Pigeon, then it would be fine, but the T2 Pigeon is in the middle of the map. So I guess better choice would be dropping the expansion where there were no units. You could deal much more damage there, and that's actually a place where there's T2 HQ, their HQ for Robogear, so that could also give a certain advantage to Bloodier since he already has more air, and just securing it so he can do more drops.
Robogear is actually managing to do a really nice job with his economy right now, sitting on 73 mass to the 54 of Bloodier. That's probably a bigger mass differential than I would have picked looking at the map control that these guys have got.
Yeah, but in overall Bloodier already has almost 10k mass more, so it's definitely an advantage. And like he's been ecoing much faster.
And it looks like there's a very, very cheeky TAC missile launcher there from Robogear. It may not live too long, although it does have the ACU guarding it right now. There's a few rhinos that the ACU will need to deal with to keep that alive. Well, let's see, what have we got? There is TAC missile defense up here. Most of the juicy TAC... Oh, actually there was for just a second, and now the Corsairs take care of that. So that actually opens up Bloodier's T2 mechs in his main base to that TAC launcher.
Bloodier has T2 ACU, so he should be able to get another TMD quite fast. Or he actually had something, or that might have been just a lucky AA hit, because Robogear was aiming for the T2 Pigeon, but it survived, so the missile definitely got split, so pretty unfortunate for
yeah, interestingly,
Robogear.
that definitely did split the missile, but another T2 power generator does go down up here to that last Corsair hit, so that is a nice pickup there from Robogear. He's actually not targeting the mexes so much, he is going after the power.
But at the same time, Robo is losing Pigeons to Brick Drop. So nice play from Bloodier. And he's just on one Pigeon, while Bloodier still has two, finishing a third one. And those two are under shield, so nothing really gonna happen to them.
And
But Robogi has having huge issues defending his main base, and he might actually lose another Pigeon. I think that's what the Bloody is gonna be going for.
Right, and it looks like he's actually going to drop out of that.
Yeah.
So those two bricks in the base, just absolutely devastating for RoboGear. He lost way, way too much and was not able to come back from that.
A good play for Bloody with those drops. Nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, RoboGear was doing very, very well. Managed to take that island back up the top, managing to keep up with economy. He was doing well, but those brick drops just ended it for him. Alright, so what we'll do next is we'll jump into the second Bloodier RoboGear game, which we should be able to find hopefully in the vault with no corruptions. Alright, there we go.
Seems to be loading.
Alright. Alright, so we just saw there Bloodier managing to take RoboGear out on Twin Rivers, so we can head across to Whitefire next. We're going to see if RoboGear can come back from that, or if Bloodier is going to take that out and secure the points. Of course, those points going towards the round robin that is going to secure the spots for tomorrow's finals. Alright, we've got the Wi-Fi replay just loading up now. Speed, are you all ready to go?
I am ready.
Alright, we'll go to +1 and we will hit unpause and switch over to the game view. Alright, so in the north this time we have got RoboGear. He is going to go Cybran once again in exactly the same color as last time. So we've got purple versus purple matchup. He's going to throw down his first land factory, getting adjacency on that mechs. We can see then his plan pretty much revolves around power generators, and that is because there is a literal ton of mass ready for them to scoop up. I've still got Speed 2 with me, and he's going to tell us how Bloodier is getting on.
I would actually say that Bloodier is having much better build right now, because you can notice he's building a lot of pigeons before going the air factory, and that is exactly what you want to do on this map. Don't really care about the mass extractors, and first NG going to start reclaiming the wreck. And so this is pretty much infinite mass for the beginning. That's almost 4k mass, and you need a lot of power to do that. And I don't think the RoboGear is building enough pigeons for the air factory. Usually you just need like 7 if there's no hydro to get air factory. Now he's going 8, but he doesn't really count with all the mass that he's getting from the wreck, so I'm pretty sure that the Bloodier will get advantage pretty soon just because of that power.
Yeah, we can see RoboGear is just about finished with that. There we go. That power generator completes, and he's now investing more of that power, which is going to be really, really precious. It's going to be pretty difficult. Let's just switch to RoboGear's point of view. He's at a slight deficit some of the time for his power, but he is not got a full bar of mass, so he has switched over from reclaim to building. We can see there he's now hitting the -40, -90 energy income at points, so he is going to struggle to spend all of that mass unless he can get a whole stack of
and he
power
actually
generators.
rushed transport and going directly for Bloodier's right expansion with let's see 3 NGs already, so that's why he wasn't spending too much time with building pigeons, because he just wanted to have that transport really early. And that is actually something that might surprise Bloodier a bit, because he has his first air unit out right now, and he's not gonna see that transport being built. So let's see when the Bloodier will find out. He's going with ACU to reclaim another nail factory wreck, which is on the way to the expansion, so he will get there eventually, but that might be already the time when Robo will be already established. He's planning 4 land factories and will surely get some PD online as well once he sees Blood's ACU.
Alright, looks like the scout, well, is the radar coverage of that scout just going to clip the transport? Yes, so he will be aware, so Bloody is going to have seen that transport radar signature. If he was paying attention, he will be aware that there was a very early drop going on. I'm sure Bloody would have been paying attention. You don't get to be this sort of level at Forge Alliance without being able to pick up the minutiae such as a transport radar signature. Okay, so we've got one factory already down for Robo Gear. We've got a second one underway. There's those other couple planned. The mixes are also going down. So Robo Gear, yeah, starting to look reasonably established. There is a frigate coming across. That is going to be able to defend against any engineers that might be sitting over there trying to reclaim, just until the ACU can get within range to start pulling in that mass.
I don't think Bloodier knows about that. He's not doing anything that would suggest that he noticed the transport. He's gonna reclaim the wreck with the ACU and then just moving to build the mechs. If he knew that there are already 2 factories, I guess he would try to rush there with ACU and kill as much as possible. And the first sign of this will be once Bloodier loses this NG at the bottom, or maybe not. See, Robo decided to attack it or not. Yeah, he's going in. So
yeah, so that engineer coming in to build the mechs is going to run smack into that squad of Mantis rolling across the bottom of the map there from Robo Gear.
Right, Robo Gear is getting 4 naval factory. For now, just submarines and frigates. They're doing with 3 factories, but assisting the one, and now he's moving more engineers to assist that factory, so I would guess that it's gonna go T2 really soon.
And we can see he thought about reacting to that expansion with his ACU. He brought him out of the water, was maybe thinking about what to do, but actually just turned around and went back to reclaim. So obviously a little bit more important to grab that extra mass to fuel the production back at home rather than trying to directly use that ACU. Seems to be the strategy here, although that does mean that Robo Gear is not getting any pressure applied to this expansion at all. He's going to be free to continue putting those factories up. Once he gets a critical mass of factories, it's going to be very, very difficult for Bloodier to displace.
Now Bloodier is just trying to cut off any more units that would try to sneak by and attack his main base with ACU, but once again changing his mind and rather going to reclaim the naval wreck, so a little bit undecided what to do with his ACU. And thing is, why he didn't attack the base is also because he hasn't scouted it yet, so he doesn't really know what's there and how many units, how many factories or any defenses, and still not scouting it. So not sure what his plan about that is.
It looks like he's reacting with a Jester. So he's popped one of those guys out and he's going to just try and mop up all the rest of these T1 units. He does have enough online now to be able to deal with that incoming threat. It's still directing quite a lot of resource away though, because the expansion down here that RoboGear has, it's got enough mixes there to at least help pay for some of that, whereas that is money that's coming out of Bloodier's pocket in order to fight RoboGear down that side of the map. So it means that he might struggle a little bit in the naval game. We've got 3 naval factories up for Bloodier, and we're sitting on 5 and a 6th under, well, was at least started for RoboGear. It's definitely handing the production award over to RoboGear on that one.
And RoboGear is now going at T2 naval factory, getting NGs ready to assist. So that's why he's not assisting. No reason he has enough resources, like just waiting or something. But meanwhile, he had no problems getting the expansion on the top. Lottery is trying to drop it right now with the 6 Mantis. But there's the ACU, but yeah, Bloody sending the scout and noticing the ACU, so he's just gonna run away, kill a few mexes. But that shouldn't be any major issue for Robo Gear.
What Robo Gear is missing though is radar up the top there. So he's gonna have. He didn't know those mantis were there until the mexes started dying. He's reacted with his ACU now. He just can't see them though. They've popped back out of a vision radius. He's using his interceptors to try and see where those guys are.
And now Bloody engaging the Robo Gear's naval production, and he's doing the right thing. He's going directly for the NGs. At least I hope he is. Because if he manages to kill all that build power, that's gonna cause some major issues to Robo Gear, and he actually needs to do that because he doesn't have that much build power on his naval production anyway.
He has managed to get up to Tech 2, so he is starting to produce some Salem class destroyers, which he can get into the fight. Of course, that is going to struggle against the heavily assisted T2 factory up here for Robo Gear if he can't disable it. So all of those frigates, they're managing to do a reasonable amount of damage, but he is starting to run out of steam, especially with that sub-hunter online and eating the HP away from those frigates.
Yeah, this wasn't so much successful attack. He managed to kill one T1 factory, which is pretty much nothing, and quite a few NGs, but the thing is that Robo Gear still has more NGs there, so more than he needs. And all this time he also has that extra expansion with 4 mexes and also all the reclaim. So that's definitely giving advantage, and in overall mass he has 5k more than Bloodier. So Bloodier will need to do something really fast. He uses Destroyer quite well, and I guess first step would be trying to get that expansion back, because with that he doesn't need to care about land units and he can concentrate fully on naval.
Okay, we've got that Salem class destroyer rolling on out now. It is going to run across a trio of Tech 1 submarines from Robo Gear. The destroyer having plenty of torpedo damage to be able to deal with those guys. There is a little bit more of a naval push across on the right hand side of the map here from Robo Gear, bringing some frigates down with a couple of those sub-hunters. The sub-hunters will be absolutely brutal against the frigates with no torpedo damage at all, but there is the destroyer on its way in from Bloodier, so that may be able to even it out somewhat.
Well, as long as Bloodier has vision on those sub-hunters, the one destroyer can take out 2 sub-hunters, but the thing is he doesn't have too much vision, and those submarines have stealth, so they can cause a few issues. And another thing is that there's also destroyer now for Robo Gear coming to support that, so he will have soon slightly more naval, and let's see how it's gonna handle.
We're actually seeing a fairly lethal looking push coming from Robo Gear. He built up a big stack of T1 units and unleashed them all at once, and that actually managed to punch through the line of units coming in from Bloodier's side of the map. It will be a little bit hard for them to push through the naval fire though, because that destroyer sitting in the bay, that is going to be able to lay down a lot of hurt on those T1 units. They're probably not going to last too long, so the residual production that he's got coming that way, coupled with that destroyer, probably going to be enough to hold it off. And if he can push across enough, he will be able to use that destroyer to clear out a significant amount of the space. And actually it looks like Robo Gear starting to abandon the position. He is control carrying those factories and he's going to start reclaiming them. So Robo Gear getting ready to get out of dodge.
But this push gave Robo Gear time and try to snipe Bloodier's destroyer that is on the top harassing his Mill Island, which he could still do if he wanted to, but he deciding to not to do that and just regrouping in the middle for now. Well, maybe now he will do that, because that destroyer could be killed with this army. It's 2 submarines, and a couple of frigates. That's enough to do that, and Brother isn't really in position where he could afford to lose destroyer like this.
Looks like Bloody is doing a fantastic job of getting all of his naval units across the map to where they need to be. Robo just having to be a little bit too reactive right now. He's having to chase down individual units with his army there. That's bringing... So he's basically brought his entire central navy across to chase down this one destroyer, and that actually leaves the advantage in the center here to Blodir. He's got a destroyer in there and a few more frigates than RoboGear has available, and there's actually another destroyer rolling up as well. So that's giving the numbers advantage definitely over to Blodir at this point. We can see the navy
You can see
right out of position.
RoboGear fully evacuating, just reclaiming all the factories. Now he also control KD's units and reclaiming those, so it's not really gonna leave too much reclaim behind for Blodir.
That is quite nicely done. Very, very efficient.
At least Blodir is finally gonna get it to even out the map control, but meanwhile RoboGear already managed to upgrade all of his Nexus in that expansion. And on the naval side of things, see how many destroyers they have. So Bloody has two in the front, one is derping out on the middle island, and one just rolled out from factory, and the Robo he has 5 already in his base, and not sure what he's waiting for with his army and sitting in base when he has the advantage right now with 2 destroyers.
We can see RoboGear making a bit of a play for the naval production facilities of Blodir down here. He doesn't probably quite have enough to make too big a dent. He does have still a sub-hunter and a destroyer left. There is still a destroyer and a few frigates online for Blodir, plus how far away is this destroyer? It's still going to be a minute or two before that actually gets out, so he might be able to do a little bit of damage. Unfortunately, that destroyer goes down, so that does hand it over to Blodir. It gives a little bit more reclaim to Blodir as well, and he's actually got a few torpedo bombers which he used to mop that up. That gives him a few options to reach out across the map and hit Navy in a couple of different places, or even the ACU for RoboGear, who is sitting in the water. His head is just sticking out, taking a little bit of a bath. And actually he is going to go on upgrade, and he is going to grab the torpedo upgrade. So he's realizing he needs a little bit of extra help in the water right now, so he's going to get that, and that is pretty lethal, the Cyber and ACU. Of course, the problem being you are now putting your ACU in harm's way in the naval engagements.
Yeah, this can be actually dangerous with torpedo bombers flying around. Because once Bloody sees him, he can just try to snipe him. That's not so much HP on the ACU, so if you just target it, especially with Cyber cruisers, it just takes quite a lot of time to kill each torpedo bomber. I would be actually afraid to use torpedo ACU at this point. And also just 4 destroyers. If you just move in with 4 destroyers and focus fire the ACU, it will die.
Blodir definitely looking like he has got serious air control at this point. He has got a nice wing of interceptors hovering around for when he needs it, and up here in RoboGear's camp there's just not too much left. We did have an incursion over RoboGear's base before, wiping out a lot of his air power. We've got a convergence of naval forces here from RoboGear, so he is going to try and bring all of his navy into the center. It's going to make it a little bit harder to react if Blodir is going to bring individual destroyers up around and start raiding mexes, taking out expansions. It could be quite effective, but RoboGear is obviously just a little bit aware that he is losing a bit of the ground in the center. Every time Blodir decides to engage, RoboGear gets pushed back a little bit.
The game is starting to be quite even out once Bloody to the expansion spread up with Navy, so I guess now it's gonna be about some bad naval engagement maybe, if they decide to fight right now. Else, I think Bloody is catching up quite nicely, and if this game goes for a longer time, he might have advantage.
was going to say, it looks like Bladia's lacking vision a little bit. I think it's, yeah, there we go. There is a mermaid in there. So Robo making fantastic use of that mermaid. He's actually able to lay some fire down from those destroyers onto Bladia's destroyers without taking any fire himself, because they just can't be seen. We can see a bunch of scouts going overhead from Bladia to try and get eyes on those guys, because he is just having a bit of a tough time dealing with the Navy right now, taking all that destroyer fire and not being able to return any.
And Bloody didn't try to go for a stall himself. And he's, let's see, he's power stalling. Yeah, but he's power stalling because he's doing the torpedo upgrade. So it's reasonable. Meanwhile, Robokir already with T2 and torpedo upgrade. Going into the water.
And Bladia looks like he's preparing for a bit of a snipe there. How many of those torpedo bombers has he got ready? It looks like 8, 9, 10 so far. That is just about going to be enough to
That's
take
starting to be enough.
And the ACU for RoboGear is unknowingly walking out into the middle of the bay. Does Bladia have eyes on? Let's have a quick look. He's got a radar signature, well, a sonar signature to be more precise, but he is not aware that is the ACU right now. If he can get eyes on though...
It's, I think it's quite major mistake to not doing a personal stealth upgrade on the ACU as well, because it's so cheap and it can hide you easily from the sonar. You need direct vision from the naval to be able to target the ACU. So not going for P2, which is good for some extra HP and regen. You should definitely get at least the stealth with the torpedo upgrade. But Bloody is doing pretty much the same, also not caring about the stealth.
He's going to charge on out there into the middle of the ocean and start laying down torpedo damage. There are not that many destroyers left for RoboGear. He's down to just a couple, and there's a couple of cruisers left. There's one more destroyer heading on in, but it's not yet in the battle. We've got a group of 4 destroyers here and another 1 or 2 dotted around, as well as a stack of frigates. So things are starting to turn a little bit against RoboGear in this naval fight. There's just too much firepower density rolling in from Bladia. Bladia deciding to use those torpedo bombers now, obviously not aware that the ACU is right there. He's going to lose a bunch of those bombers to cruiser fire, but he will lay down a little bit of extra damage to try and help out his navy. And he's thrown down a naval factory, because look at all the reclaim floating around here. If you can get a few engineers on attack move out of that, that is going to provide quite a decent little source of income for Bladia.
Yeah, and the fact that Bladia won't air and start building those torpedo bombers forced RoboGear to get those cruisers, because he didn't really focus on air before. Now he has more air factories, so hopefully he will get some more interceptors, because he can't really afford to build more cruisers right now because he's lacking destroyers a lot.
Well, it looks like Bladia has got eyes on RoboGear's ACU now. He did manage to get a scout, and there we go. It only takes a single pass, and down goes RoboGear. So that is going to hand the best of 3 over to Bladia. That gives him a couple of points towards securing his place in tomorrow's finals. Alright, that was very nice to see. What are the other games that we have got that we can jump to? Alright, in round 2 we had Voodoo versus Zoc, we had Blast Chilled Ajax, Taquito Zlo, Blow Deer, and RoboGear that we've just been watching. We had Kiza, Nexus of Reality, Petric and Oxide Iron, and then you have in Group D Chevalier, Jagged Appliance, and Mephy Silent Noob. Alright, what do you think maybe of looking at Kiza versus Nexus? Speed?
Yeah, sure, we can. Be interesting matchup.
Alright, there's no scores reported yet. I've just got Group D. Yes, a reminder here about Group D because we haven't actually covered any Group D matches yet. We've got some intros still remaining for the members of Group D. I was going to put those up once we actually get a Group D game, but I'm not sure quite when we'll get to that, so maybe we'll just have to go for it anyway. Alright, so what we'll do is we will jump across, we'll just quickly introduce Group D because it's maybe going to be a few more matchups before we get to Group D, and we have got 4 more competitors in our top 16 which we haven't actually managed to introduce yet. So we're going to go ahead and look at these guys. Even though we're not going to jump into a Group D game just yet, we'll still know who we're dealing with. So Stups, this is for you. So first up, we have got Jagged Appliance, and he hails from the country of Ireland. He is 23 and he is a bit of a muso. He's been playing for a couple of years now, and he has got in his career list there top 20 ladder, and he has also been, or is, I'm not quite sure, the WWPC over 1900 champion. And we've got a super awesome pro tip for all of you budding FAF players out there: be efficient. Wise words. Alright, alongside him in the group we have Mephy, hailing from Germany. He is 20 years old, a mechatronics student, and we can see a nice picture that he supplied of him having a bit of a nap. Obviously all of that hard FAF training taking its toll. He's been playing for 4 years. He is in the top 10 ladder. He did win King of Aeon, and his pro tip is not sure. So that may not be quite as useful as be efficient. I'll leave that up to you guys. We have also got, joining these guys in Group D, Chevalier, coming from Canada. He is under 30. He didn't supply an occupation, so we are assuming he is a Canadian Mountie. He has been playing Forged Alliance since release, 8 years plus. He has won King of Seraphim titles. He has got a whole stack of other titles under his belt, which he has accumulated over the year. And we've got a nice pro tip, which is actually a pro tip, which is nice to see. And last but not least, we've got the late comer to the group. We have got Silent. Now, Silent is currently in Germany. He is actually from Austria, but unfortunately, because there's no other Austrians in the top 16, I did not have an Austrian flag, so I'm going to put his current country of residence, which is Germany. He is 30. He is a rocket scientist. That is slightly paraphrased from what he actually submitted, but you get the idea. He's been playing for 3 years now and is in the top 20 ladder, also holding a 2 vs 2 WWPC, that is the Worldwide People's Championship title. And there is actually a real pro tip there as well, so I'll let you guys digest that tip while I get this next replay together. And which game was that going to be? That was going to be Kiza, Nexus of Reality, I do believe. I'm going to try and find those guys in the vault here. How are you getting on with that game speed?
Game?
Kiza, Nexus of Reality, are you ready to go?
Okay, so not yet.
Nope, that's all right. People are just digesting Silence pro tip, and once they've got that sorted, we can.
So that is Twin Rivers.
Yeah, we'll go back to Twin Rivers.
And there are 2. Right, launching it right now.
All right, so yep, I am launching as well. So let's jump out of the player introductions. So we've now covered all 16 of our players. Hopefully you've got a little bit of a better idea of who these guys are. They are actually not robots, they are real people, they're not just faff machines. Well, at least most of them are anyway. Alright, we are going to head back to Twin Rivers. We're going to watch Kiza versus Nexus of Reality. We just, in there, we're going to set that to +1. We're ready to unpause. Speed, are you loaded and ready to go?
Yes, we can go.
Alright, let's switch to the game feed and unpause. Okay, this time we are back on Twin Rivers, and we have once again Cybran, and Cybran, though not quite a purple matchup this time. Alright, I'll introduce Nexus of Reality in the south here. He is going to throw down a first land factory, getting adjacency on that mix. Then we can see plans for some power generators before actually completing those mixes and going off for what looks to be, is that a second air factory? Speed?
I think that's second land factory and third air.
Just trying to trace the yellow lines. Alright.
Yes.
Alright, and now you can talk us through Kiza.
He's also Cybran, but he's going for second air. The second air and going quite fast with his ACU to the expansion, so that's a different build order than we're used to on this map. Meanwhile, Nexus is going with the classic engine. Well, not actually. The engine that should have gone to the expansion, the right is going to the back, so also choosing something different. He's going for early hydro, so he really wants that power.
It looks like Nexus just a little bit faster and getting one extra mix up so far. Enjoying a very tiny advantage in generated mass income. Are either of these guys going to go for the center? Yes, it looks like Nexus is going to go after that transport in the middle. Meanwhile, Kiza is going to scoop up the rocks. Alright, couple of engineers heading down the back there for Nexus. He will be grabbing that hydro, and another engineer will be on 1-2 mixes, then an assist on the hydro, then a couple more mixes followed by some reclaim. Also plans for a little factory down the back here just to secure the area a little bit more. The early aggression looks like it's coming from Nexus's side of the map. He is going to be at least bringing up a Mantis to be on guard duty. And maybe once he finds out there's actually nothing coming that way, that Mantis is going to scoot around the back and try and pick up maybe this engineer around here. We'll see if he's going to try that on. We've also got a section of wall planned to try and block off access for any raiding units coming in from Kiza.
And that's gonna be really useful, because if you look into Kiza's base, he's going for major land spam. So he will try to win this game on T1 stage, planning land factories everywhere in his base and using the adjacency on every max.
That is most efficient. Alright, we've got a bomber coming in from Kiza. He did actually bring it out to the side, just over the water, and bring it down around the radar coverage of the scout that was coming up from Nexus, so that didn't actually get picked up. He's managed to take out one engineer, but there is an interceptor on the job here for Nexus, so I don't think it's... it did get a bomb away, and it will pick up a second engineer, but that is all. A very nice raid coming in from Nexus. If it was not for the ACU is currently expanding into this area here, but that does mean that these Mantis are actually free to come and do a little bit of raiding down the back. I could see these guys getting right up onto that back plateau. There is a land factory down, so only 3 Mantis. Looks like Kiza can probably deal with that at this point, but still might be able to take out an engineer, might be able to slow things down just a little bit.
He's definitely sneaking out some Mantis to the back of Kiza's base. It's gonna cause few problems. Few NGs will die, some Nexus. And it's also forcing Kiza to send units to the back, and he's actually sending quite a lot of units there. Well, no, now he's changing his mind, sending just a few, but this gave some extra time to Nexus to try to grab the middle. And he's at least with that one engineer reclaiming, so got those wrecks. And now, unfortunately, the attack move is prioritizing the trees instead of the rocks. But at the same time, nice raid on the right side of the Kiza's base, just distracting the units. Not gonna get too much things killed, that Max survived. But still distracting Kiza, and he's forced to send more units to the back of his base rather than try to attack, so that's giving more time to Nexus. And he's actually also catching up on factory numbers, so he's not gonna get outspammed anytime soon.
Looks like Kiza is trying to sneak a little bit of a raid around the side here, taking a couple of those mexes. Unfortunately, it has been spotted. There's plenty of radar coverage there for Nexus. That does mean that Kiza needs to turn around and try and back up out of there before he loses all of those Mantis to the superior army that is waiting for them. It looks like he's going to save most of them, but he is going to want to keep backing those up. Otherwise, they will pretty quickly die once Nexus advances a little bit further. It looks like Nexus is forcing an air engagement here, trying to win that air control. He may be able to do it. There's just a slight numbers advantage there. Well, it's pretty even right now. It is going to come down to micro. We're down to 3 versus 2 interceptors. It will just go in Nexus's favor. So Nexus was right to call that air engagement at that point, and does secure the victory, taking out all those interceptors, which means he's free to bring this transport across to drop a stack of engineers over on this island and secure the expansion.
Yeah, that's a nice win for him, since he managed to kill Kiza's transport, and now he has time to secure the island himself. Meanwhile, if Kiza wants to build another transport, he first needs to build a couple of intis. Well, no, not really. He's already sending another transport, trying to go for the top island. Let's see if Nexus is gonna react to that, if he spots it, or
he's got he's got a scout on patrol by the island, just waiting to see it. It looks like, though, it might just be able to sneak in. Well, no, it is going to pass right over the scout. There is a bomber waiting. That bomber could very easily take out the entire dropped engineering core in one pass. Is he on the ball? No, it looks like Nexus not quite reacting fast enough. Those guys still pretty close together, not aware that there is a bomber there. That bomber is now moving in. Is this going to be a fantastic kill? 1, 2, and not quite the third engineer, but it will be able to finish him off before it can complete that factory. So that will be a hold, and there's even a bunch of engineers rolling on in from Nexus, so that's going to give a nice boost to his eco if he can hold those 2 islands. But this bottom island is actually under contention now. There is an edge built factory from a large number of engineers that are now assisting that factory. That's going to help push Mantis out really quickly from that. Maybe even a way to secure the island, although that factory is taking...
It's gonna be PD in time.
There's a bunch of Medusas as well, which are raining down on that factory and constantly destroying the unit being built and causing a pause while it is stunned. So not particularly... Oh, there we go. He has managed to deal with that. So that means he is now free to actually complete building with that factory, getting those Mantis out. So it looks like it is actually going to be a little bit of a win there, I would have to suggest, with all of that extra engineering capability on assistance for that factory.
And now Kiza is actually pushing through the middle slowly. He has quite significant numbers of units, and at the same time Nexus is going T3. So if Kiza wants this to be successful, he needs to push right now before there are loyalists on the field, because they will just kill those monsters without any issues. But the thing is, the wall is halfway finished to the expansion, and Nexus A series is also close, and the Kiza not with a gun upgrade, so he can't really do such a big push on the other side. Well, it'd be nice if he had a gun right now.
yeah, right now Kiza kind of able to choose where to push, and he's going to have to get Nexus to react to that. So he's really dictating the game right now, and we can even see in chat there, Nexus says, what? No push. He's really expecting a push here from Kiza, and it just hasn't happened yet. Maybe we're starting to see it now. He doesn't want to get sandwiched in between those two armies from Nexus though, but we do have our first loyalist on the field.
Yeah, and I think Kiza should have definitely tried to push at least a few units to that expansion where the wall is, because that would force Nexus to either split his army, which would give Kiza advantage to attack his main base with a superior number of units, or he would just lose the expansion and let some units to raid and maybe even raid all the way to the back. But Kiza decided to go to the middle with all the units, but it's too late right now because there are loyalists already, and at the same time Kiza is still just on T2, not having even the T2 P-gen, so it doesn't look too good for him.
Well, that T1 army is really quickly evaporating. Oh, there are some T2, there's some rhinos in the mix as well, but yeah, very quickly evaporating under the loyalists, and they're spamming out reasonably quickly. There's a couple of mantas just down the back, probably worth a mention, just trying to take out a little bit of power. The ACU coming in to mop those guys up. Alright, we've got these loyalists continuing to push, and Kiza just having to back on up. How is he going in his T3 response? He's only looking about a quarter, maybe a third of the way there. How is his economy going in terms of being able to push that? Well, he has not really got enough power to do that. He's now a couple of hundred in the red. That is going to be a bit of a problem. He's power stalling. That'll affect his mass income and make it so that he can't really get that T3 upgrade as quickly as he should.
Well, it's not so bad. He still has more energy than Nexus. The problem is that he's building another P-gen at the same time. That's what is causing the power stall. But he really needs that T3 because he's gonna run out of units really soon, and there are already quite a few loyalists.
Bringing some Corsairs in, well, at least one Corsair in any case, to try and deal a little bit extra damage. How many loyalists are in that mix now? Looks to be 6, 7 maybe loyalists, and just a single one off the factory floor for Kiza so far. Oh, there's a second one.
Looks like enough loyalists to kill both of the T2P gens, which might happen, and that would be really bad for Kiza because that's the majority of his power. And meanwhile, he can't even. And that would also mean that he can't overcharge the loyalists that are next to his ACU, and there are more coming. So we might actually see Kiza losing this one really soon.
Well, he's managed to fend off that assault by focusing on those loyalists. He's paused other production. He's managed to get enough out. He's dealt with that, but he's lost a lot of map control, and he's actually going to find his ACU really, really isolated. And how many loyalists are bearing down on that right now? Well, that looks like a little bit too many. Kiza is getting stunned. He is down into the yellow, into the red. He is going down very, very quickly. He really left his ACU out of position there, and that has cost him dearly.
Yeah, well, Kiza had a nice idea of spamming a lot of units, but Nexus managed to get decent numbers to defend it, also some walls help, and then Kiza just waited too long to attack, gave Nexus time to get enough T3 units to defend it. And since he invested too much into those T1 units, he didn't really have any time or resources to get switch the production to T3 and try to compete with Nexus unit.
Alright, so chalk up one win there for Nexus. Let's drop out of the game there. There we go. Alright, so that is one win. We will head over to Whitefire and see how the second game for those guys gets on. And I don't think we've actually seen a third match yet in any of our best of threes. So all of them have been won fairly convincingly. So let's head on over to Whitefire once again. We're going to see Kiza taking on Nexus of Reality. Speed, you want to load that?
I will actually have to leave you right now. I need to go do some stuff for a game or two, and I'll be back later.
All right. So thank you to Speed too for joining us. He may be back a little bit later on. All right, so we're going to carry on. And who else have we got? No, we got no more co-casters right now. Maybe we'll see one of those guys jumping on in. In any case, we are going to head back to Whitefire. We're going to see Kiza versus Nexus of Reality once again. See if Kiza can, well, make a difference this time, or whether it's going to be all Nexus. Okay, let's head on over to the match and set that to +1 and get started. Alright, let's go with our southern player first. This time we have got Kiza in his customary light pink color. He is going to go for Seraphim this time. We are seeing another mirror matchup. This time it is Seraphim and Seraphim. So we're going to see a first land factory go down there. We can see a stack of power generators as well. So fairly expected build, to be honest, with the amount of reclaim that we are going to see. Wrong version. Oh, what is going on? This is not even the correct version of the map. So, just like them, we're going to have to jump into it once again. Okay, so slight misclick there. Let's go and get into the correct game. Alright, that should only take a couple of seconds. In the meantime, I will remind everybody that we are playing Forged Alliance Forever. So it is the Supreme Commander Forged Alliance multiplayer client and mod. If you are not already playing it, it's tons of fun. All you need is a working copy of Supreme Commander Forged Alliance. Head on over to www.faforever.com and grab the free client and join us in game. Build lots of giant robots, make lots of things explode, and generally have a good time. Right, we are now ready to go, so we're going to head back to Whitefire once again and maybe, just maybe, get a game that is not messed up. Alright, let's just fix up our minimap, and that looks, yeah, that looks pretty good. And we'll go and introduce our players once again. We are seeing the exact same thing from Kiza. We're going to get our first land factory down, and it is going to be a lot of power generators. In fact, 8, which is not a ridiculous number given the thousands upon thousands of mass which is available. Up in the north, Nexus of Reality is going to also get adjacency on his first land factory. He's going to throw down, well, it looks like 9 power generators, so slightly more than Kiza, but not a significant amount. He's going to very quickly need a lot of that power. In fact, interestingly enough, he is going to try and build those mexes, which are hardly necessary given the almost 4,000 mass which is sitting just off the coast there. We can see the first engineer is going to head out this way. It's going to stop just about there, but the extra range on the attack move out of the factory means that that engineer is actually going to be able to start scooping up that mass pretty quickly, and Nexus probably not quite in danger of actually stalling yet anyway. He's still just putting those power generators together, and very, very shortly that mass bar is going to fill right up. Actually, because it's not a manual reclaim order, that engineer is going to just randomly reclaim a couple of things before, there we go, it is now started on that wreck. We can see that mass bar just growing pretty quickly. Alright, we've got one engineer out the front as well for Kiza, also on attack move because that is a fantastic amount of range. Once the mass bar fills up, these guys do need to switch over to construction, so that engineer is going to start building that naval factory, while all these guys at home are continuing to push the power generators. Now there is 2 engineers assisting that ACU, and there's probably going to be a third unless he's going to decide to go on a building mission. No, that's exactly what he's going to do. So he's going to throw down that 4th power generator with all that assistance, then another land factory and another air factory. He really does want to get a few more power generators up and running. Interestingly as well, Kiza now starting to get started on those mexes. So far, not a lot of aggression. In fact, I forgot to put this to +1, so it's taking a little bit longer to get underway than it probably should have. We'll have to maybe just speed it up a little bit to make up for that. Okay, so we've got this air factory just about completed, so we should see a little bit of airplay soon. Now, that could just be some scouting. We'll see if there's going to be a bomber, though, because a bomber getting out, or maybe even a transport, because we did see in that last, well, one of the recent games on Whitefire, was it the last one? I don't even recall. It was a early transport, and that actually played havoc with the opponent's economy for the first little while. Kiza are actually going to throw out a first interceptor and then a scout, so just maybe expecting a little bit of a bomber there, making sure he's got an interceptor ready to deal with it. There is no bomber coming across the map, it is in fact just a scout, so Nexus is going to get eyes on pretty shortly, but it's not going to take too much from that interceptor, and there it goes to take out the scout. We've got some nice expansion here from Nexus getting onto that front island. Nexus just sitting about 1 mix ahead of Kiza in terms of generated income, although these guys still having a big stack of mass. There is still 1500, so they're only about halfway through that first wreck, and then once they've finished that, there is another wreck over here, so that's nearly 8,000 mass, which is available to these guys to be picked up, and that is just a phenomenal amount for an early game. That's why we tend to see very quick T2 navies. We get a lot of naval firepower going, and of course Navy does take more mass to produce than land or air, so it's a little bit understandable that you might want a little bit of a mass bonus on a Navy heavy map. Alright, we've got a roving band of engineers coming out this way. They are all on a tack move, so they're going to be scooping up trees and rocks. Well, not really rocks, more like ice. So as to why you can scoop up that ice for mass and not the rest of the ice for mass, I have no idea. But that's just how it works. We've got 3 naval factories, a third having just been completed there for Kiza, and up in the north we're already up to 5 naval factories, a 6th one just going down, so Nexus looking very heavy on the naval production, but he is a little bit behind in that generated mass, so once they run out of these large deposits, that is actually just about completed. There we go, it is all gone. That is the end of it for Nexus over there. He will have to come over here, and actually he's already got his ACU ready to scoop up more of that mass. He's already taken about 1,000 out of it as well. So once those guys do run out of that, they will need to have gotten a sufficient number of their mixes up to T2 and have a lot of economy going on to back that up so that they don't then stall. We are still going with the naval production over here for Kiza. He's up to 5 naval factories, still those other 2 planned, but he's a little bit behind in actual produced units. We can see here there's just a little bit of advantage there. There's a sub and 2 frigates still remaining. There's just a couple of frigates over here for Kiza. And in the center here as well, Kiza outnumbered 2 to 1 just again. And there's still a few more rolling off the line up to the north, so definitely Nexus looking pretty strong in the naval production game. Excuse me. And Kiza just trying to catch up with that, getting enough factories online, and he does have the eco to support it. They're both sitting on 50 something ish mass income right at this point. But actually that's quite good for Kiza because he hasn't even secured this expansion yet, and he's already a little bit ahead. That's probably down to these extra T2 upgrades. He's got his 4 T2 mixes in the core there upgraded to T2. Actually Nexus has done exactly the same, but there's still a little bit of an advantage there to Kiza, just managing to get a little bit further ahead. There's a couple more T2 mixes there. He does want to be careful though, because these guys on the island, they are a little bit more vulnerable to the fire coming in from the Navy. Frigates don't have the huge reach, but once you get to destroy a territory, once you're in T2, all of these mass extractors here, very easy to pick off if you don't have a solid grasp on naval control. a absolutely ridiculous amount of assistance going on there on that T2 naval factory there from Nexus. His first order of business is to get a T2 engineer out of the gates. What is he going to do with that? Where is that T2 engineer going? He's actually coming across this way. This may be for some power generators. We could see some T2 generators. There we go. There are some plans going down for those guys, and a shield as well to try and protect them from attack. So we've got a couple of T2 engineers. Now we are going to probably start to see some destroyers, I would suggest. Nexus sitting on 73 mass protect, so he's starting to get into the territory where he can really push some of those destroyers out quite quickly, and we can see that is actually building very, very fast. Has there been any response here from Kiza? Well, there certainly has. There is a T2 naval factory here from him as well. That is going to get the first destroyer out very, very quickly. That's actually a little bit faster than Nexus. So despite the extra naval production up here for Nexus, Kiza actually beating him to T2 Navy. We've got a nice little group of frigates just looking for targets of opportunity across this left-hand side of the map. They look like they might be heading to join with this other group of naval units that may give Kiza enough to push Nexus out of the middle here. It's certainly given Nexus a reason to back on up and try and consolidate his navy just a little bit more. He will be aware, and especially because those scouts have just gone all overhead, he will be aware of just how many frigates are there, and that is looking reasonably dangerous, especially given that there is a destroyer in the middle and there is another destroyer backing them up around here as well. So that is a little bit of a problem for Nexus right now, because he doesn't have the ability to push forward. He doesn't have enough in the middle. He's got his destroyer out. That gives him the extra capability he was probably waiting for. But it does, of course, mean that his island is a little bit open to fire from those destroyers if he can't maintain a good presence in the center ocean. Looks like they're forcing an engagement now, and it is 2 destroyers on each side with a whole squad of supporting frigates and a few submarines mixed in there as well. It's pretty even at this point. It may come down to micro as to who is able to whittle away the opponent's navy just that little bit faster. Alright, excuse me. Okay, so it looks like Kiza managing to take out just a little bit more of those frigates with the extra range on those destroyers. He's actually joined by a 3rd destroyer now, which is a little bit faster than Nexus has been able to get one to the front line. So Nexus just running on those 2. Actually, there we go, the 3rd one joining the fray now. But it looks like it may be a little bit too late, because it swung in Kiza's favor, and Kiza is now able to push the navy right back, and he has got Nexus on the run. The advantage for Kiza as well is that opens up all of this reclaim to his engineers, which he's bringing out from his island. So that is going to be a stack of reclaim that Kiza is going to be picking up, which is completely denied to Nexus. Meanwhile, Nexus is actually going to be under fire in the center here, and were those mixes on upgrade? I'm not sure if they were, but there is at least 1 T2 mix here. If that goes down, that is going to be reasonably costly for Nexus, and wow, Nexus just really running out of steam in the naval game here. The 4 factories there for Nexus all paused, focusing all the resources he can on these destroyers, trying to pump them out with all of that assistance. He must be stalling pretty hard. He's at minus 40 mass per tick right now. He doesn't have enough power, and that is the end of it. Nexus bows out. He knows that he is not going to be able to come back from that. He is about to start losing all of his engineering power. So, unfortunately for Nexus, he is not able to take that one out. And does that mean that actually pushes them to a 3rd match? It sure does. That is pretty exciting to see. We're actually going to get a 3rd match.
Hey, wake up. User joined your channel.
Thank you, Taquito. Thank you. Thank you to you for pointing out that the voice was not working. All right. So,
User left your channel.
okay, so we are going to head on into our third and final match for Kiza versus Nexus of Reality. This is going to determine who gets those points for the round robin that's going to head through into the finals tomorrow. So the finals tomorrow, best of the remaining 8 competitors. We will see a lot of best of 5s, a lot of matches once again, and the winner is going to walk away with the World Champion title. I think the trophy says FAF World Champion. It is also accompanied by a nice little paycheck. Very nice for Forged Alliance standards, $500 dues. The dues is because it is Australian dollars. It is going to be awesome to watch. Okay, let's jump on into this next match, and well, it looks like we're actually heading on to Arctic Refuge, another fairly old map. It will be interesting to see. Alright, let's throw it into +1. Let's tidy up our mini-map very quickly. There we go. And look at our player placement. In the south, we have got Nexus of Reality once again choosing his nice blue color. He is going to throw down his first land factory. Then what is the plan? It looks like some power generators. He will also get to that mix. Mixes are actually a little bit harder to come by on this map. You do need to secure map control pretty well because they are outlying. They are very easy to raid. So hopefully we're going to see lots of fantastic raiding from these two guys. Alright, his opponent up in the top right, or the north side of the map, is Kiza. Once again, he is going to go baby pink. He's going to get his first land factor out. He's going to put 2 power generators down and then go on his quest for mass. Meanwhile, a third mix is underway, just been completed by this engineer who is now scooping up trees to try and supplement that energy income. So we can see those first engineers making their way out to the mixes. We're going to see plans for them to go out this way. They probably need to build quite a few radars, and we're probably going to see a few little raiding parties and guard duty parties as well, just to try and stop those guys dying, because it's pretty detrimental if you start losing these outlying mixes. It can give you a pretty big hit in the back pocket. Alright, Kiza continuing on with his power build, and he's going to get another land factory on after that. We're probably not going to see a huge amount of air, I guess, from him, at least for the foreseeable future, probably relying more on that land spam. Let's see how Nexus is going on. He is going land, land, land. He's got a few power generators queued up in between as well, so that he can power all of those guys. His engineers as well are out on reclaim and expansion duty. We can see they're heading out all the way around the outside of the map, trying to secure those resources. And of course there are some mantis to try and keep them alive as well. So far, not a lot of guarding on this engineer up here. We'll probably see a few mantis going his way in a few minutes. That might in fact be what these guys are for. There we go. Okay, so the expansion is going very nicely for Nexus. He's already getting to these semi-outlying mixes, so this is a couple of mixes away from his core, whereas Kiza, he's needing to get the engineers up this side a little bit faster. He's going to be lagging just a little bit. The scoreboard says 15 mass protect to 13, so just that one mix here in it so far. And that engineer is actually not too far away, so he'll be able to recover quite nicely. It looks like there is a bit of a raiding party going on here though for Nexus. He's actually got 3 mantis and a mole to accompany. That's actually enough to punch through all this that Kiza has got, and by all of this I mean a mantis. So he will actually be able to pick up that engineer, stop the expansion, and maybe even secure all of this, at least for the time being. How is he going in this top corner? He's got a mole up there to give him some radar coverage, so he will know what's going on, and a few mantis getting up there to cause a little bit of havoc as well. Of course, these guys do need to stay away from the center a little bit, at least until they get some artillery down there, because there are some Tech 1 point defense. You really don't want to bring your Tech 1 tanks or Manti within range of that. Alright, looks like Kiza actually managed to bolster his forces a little bit more, making it somewhat even. It looks like it is going to end up being just in the favor of Nexus of Reality. He is going to take out the squad that Kiza put out, and he will be able to start taking out that mech. He probably wants to keep that just in range. Yes, there we go. That Mantis is going to sit there and plink away at that mass extractor until it gets through all of its HP, and he can move on to the next one. It looks like, though, he may not be able to get too far into the next one because there are another little squad of Mantis being dispatched here from Kiza to deal with him. There is a couple of Mantis floating around, all very isolated, though. These guys are all very spread apart. It wouldn't take too many units from Kiza, which are clumped up nicely, to actually be able to deal with those. So Kiza still being able to deal with that if he gets his units into the right place, though not quite able to reach out and cause the same kind of damage. So we don't see any raiding down the bottom here. We haven't seen much in the way of Kiza's units at the top here at all. So at the moment it is actually kind of looking about 60-70% map control to Nexus of Reality. The one defining difference, though, probably would have to be in the center here. We've got Kiza with his ACU and a bunch of Medusas as well. They are clearing out those Tech 1 point defenses. That's actually going to give Kiza access to this reclaim. I'm not sure that is really worth too much reclaim, but there are 4 mexes in the middle here. Actually, there's a couple of Tech 2 power generators, and if Kiza could take those uncontested, that would be very interesting. Let's see if he captures those, or if he would rather have the mass, because that could be a lot of power early on to give your build an extra boost. And I don't think I've actually seen too many pro games on Arctic Refuge. Like I said, it's a really old map. It has been around for a while, and we don't often see these guys play on it. So just trying to remember the last time. I don't know if I've ever cast a game on it, but it does look like Kiza is going to opt for destroying it and taking the mass rather than trying to take the energy from production. Okay, we've got a bit of a raid happening here from Nexus. He's got about 10 Mantis, and it looks like 1 Medusa backing him up as well. Unfortunately for him, it looks like Kiza's all over it. Well, it looked like Kiza may have been all over it, but he's actually bringing his units across. They're going to try and hit this left-hand side, which leaves the back of Kiza's base a little bit exposed. So there are half a dozen Mantis up here, which are able to just do a little bit of damage. They're probably going to take out that 1 mix. Well, that is if they don't keep walking. There we go. Nexus is going to make sure that gets finished off. However, there are a few units coming in here from Kiza, which are going to be able to deal with those guys. Well, it should be able to deal with those guys unless there is not super great micro there. It's looking pretty even. Kiza should come out just on top, especially because we are close to production. But he has managed to take those other units and cause a little bit of problem here. There was a point defense being thought about there from Nexus, but that is not going to happen. That is denied. That will mean that Kiza is able to clear out this area. And I don't see any way for Nexus to be able to respond to that in the very immediate future. He has a few Mantis down here which he can respond with, but it's not quite enough. He doesn't have enough. He just doesn't have the numbers to be able to get in there and stop Kiza from clearing out this expansion. Meanwhile, Kiza also trying to hit this expansion to clear it out. There are a few units on guard duty from Nexus. Looks like they might just be enough, especially because there is a factory here as well. That factory, well, actually no, still just producing engineers, which is not really going to help when it comes to defending. So the engineer is going to go down pretty quickly. We've still got 5 Mantis online to just the 3 for Nexus, and another one up here as well, just continuing to plink away at that mix. So that is a very fine job there from Kiza. Probably the biggest vulnerability is to air right now, because this bomber is going to roll in and it's going to be able to lay down some hurt on those raiding Mantis, and there's nothing they can do about it at this time. Looks like Kiza being very aggressive in the center here. He is going to bring his ACU up. He's got a number of Mantis and not a lot of Medusas actually, so mainly just Mantis supporting him. He is going to go straight for Nexus's ACU, but both of these guys with a pretty big number of Mantis right there. If they all converge in the center, it will be one heck of a fight, and I honestly couldn't tell you who would come out on top because the numbers are all over the place right now. Let's have a look at the overall numbers though across the map. It is 67 Mantis to Nexus, and for Kiza we've got 63, so overall very, very similar numbers to these guys. but it looks like Nexus may have his in a slightly better position. He is probably going to be a little bit more likely to wrap up Kiza's ACU, wreck his pathfinding, and take him out. This is very bad for Kiza. We can see a whole stack of Mantis, pretty much all of the land units, emergency assist that ACU, try and get in there before the ACU dies, but he is losing health very, very rapidly. There is nothing he can do about that, and that is the end of Kiza. So that means that the series does actually go in Nexus of Reality's favor. That is very nice to see indeed. Alright, and it was very exciting as well that we actually went to a third match. Okay, what have we got in the way of games that we can pick up next for our round 3? In Group A, we have got Zoc versus Blast Shield. We have got Voodoo Ajax. We have got in our Group B, Zlo versus Blodeer. We have got Taquito Robo Gear. And we have got Group C containing Nexus taking on Petrick, or Lolly as he is currently sort of calling himself. We have got Kiza, Oxide Iron. So many great matchups and so little time to be able to stream them all. What are we to do? What? Okay. Alright, so we are just going to have to pick some of these games at random because there is just an entire smorgasbord of fantastic high-level play going on. What I might actually have a look for is Zlo versus Blodeer, because we've seen a little bit of Zlo so far. He has been very unpredictable. That is been really interesting to see. We saw a couple of massive comebacks from him behind an eco, very, very good. We also saw Blodeer exhibiting his fine skill levels, which mean we know his rating is not fake. So I will see if I can find those guys in the... Actually, they don't have any results reported, so let's go and have a look at the chat lobby and see if those guys are in game. Zlo is currently in battle. Let's see if we can pick that one up. We will be able to in just a second, hopefully. Alright, while that is thinking about it, let's go and remind everybody that this is the Legend of the Stars FAF Forge Alliance Forever Year Championship. We've got the top 16 players, and if you like the game and you don't know what it is Supreme Commander Forged Alliance. We're playing the Forged Alliance Forever mod. All you need to do is head over to www.faforever.com and download that. Alright, while that's been going on, we are loading up our Zlo versus Blodeer replay. I think it's been a little while since I've seen these two guys play. I will be very interested to see what kind of cheese Zlo can bring to the table, and also whether he's going to go with T2 mixes, because we traditionally see Zlo only really building T1 mixes, and of late he has discovered that there is an upgrade button on those guys and he can actually get them to T2. It's made for some slightly varied gameplay from him, but in any case, we are ready to go. Let's pull up our game feed. Over to Loki. Alright, Loki, which is everyone's not so favorite map. This can definitely be a difficult one to play. You need a lot of micro, a lot of APM. Alright, yep, there we go. Okay, so we have got Zlo in the bottom left corner, and Morax, I see in the channel there. Morax, are you here?
Good evening, gentlemen and impossible lady out there. How you doing?
Excellent to have you on board. Are you watching, are you in line with what I'm trying to do at the moment? Trying to...
I am, yeah. I'm just getting the little replay loaded up. I just got asked to go and open this, so just bear with me for a second.
Alright, so we will have Morax in just a minute. In the meantime, we'll have a look at what Zlo is going to do, see if we can figure that out, although I don't have a snowball's chance in hell of interpreting Zlo. Anyway, we'll try. So he's going to throw down his first land factory. We've got a couple of power generators, a couple of mixes. He's going to round out enough power generators to get that air factory underway. Meanwhile, he does have his very standard engineers up here on attack move. They're going to start scooping up trees and give him a little bit of a power boost to be able to get everything online. Maybe short stacking on the Tech 1 PGens just a little bit. We can see there are, well, there's actually 7 planned, which is enough to do it without reclaim. That's going to give him a pretty good position for power a little bit later on. In any case, Bladir in the north, he is going to go purple UEF, which is an interesting choice. And finally, we don't actually have a mirror matchup. We have got a UEF player versus a Seraphim player, which is nice to see. So we're going to see Pillars versus Ilshivas. Okay, so Bladir getting his first land factory up. He's going to go for second air by the looks of that. He's going to very much short stack on power generators. We can see only 5 power generators having been built so far, and that is supplemented by these couple of NGs over here, which you can see scooping up trees. So maybe a slightly more optimized, maybe slightly more efficient bit of play there from Bladir in this early stage of the game. He is just a little bit ahead, looks like 1 mix ahead. Both these guys sitting on 160 power at this time, but Zlo still got a couple more power generators to go in his build queue. After that, factory is up. Alright, how are we going for early aggression? We have got 1 striker rolling down towards this south expansion here from Bladir. We have got a Tham coming in for guard duty. There's actually already one there. So that's going to put a couple of Thams there, which Zlo can use. That will mean that he can clear out that raiding party from Bladir if he can pick it up. And he's also got another little raiding party. Interestingly, Zlo going with raiding parties of 2 Thams accompanied by a Selen for radar coverage. That's going to give him just a little bit of a leg up when he comes across those single tank raiding parties that Bladir is currently putting out. And we can actually see a couple more of those heading across the map up here. We've got little pairs of scout with tank. Alright, Zlo's looks like he's starting to think about moving his ACU out of the center, out of the starting position now. He's going to bring him up onto this plateau. Now, often we'd see the ACUs coming down this way, sometimes up this way, so it looks like Zlo is going to try and contest this one. There is actually a first point defense, so Bladir definitely anticipating a little bit of action up here reasonably early on, and instead of even scooping up that mass, he is going to go straight for that point defense, which is a nice little bit of play. As long as he's got radar coverage, he knows something's coming, and there are no Zuis in the mix, then he will be able to hold that position reasonably well. Looks like we've got a little bit of an air engagement going on. These guys jockeying for air control early on. It looks like 3 interceptors apiece, but unfortunately for Bladir, this interceptor has unfortunately strolled within striking distance of the Air Force of Zlo, and it will go down. That means that that is a little bit less for Bladir, and I'll probably put the air control just a little bit in Zlo's favor right now. Alright, where is Bladir's ACU? He is coming down this way as well, so both of these guys opting to come to the expansion south or north of their starting position and not really contesting it too much, because this, although there's a little bit of support, the ACU is going to come in. And what is this? Is this a patrol order for the ACU? What is Zlo doing? I wish I knew. That is a very odd move indeed. But in any case, with the ACU and half a dozen units in here, that will be able to fend off this little bit of an assault here from Bladir. Though it does mean that in the immediate future, Bladir is probably going to hold on to this expansion for just a little bit longer. He probably will end up losing it eventually to the ACU of Zlo, but it looks like Bladir will be able to secure this. There's just a single tank so far, just a couple more rolling in, and an ACU on the way from Bladir. So that ACU definitely going to be able to clear out that position and secure it. And if Bladir can hold that, that will actually mean that he can hold on to probably about 70% of the map and a whole lot of income. That gives him a big eco advantage if he can do that. And supporting his ACU, he's actually got a pretty good number of tanks. He would even be able to support or take over this area without the ACU at all. So the ACU is just icing on the cake. That is going to put him in good stead for holding that part of the map. He has lost all of the units that he sent down this way though, the ACU just mopping those up, and we've got a little bit of manual reclaim there for Zlo, and now the ACU is off patrol and it is going to head on up towards that expansion.
What timestamp you had, Architect?
Alright, we are sitting at 7 minutes 43 right now.
Alright, catching up here. It's a little difficulty with the replay vault, go figure.
Oh, that never happens. The replay vault is super robust.
I know, right?
Alright, so we've got the ACU. Actually, no, Zlo deciding again not to move the ACU up to take that expansion. He is going to stop for just a couple of minutes and build another factory. And that is after reclaiming a huge number of trees individually. That is slowing down that build massively. It's going to take quite some time and not really pay itself and reclaim very well at all. Meanwhile, Bloodir has managed to grab this bottom expansion. Alright, how are you going for time stamping, Morax?
I'm at about 8 minutes.
Alright, we're sitting at about 8:38 right now.
Just catching up. 8:45 right now.
That's
you got +1?
Within 5 seconds, yes, and +1.
Perfect, well enough going on here. We can look at it right here. Already noticing we got Tech 2 land and Tech 2 air for Bloodir. Still Tech 1 air for Zlo. Looks like he's got a little bit more interceptors than him right now. Nope, I see they're just parked over here on the right side. So it looks like about even Air Force right now. Maybe a slight advantage to Zlo. What are we doing with these? Just a transport out there. Going to the bottom right. Looks like he's going to try and reclaim his bottom right expansion over here. That's gotten a little bit of a attack over here on this side. Yenzi's coming up right here. This is one of my favorite units to use in this part right here. This is one of your cases. We don't have a Cyber on here, but one of the best cases you can use here is if you get Wagner's early enough. This is a little late right now, but making these guys park along the expansions on the side with the Hydro and the 2 Mexes is an awfully big pain in the ass. Terribly distracting, and it makes you really kind of stutter a little bit. I can already see him concentrating a little bit and bringing some forces back to deal with those guys right now, which is going to allow Zlo to maybe get like a little bit more territory back.
Yeah, Zlo's actually picked up the raiding game a little bit in the last couple of minutes. He raided the bottom right corner. He's got a Yenzine as well up in here taking out that mix. It is taking a bit of fire though from this pillar, and there's a gunship as well to take care of that. But he's started to increase his raiding game a little bit. Unfortunately, Bloodir is still raiding pretty hard. He's got that early T2 shift, meaning that he's got more T2 online than Zlo does. There's a few pillars in there. They're going to take out that T2 support factory, so that is a nice pickup there for Bloodir. That is going to deny a little bit of eco as well with just a couple of mixes in that area. So far we're sitting on 47 mass per tick to Bloodir and 33 to Zlo. So Bloodir just managing to have a little bit more in terms of holding that extra map control and having those extra T1 mixes, although he has lost these other mixes up the top here as well to Yenzines, which are now sitting in the top pond. They are making all sorts of nuisances of themselves, so that's a very nice play there from Zlo.
Yeah, this is one of those instances right here where it kind of looks like Bloodir has much larger map control, and it shows with how much mass income he has right here. Unfortunately, Zlo's move of using the Yenzis took some concentration. He wasn't able to hold his expansion over the mountainside in there, while Bloodir's sitting on quite a bit of the map control right there. I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to take the top left with how slow those Ilshavas are moving right now and just barge in with the 2 pillars moving up on that side. He has got a little bit of a nasty fan problem that's sneakily out of range of his T1 PD, just picking away at his expansion on the side there.
Yeah, That's interesting. So, yeah, I mean, we didn't see much rating at all from Zlo for a big portion of this game, but now he's just stepped the rating dial up to 10 or 11, you might even want to say, and he's just getting all up in Bloodeer's business. Bloodeer's trying to repay the favour. He's got a pillar over here taking out this expansion, but there's a couple of Ilshivas on the case. They're going to stop that. He's got to rebuild those two mixes up there that were taken out in that north expansion. He still hasn't got those two mixes beside his original base because they have been raided, and then those Yinzines pop out of the water and cause all sorts of trouble. This is just a lot of APM that Zlo is spending on just making life difficult for Bloodeer right now.
Yeah, and he's still on T2 land without much more going along there. Interesting, we have a Tech 2 air staging beacon being built by Zlo right now. It's not a unit you see too often. I didn't even know that the Seraphim had this unit, so I'm interested to see what he does with that. If you look to his left side to his air factory, it's going to be interesting to see what he does with this, why he's planning to make something like that.
Very interesting. Yeah, we saw in the previous games where Zlo, he was behind. Like we can see in the scoreboard right now, it's 75 mass for Bloodeer, 43 for Zlo. But I mean, Zlo came back from worse. He managed to snipe out the other player. So having a mass income differential really doesn't mean a whole lot when you're playing Zlo. Alright, we've got another nice clump of pillars rolling in the center there, so Bloodeer thinking very hard about doing a little bit more raiding. There is a PD up here as well. He still has a couple of Ilshivas to try and take care of to clear out this expansion. If he can get rid of that in the next couple of minutes, he will deny that land factory as well and just try and keep hold of the area a little bit more. Now, looks like Zlo is bringing in Ilshivas to help raid as well up the top here, so all the way up. I mean, you would think this would be secure. This should be pretty secure the way that the map control looks. If we draw a line down like this, you would think that right back in here Bloodeer should have no trouble at all keeping his mixes alive, but it's just not the case.
I don't think he's so concerned about the top ones right now. If you look at the bottom right, he's secured the area pretty well. He's got his commanders sitting there. He's blockaded the Ilshiva that are raiding on to the west side with the 3 mexes. They can't even break through that, especially now fighting with the pillars. Bloodeer has 4 T2 mexes in the bottom right quarter, which is just giving him a huge economy advantage right now. Again, the air staging facilities, air staging beacons, sorry, are now done for Zlo. I'm interested to see how that works. Looks like Bloodeer didn't get to take out a T2 power generator, maybe a little costly. Probably not so much. He's still got pretty decent control. He is working on T3 land. He is 65% of the way done. 2 T2 powers up big eco range. It's going to get real dangerous for Zlo soon if he doesn't take care of some expansion territory and move up a little bit right now, because once those Percivals get dropped out right there, Zlo's going to start dropping them pinpoint around each part of the map, and that's when UEF really takes over, is when you just even have 2 of those at each corner of the map and it really closes in on your opponent.
Alright, let's just have a quick look at intercepted numbers here. We have got 48 and 9 out of fuel for Bloodeer, and we have got 75 for Zlo, so pretty good advantage there to Zlo. It's looking, yeah, maybe, I mean, Bloodeer's starting to use gunships. There's maybe a little bit of a risk to the ACU for Zlo. He has no flak around it. There was a possibility of bringing some gunships in, but with that kind of number of interceptors, it looks like Zlo is pretty firmly in air control. He may even force an air engagement fairly soon just to make sure he can wipe out any of those gunships when he feels like it and doesn't have to worry about getting out of position and being taken up by like an inferior number of interceptors from Bloodeer.
I would like to know what he plans to do with that, though, because he doesn't have T2 air, so he can't use gunships to possibly fend off the incoming raids right now. He does have a significant number of Ilshiva on the field, and as you see, he did finally break through in that bottom expansion. That's a lot of Ilshiva in the bottom right. Bloodeer's commander is on an upgrade right now, and he may need to cancel that if he doesn't get that quite up right now, which could be a bit of a problem. There is a transition period right now, a little bit of a gray area where the initial Percivals come out, and if you don't strike quick and well, those Ilshivas will take out a significant chunk of his map control territory before he gets to use them.
Alright, looks like he has finished that upgrade and he's going to start backing on up. Actually, running straight into that engineer. What is going on? No, he's going to go on the offensive with that ACU. How is his power situation looking? He's got enough for overcharge, maybe not enough power overflow though to continuously overcharge, but he can certainly scare those Ilshivas back a little bit. A nice little drop there from Zlo. How on earth did he get that through that cloud of interceptors from Blodear? He does get that down. All 4 of those Ilshivas do survive, and they're going to start smashing away those mexes there and start eating into that lead that Blodear has, 66 to 49, so not as big as it once was.
I don't know if you just saw the notification. We have a tactical missile commander for Zlo right now, very far up in the north by himself with maybe a little bit of an Ilshida army. I'm really interested to see what he does with this. It doesn't look like Blodear only has 1 tactical missile defense, and the commander TML missile launcher requires at least 2 of them. It might be 3 for UAF, I'm not sure, but if Zlo has enough capacity and he could build up 2 missiles and take out that T3 HQ, there might be a little bit of a problem for Blodear.
That is very interesting. Are we seeing a T3 shift at all for Zlo, or is he going to sit on Ilshivas for as long as he can?
He's not. There is no T3 buildup right now. He must have spotted that there's Percivals on the field at this point, which are going to absolutely destroy Ilshiva. There's pretty much, I don't think there's much of a use in building those up right now other than just park them at places and delay, basically.
Alright, how many of those Percivals has Blodear managed to get out? Well, he's actually sitting on 8 Percivals. He's managed to put quite a few of those guys out. They are spread around the map. There's no significant concentration, other than maybe the 3 which are down here in the south. That is starting to be a little bit daunting for Zlo to deal with.
I just heard the first TML missile go off for Zlo. Not really sure where it's going. Doesn't look like it's going towards his base, maybe an expansion.
Zlo is on upgrade once again. Alright, and Blodear just continuing to drop Percivals around the place. Yeah, he is gonna get pretty quickly to a point where he can push any area of the map he wants to with those Percivals. Right now he's choosing to push a little bit at the bottom. He has got, how many Percivals in there? 5 I can see. Another one backing them up, another one a little further back. Those guys are going to be able to just waltz through the army here from Zlo. So what is Zlo's idea? Now, I mean, perhaps if it was someone else, we could have a pretty good guess as to what they're going to do.
It's Zlo. It's everybody's guess is as good as yours. He's a master of using every trick there is in the book. I do see in my replay now that he does have T2 bombers. Commander upgrade just finished. What did he get?
He got T2. And then gun.
Yeah, interesting. Kind of wondering why Blodear hasn't opted to drop Percivals on the top expansion. I've seen him scout quite a bit now, and there's just a bunch of lone mexes up there that would probably require at most 2 Percivals to swipe the whole area.
He did have a couple of Percivals up by all of those PD not too long ago. What did he do with those? Did he pick them up and move them?
I'm not really sure. It looks like he will focus his entire army on the bottom right now to make a big push, but Zlo has a commanding 20 Ilshiva. That might be a little too much. I'm not really sure how this engagement's going to go down here.
Interestingly.
I think he has the high ground, so I don't think those Percivals are going to really have to worry about that. That is it's a bit of a losing battle, and he's bringing his commander down to that army now.
Interestingly, we saw some power go down in Blodear's base, so Zlo did manage to get a couple of T2 bombers in, took out 1 power generator. That was all they managed to do before Blodear reacted, but still, I mean, just showing that Blodear is not safe at all in his base. He did come down to drop a couple of Percivals. He's dropped them in the top left corner there. They're going to be able to walk through the point defense and those mexes, so that will clear the area out. And of course, Percivals are submersible, or I forget the correct name. They're going to just wander on through the water there and come down through these T2 mexes, maybe give Zlo a little bit of an issue in the back of his base here. right, Zlo slamming his Ilshiva army into a wall of Tech 1 point defense assisted by gunships with a few Percivals backing them up. That is a recipe for disaster. All he's going to do is feed or reclaim. We can see all those Ilshiva wrecks sitting around there at just about 300 mass a pop. That's a couple of extra 1,000 for Bloodier to pick up. Now where are these tac missiles going? We can see one is away there from the commander down in the south. That is going after the T2 mechs, so Zlo just looking for targets of opportunity, and he has spotted that one there. So down goes that mechs. In fact, these mechs over here are a little bit exposed as well. What is the range on that tac launcher? It won't take too much movement, if anything, to reach that. Just a little bit closer, and he will be able to attack these Tech 2 mass extractors over here as well.
This is pretty impressive, actually. 3 of the 4 T2 mass extractors have gone down. Bloder is in a fine position eco-wise, but Zlo had managed to make an offensive and possibly distract Bloder enough where he had exposed that there was no TMD down there until recently.
Zlo is going to have to be very, very careful though, because there are... How many is in there? Well, there's a lot less now. There's still 6 Percivals. If he is not able to overcharge those guys quickly enough, 6 Percivals can... Well, is that enough to one-shot? It's
1,200 damage per shot per Percival, so you need a little bit more than that. Zlo's comm sitting on 16,000 HP, so you'd probably need at least 2 to 3 rounds of fire off the Percivals.
In any case, that's still pretty dangerous for Zlo's ACU. Meanwhile, Bloody, where has he put his ACU? He's in the water, just parked up. Actually, not quite completely secure. He has got his head sticking out, so he is also just taking a bath. He is going to be slightly vulnerable to attack still. Meanwhile, we've got some more raids coming in, so Zlo just bringing a single Ilshiva in. That's going to come in, take out the engineer, take out the radar, just try and deny a little bit of intel. It'd be nice as well if you could come in and take out this TAC missile defense, because that's providing a pretty big area of coverage, because of course that defends everything behind it as well. Now what is going on here? We have got a big Ilshiva drop here from Zlo. Does Bloodier have the interceptor numbers to get in there and take those guys out? They are flying right through a cloud of interceptors. They are not going to have to stop and adjust height, which is very lucky for Zlo. They are going to come across here. There is no anti-air at all for Bloodier. They are going to drop right in the middle of his base. Now that is a pretty good number of Ilshivas, and they are going to lay down an absolute ton of damage. The transports are hanging around for just a bit longer to lay down a little bit of extra fire as well. This is a pretty nice move here from Zlo. Wow. Taking out a ton of
game crushing.
Bloody is still sitting on 2,000 power income, actually just dropping down to 1.2k, so a lot of impact on the power there. Some more Percivals being dropped in by transport, so Bloodier reacting very well there. He does lose a ton of stuff in his base, but I don't think it is quite crippling. I think Zlo was hoping that it would be an absolute game ender to destroy that base from Bloodier, but unfortunately it has caused a bunch of damage, but not the level of devastation he was hoping.
Not quite, but he's knocked out all his power. He's sitting on negative right now for me, which means whatever commander upgrade he's on, possibly shield. He had any plans to use the UAF commander offensively in tandem with that. That's not going to happen for a little bit at all.
Zlo was behind on power quite significantly, but now he's actually ahead. Actually, Bloodier is managing to creep up fairly quickly, trying to rebuild that power. But yeah, Zlo was at a massive disadvantage in terms of power generation. Bloodier was relying on a lot of that. He was running shields, he was running a lot of upgrades, and now he's suddenly finding himself stalling. Is he still stalling? Let's have a quick look. No, he's actually managed to get it under control, but it will be costing him in terms of production.
Zlo's talking about how we missed the Percy drop in his base. That's what took out his T2 power.
When did that happen? Did that happen? Oh, right. So still pretty even. I mean, the mass differential is still sitting, it's at 91 to Bloodier, 63 to Zlo. Normally we would have seen just a steady decline of map control with a 50% mass disadvantage, but we're just seeing Zlo is just able to use his crazy cheese, reach out, and here we go again. He's actually got a bunch of Ilshivas coming in from the top. They are going to run into 5 walled point defense though. That is going to be fairly difficult. That's going to slow them down for a little while, and they'll take a little bit of damage, but because those guys are actually not lined up particularly well, they can just about take one at a time. Makes it a little bit easier for Zlo. Probably the biggest hurdle to that is these couple of Percivals now coming in to react.
What's really making me curious is that Zlo still hasn't even made an attempt to make a transition to T3 land at this point, which is really something you got to focus on. I usually, if I see T3 land being started, you got to start that right away for yourself. So I'm not really sure how he plans to move on from this right now. Both have a lot of mass and energy in the tank. Plenty out there to do whatever you want.
We can see there's even Tech 3 factories on the front line there for Bloodier. So he is, yeah, he's, how many Percivals? He's actually not been able to make a huge dent in the front lines with his Percival numbers. He had quite a few before. He's still sitting on 11, so he's lost quite a few of those as this fight has been going on. That's quite a lot of mass, and he hasn't actually managed to gain ground from it. Very interesting.
I like what Zlo's doing right now. You notice that it's pretty much all Percivals on the field right now, and with the low fire rate of the Percival, he's just going to spam Zooies at him, keep him confused, have him chasing around a little bit. He is building up quite a bit of T2 fighter bombers, and using his air control quite well now. In fact, his buildup of power has led me to believe I think what he's going to have to go for here, it's probably going to end up being a sniper, another hit with air. I'm going to be really curious if Bloodier hasn't solved his anti-air problem yet.
But he's still just sitting in the water over here. His head is still sticking out. I don't think there's anywhere in this puddle which is deep enough for him to actually hide. But he does probably need to get himself a little bit more secure. He's still lacking a bit of air power. He doesn't have a big air wing. We can see his interceptors there. There's not that many of them. Zlo's still in a pretty commanding lead when it comes to air. And we saw just how little anti-air Bloodier had before when all of those transports made it all the way to his base without losing anything. So, yeah, Bloodier really needs to step up that AA or get a decent air force of his own to be able to stop Zlo from getting through. It's just not looking like it's going to
He just put one flak per every 3 or 4 Percies in that field right now. He would have killed off all these interceptors, and I'm seeing a large movement of T2 bombers. Looks like he has about at least 10 of them right now from Zlo at about the 35-minute mark moving in. Don't know what he's doing with them though.
Yeah, we can see he's just pulled in some more bombers from the north, so yeah, that does leave, what does it look like, about a dozen T2 bombers. We are sitting at 34-48, and that is looking pretty lethal. I mean, it's reasonably easy to dodge those Nothers, but that's still a ton of damage if he can land it on Bloodier.
I think he's drawing his commando right now. He had a Zooey drop in the back. Not quite ready to use it. Yep, here it comes. T2 bomber attack on his commander. He's going to try and snipe him, I think, right now. Or not.
No, he's actually
using the T2 bombers as... Nope, here they come.
Alright, so we can see Zooey's
everywhere, just taking out his expansions because of the lack of mobile units. And now I see Bloodier starting to build some Titans to deal with the Zooeys.
This is crazy. So we've got T2 Seraphim facing off T3 UEF. And Bloodier, still a massive income advantage. He's managed to build that back up to 124 to the 59 of Zlo. So we're literally looking at 2-to-1 eco advantage to Bloodier in terms of generated income. But look at the map. There is green everywhere. He's just getting all up in Bloodier's business. Those Zuis are just causing havoc. And in fact, is there anything to stop them rolling right around? There's a few triads, so Bloodier has thrown down some triads to be able to deal with those if they come near his main base. So maybe they won't get too far, but still, that's just a ridiculous amount of map control that Bloodier has ceded to Zuis.
This is it looks like a dangerous situation right now, but unfortunately, because of that control with the Titans and the T2 PD in his main base, he doesn't have to worry about it as much. And he does have 2 fully capped T3 mexes, while Zlo doesn't even have a single capped mex in his home base right now, which is a pretty big problem for him. Bloodier has just been taking a pounding recently right there, but it's going to be really difficult for Zlo to take him down with this kind of an eco advantage at this point, I think. And the UEF is a very good turtle race, and with the Percy at this point, I'm kind of having a hard time believing he's going to get anywhere done with this without some kind of a snipe at this point.
I feel like if he had sent those Nothers against the ACU and caught Bloodier off guard, maybe he could have done something. But I mean, at this point, the Percys are back on the move. They are pushing through the production facilities for all these Zuis. There's not a lot that can stop these. How many have we got? We've got 8 Percys moving up. Now there's just a few factories in their way. Just a few. Actually, what are we talking about? There's Titans and Percys. A mix of both. Bloodier does need to get his air game back on to be able to deal with those gunships though. And that is still something that he is lacking. He's not really got much to speak of in terms of interceptors.
Bloodier's at minus 2k power right now. I don't think he will recover from this one. This has to be good game at this point, I believe.
Alright, we've got all of those Zuis that gave up attacking the main base at the top because there was triads and gunships and just too much. Those Zuis have all rerouted. They've come southwards. They're going to try and deal with this main expansion that Bloodier has. They are getting ripped apart reasonably quickly by these Titans. They're not going to get in and do too much damage. Unfortunately, there was a massive crowd of T1 bombers dealing with Zuis and Zuis and Ilshivas that were coming in from the north from Zlo. They have managed to pretty much mop that up now. So Bloodier managing to stave it off again. He's still sitting on almost 3-to-1 mass advantage right now, but still not being able to really push forward, although down in the bottom here, those Titans are very quick moving. They have gotten into the back of Zlo's base and are starting to lay down some fire onto the power generators. This is going to be a big problem. Zlo down to 580 power. Down goes another one. That drops Zlo down to 80 power. That is going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, this is a long postponement of a good game for Bloodier taking victory, I think. I don't think he's going to be able to recover from this one.
And in come the Percivals as well. A little bit longer to get there because they are slower moving, but they are now bringing their damage in. They really need to focus fire on the factories and power rather than engineers because they're just massively overkilling those. If they can take out those factories, it's really going to be nothing left for Zlo to fight with. And actually Bloodier managing to take air control pretty well now. All of those T1 bombers are able to just cruise around the skies, dropping bombs on whatever they see fit. And there goes the GG. Zlo, he's getting T1 bombed to death. Are we actually going to see death by T1 bomber? No, we're not. We see a control K. So that means Bloodier does manage to outplay Zlo in this first matchup. Very interesting. I mean, given the ecos, it didn't look like it should have been such an even match and that it could have gone both ways.
There's always a lot of tricks you can pull. That's one thing that's really great about this game is that even when you're at a disadvantage, there's things you can do to really hit people where it hurts, and that's what I think makes it so exciting. It's not completely decisive like so many other games out there. If you don't catch something like when Zlo dropped those Ilsheva into Bloodier's base, that could have been game-changing if he had microed a little bit better and took out the T3 HQ and maybe a few other structures. But really good effort by Zlo overall. Made it an entertaining game even though it seemed like it was a postponed good game for Bloodier.
Alright, let's see if we can find their next game in the vault. Just waiting for it. Alright. So they are not currently in game. Is that because... Okay, it looks like the Loki game... looks like we might have skipped over Open Palms, which wasn't there before. Can you see in your replay vault the Open Palm game between these guys?
1 second. I see it. 5:54, 46:97, duration 13 minutes.
Oh, right.
Looks like a good one.
So there we have a game on Loki between Zlo and Bloodier. That did go in Bloodier's favor. We're gonna head over to Open Palms now and see which one of those guys is gonna be able to do it on. Yeah, I mean another fairly old map, a very, very, very well played map. These guys should have their meta down pat by now. We'll see if Zlo's crazy maneuvers can take out Bloodier, or whether it'll be 2-0 to the purple. Well, I was going to say purple Siren player because he does play Siren a lot, but he was actually UEF in that last match, so we'll just call him the Purple Empire clan member. In any case, we still have Morax with us to provide technical expertise and lots of entertainment. Have you got your Open Palms replayed ready to go?
Got it. Got about 5 seconds in and paused.
Alright, so let's just unpause that now and switch over to the game feed and check out Open Palms. Alright, I'll have a look at Zlo this time down in the south. So we've got Zlo in his customary green colour. He's going to throw down his first land factory and go for his core mexes. Looks like there's not going to be an earlier power generator in that, so he will be rushing out to the hydro with the first engineer and his ACU to get that done nice and quickly. Alright, and Morax can talk us through Bloodier.
I'm looking at Bloodier's build right now. He has 3 power generators queued up with his commander at the home base before he finishes off. Yeah, interesting. Looks like he's getting 3 power generators done with an assist from the first engineer before he gets his 3 mass extractors left. This is a little bit of interesting right there. Maybe some people don't want to have to worry about building power generation after they get their hydro up a little bit right there, because with the amount of engineers you have expanding on Open Palms, you can actually hit a little bit there. The minus 30 tick rate per engineer can be a little taxing sometimes, so maybe he just wants to take care of that. Not really sure what more advancement you can figure out besides that from this point. Let's see what he does.
Right, we can see he's got quite a few plans out the front of his base there. He's going to get that hydro. He's going to use the adjacency for an air factory. That looks like it'll be third after he gets another land factory up for a little bit more spam. And then he's got 3 more land factories with a bit more power interspersed. That's going to give him, well, there's probably going to be 4 land factories on pure spam. What has Zlo got planned? Well, actually, Zlo has got nothing planned so far. We can see he's going to throw down some more power generators. That's about the extent of it so far. There we go. Land factory. So he's going to go second land and third air. Alright. We've got a little bit of expansion starting to happen from Zlo. He is going to bring this engineer out from the side. He's got a ton of manual reclaim orders in between building some mexes. And then on the other side as well, we've got another stack of manual reclaim orders for this engineer to come out and scoop up all of that mass, which is going to give Zlo a little bit more to work with in this early stage. Alright, Bloodier doesn't have any engineer out onto his right hand from his base yet. He's just got a little bit of a raid going on. He's going to try and intercept one of these engineers out from Zlo by the looks of it. And he's got his own engineer on expansion duty in the other direction.
It's kind of interesting. Zlo was kind of sitting there with his commander for a while. I'm not so sure why, but he was just not using his power, not even to try and grab some of the mass extractors and expansion, while Bloodier's way ahead already on expanding.
Right, there he goes. I think you might be a little bit ahead of me. I'm at 315.
Just a bit, yeah. I'm going to put it down to -1 just for a little bit for you. I'll just give you a hint to what I'm seeing, as I'm seeing a pretty aggressive play by Blood Air right now. It looks like he's going for a commander push build as opposed to securing the extreme side of his expansion.
Right, he's going to get those 2 mixes there. He's going to come up, get a 3rd, then a 4th, 5th, and 6th. And if he can secure that, that will mean that his ACU is right on the doorstep of Zlow's base. If he gets enough support in terms of T1 units coming up from his production, then yeah, that will threaten Zlow's main base. We're probably going to see quite a big shift round. We'll see Blodir moving south, and Zlow could very well take this expansion up here as well, and they end up pretty much dividing the map in half that way, vertically. This nice little raid here from Blodir is still alive. It's going to come in. It's going to actually go for this very rare mix. It looks like Zlow has spotted that. He is moving to intercept. I don't know if that's going to be able to catch it though, because that striker just a little bit slower than the Mantis. May just get within range very shortly, although it doesn't have any radar coverage with it right now. It may be possible for Blodir to take out that engineer, which will be a nice pickup. Actually, Blodir thinking about spinning that mole off to do a little bit of scouting, but thinking better of it because he sees that striker there. Looks like
Blodir kind of decided to put the brakes on his commander right now. I saw earlier that he was going to make a beeline for the 2 extractors next to the Hydra on the south side of Zlow's base, but he has since then just kind of kept it there. Maybe he's just holding perimeter with the build range. Maybe he's waiting to see what kind of a move that Zlow makes. Sometimes when people make an equal push on each side right there, it works out in the end and you have to secure it. Or in this case, maybe Blodir wanted to see if his commander was going to come in with an army and try and pick him off while he's out there alone. It's hard to keep intel completely open on this map like this, so I kind of like what he did. He didn't use his commander aggressively right away to make sure his move's going to be good, and now he's moving forward now since he's seen that Zlow's commander is up north on him.
Alright, Zlow's ACU is actually going to run into, fairly shortly, if he keeps moving up, he's going to run into about a dozen Mantis that Blodir's got in the area. He's got a few more up here on hand as well, and there's a couple of point defense. Without a bit more support, this is going to be pretty hard for Zlow to push through. He's going to start taking fire from that Tech 1 point defense. He's going to walk right into it. He's going to come in to finish that guy off. He will take a reasonable amount of damage in order to be able to finish that point defense though. And there is still quite a lot on hand from Blodir. He looks like he's just holding off a little bit, not really wanting to commit to using those units to attack the ACU just yet. In fact, he's going to take the opportunity to scoot around behind the ACU and go and hit this expansion because he knows that ACU is forward. He can't get back in time, and that does leave it a little bit open back here. There is a few mixes, there is a radar, and it looks like a point defense is being thought about by Zlow. That's only about a 5th done though, and that's not going to be done in time. He may be able to bring these other T1 units in though. They might just be able to save the day and keep the expansion in Zlow's hands.
I think it's going to be tough for him to do that. There is a sizable force from Zlow moving in that direction now, and I think the striker tank is going to be able to hold off that. He may get a couple of mexes picked up there, but with the engineers in there, he'll be able to rebuild quite quickly. Zlow's decision to get a 0.1 defense where the other one was is very nice. That's going to be a bit of a pain for Blodir to deal with, and it should let his commander be able to roam around there for a little bit.
We can just see those Mantis absolutely struggling with those walls. They're getting eaten alive while the point defense doesn't take a lot of damage at all. So Zlow is still just wondering quite how to secure this expansion. There is another Tech 1 point defense up here. There's still a couple of mixes alive for Blodir. Zlow does have the numbers in the area to be able to deal with it. Did he bring any artillery with him? No, it doesn't look like he did. So those tanks really need to hold away from that point defense just a little bit, but it does mean that Blodir gets a little bit of extra time to build up some more T1 forces that he could use to attack that ACU, though he does have this to worry about in the center where Zlow is pushing up. There is another Tech 1 point defense, so Blodir making very good use of that. Actually, there's one on this side as well. Very nicely done. He is actually going to opt to head straight through and go up and try and hit Blodir's base. which could be useful because these units here are distracted. They are coming across to try and deal with Slow's ACU. Meanwhile, these guys here can sneak in and maybe do a little bit of damage, especially out in this expansion. Bloodier, though, still doing a fantastic job of just getting tick 1 point defense everywhere. There's another one over here defending that expansion.
Curious to see. I know we looked at the game time right there, but I'm looking right now. I'm not seeing any moves that anybody can make to really end the game quite yet. So I'm really curious to see what happens here. It doesn't look like anybody's. Oh, nope, I see it now. Zlo has made transition to T2, so he's going to start getting pillars to move on around the field, which is going to be a bit of a problem. Although Zlo is using his commander maybe a little too offensively, this could be a little bit of a problem for him. There's a sizable T1 force for Blodir. Not quite enough for Zlo to protect him. He does have that PD there, but Blodir's added a lot more Medusa into the mix, which is going to take that down very quickly for him, leave him very vulnerable.
Meanwhile, these guys continuing to fight over the southern expansion. Zlo managing to get in, taking a few mixes out, Blodir reacting and trying to clear it out from green tanks. It looks like Blodir is actually bringing a pretty decent little army in here. He's probably thinking about making a bit of an assault once he's secured the area, maybe around the back here, maybe come in from the side and assault Zlo's main base just to apply a little bit of pressure, just to try and relieve some of these supporting units which are coming northwards to help out their ACU. If he can cut off the supply of units from the main base, that might give him the opportunity to get in there and take out that ACU. But we can see there are some pillars. There's 4 pillars right there that are all rolling up towards the ACU now to support it. Without an ACU from Blodir to overcharge those pillars are going to be very difficult for this T1 army to deal with those. Zlo definitely on the run here. I don't know if those pillars are going to get there in time. Zlo down to 7k HP. He's down into the yellow. He is getting completely surrounded by Mantis now, and those pillars are still all the way back here. I don't think they're going to get there in time. They are not.
This is exactly what I was afraid of.
GG from Zlo, and down he goes. So Blodir managed to trap that ACU, just being a little bit too aggressive, and that is that.
You can see the buildup as far as this was happening. I'm not so sure what Blodir had in for a plan for mine, but he was using his ACU in a couple of factories to secure the southern expansion just outside Zlo's base for a little bit. And though Zlo did manage to eco and get some T2 mexes in there, which could help him build up a pillar army, he didn't really reinforce his north side. He just left a little bit of units and was kind of hoping his commander would be enough, but with that, like I said earlier in the last game, there's a transition period where you're very vulnerable. Once you make the switch to T2, you kind of have a little delay where you're going to have your units fielded out there, and you really need to be protective at that point, whether it's T1 to T2 or T2 to T3. You need to be careful with that, and that just kind of showed right now that Zlo didn't really take care of that point. He had his commander too far in a vulnerable situation.
Alright, I'm just looking at the roster here, seeing who we can pick up games for next. We haven't actually seen Taquito so far on stream, so we might go ahead and pick up the Taquito Robo Gear games. This is round 3 again, so it is going to be the same maps, but that should be fine. So let's go ahead and look in the replay vault and see if we can find Taquito against Robo Gear.
I'm being informed by Stubbs that Soviet Pride's going to join you for analysis right now for the next few at least right there. I'm going to try and return a little bit. I'm in the middle of setting up for a holiday party, so that's why I rushed over here. I'm speaking a million miles per hour because I've been sweating setting things up the whole time, but I wanted to join in for a little bit because Stubbs offered. But take care, everyone. Hopefully I can get back and talk a little bit right there. Thanks, Architect, and everyone for playing the tourney.
Awesome, and thank you, Morax, for helping out.
No problem. Take care, guys.
User left your channel.
Alright, there we go. So, we are another match down. Blodir managing to secure some more points in his quest for the finals, managing to take those out of the hands of Zlo. Zlo not managing to apply quite enough cheese to get those. Alright, we are going to see if we can find Taquito versus Robo Gear in here. What have we got? Looks like we might be heading back onto Open Palms. Looks to be the order of the day. And this is going to be Taquito and Robo Gear in just a minute. Alright, so let's just run these again. So, just a reminder to everyone, this is Legend of the Stars. This is the end of year championship. This is day 1, where we will be eliminating half of the field. We will be left with 8 players for tomorrow. The stream will be same time tomorrow. That's about 5 p.m. GMT. That is going to be the elimination of our top 8, culminating in a finals match, which is going to be very, very awesome. So I hope to see you there. And of course, the game is Forged Alliance Forever. And make sure you head on over to www.faforever.com. Grab the multiplayer client, use your existing copy of Forged Alliance, and join us in game for lots of cool stuff. In the meantime, we're going to get back into Open Palms. We've got Taquito. Let's see if we can spot a little bit of the standings after a couple of rounds. How have we gone so far? So in the first round, Taquito was up against Bloodeer, and he did not manage to take out a victory, and Robo again not managing to get a victory against Zlo. So both those guys not having much success in round 1. And, well, actually, it looks like neither had too much success in round 2 either. So both these guys desperately looking for a win, for some semblance of points on the board, and with those fingers crossed to try and get through to the finals. I'm not sure quite if that's going to happen at this point. We'll see. But in any case, the game is loaded. It is ready to go. Do we have a co-caster with us? Do we have a Soviet Pride? No, I'm all alone. Still waiting. Doesn't matter. Alright, let's get the game underway. Here we go. Open Palms. Alright, minimap is fixed. And, well, we've got another user. Soviet Pride, how are you?
I have eaten dinner and I'm ready to go.
That sounds excellent. Have you got your Open Palms replay for Taquito Robo gear?
I will load it now.
Alright, I'll leave it at +0 while we look at what these guys are going to get up to, and Soviet will catch up with us in just a moment. So, in the north, we have got Taquito. He is going his customary green color. I mean, what kind of green is that? That's quite a sickly green, isn't it? In any case, he is Cybran. He is going to throw down 3 power generators and his first 2 mixers. It looks like he might be going for a similar sort of concept as Bloodeer in that last match, where he didn't rush out to the Hydro. He was more interested in getting his power generators up and running back at home, and then he just cruises on out later when he feels like it and starts to build his Hydro. So we've got the first engineer out of the gates. It is going to assist the ACU, and then the next one is finally going to start ambling towards the center of the map to get that Hydro. Alright, we've got the engineer just about in place down here for RoboGear to start that Hydro, but RoboGear has also opted for some power generators, though just a couple in this case. He will be needing a few more that we can see planned there before this air factory can go down though. So far he's only got that single engineer out the front working on the Hydro. It's going to take just a little bit of time to get that completed, and a very impressive array of factories all getting adjacency around that mix is planned. So as long as that engineer doesn't get raided out, that will be what RoboGear does. He is being nice and aggressive here. He is throwing a hunter directly across to Taquito, and I wonder if he has been examining Taquito's game style, because there is absolutely no answer to that. That ACU will be there in just a minute. That hunter may be able to take out an engineer first.
No, Taquito suffered from very poor pathfinding. His ACU is wheeled twice, and normally this hunter should do nothing. Taquito should be there by now and should have shot the hunter, and shouldn't even lose an engineer, but because of that, he got delayed by exactly the time it took to shoot that engineer to Smithereens, which is just really unfortunate.
Oh dear, that is a very unfortunate start for Taquito.
You can literally see him wheeling twice. Once wasn't bad enough, and if he killed either of them without it, it would have been fine, but oh. Oh boy. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, Taquito has his Mole and Mantis, but they're sitting at the base. He's probably busy doing other things. It would suck, I don't know. Did he lose the engineer if all the build orders assigned to it, because that would be even worse.
I do believe he did have to re-queue his build.
Wow. Smallest error margins.
Alright, we can see his nice array of green planned factories there. How many have we got? We've got another 7 land factories to go with the one that he's already got. So, no, not...
No adjacency for him. I am disappointed.
How's Robogear? Yes, that's right. Robogear's still got his plan for nice adjacency on that. So he's getting good electric adjacency from that hydro, and then of course the mass adjacency on that mix. Alright, we've got a little bit of combat going on the left hand side here. We've got a mantis running into a mantis, each of them accompanied by a mole. It looks like the mole goes down for Taquito, but that might just give his mantis enough time to survive, and it wins the day. So that means Taquito comes away with a mantis with 14 HP left on it. And unfortunately there's another mantis rolling up that's going to finish the job. Okay, but there is a little bit of support coming in from Taquito as well. Still no significant gains from either side. Taquito perhaps maybe wanting to get this radar up to the front a little bit faster because he can't see what's going on. He does lose that mantis because he didn't see that there was an opponent mantis coming in.
I'm thinking Taquito might be a little bit overwhelmed right now, because as soon as he won that, he should have either gone straight to the side and kept pushing, because he knew that he'd won that engagement, there should be no other tank available. But is he worried that there's going to be other raids? Because he's sending all of his units backwards, which is odd. You see the difference is here, Robogear is fanning out of his radar nets, so he knows nothing's incoming, but Taquito might just be rattled, and he's going backwards, which is just not what you want to do. Oof.
Yeah, he's got his scouts up, so he does have some radar coverage. He's just reissuing some orders for those. He's got a couple of scouts around the map, so he's definitely got enough to see what's coming. But yeah, he just seems to be struggling a little bit with getting the units to the right place. These guys here, they haven't been retasked. They were still assisting their engineer, which means they are following the engineer. The engineer is just about dead. No, he just manages to survive, at least for the time being. There's still a scout. Wow, that engineer is sitting on 9 HP. Does manage to survive there. Unfortunately for him though, there are 3 more mantis inbound. They will be able to finish the job. And there's another raid hitting this position here for Taquito. There is 4 or 5 mantis running into the ACU. The ACU will be able to mop those up, but those mantis again, they're fanning out, and the ACU cannot follow because there is only one of it, which means these 3 mantis here are free to go and cause more havoc. And yeah, they actually mistakenly, I think Robogear was expecting Taquito's ACU to move off and go for this expansion. Unfortunately, Taquito forgot about his ACU, and the ACU is right there. It can come and deal with those mantis, finish it off, and rebuild those mechs. So that's not going to do anything for Robogear.
Unfortunately, though, Robogear has already secured one of his expansions. He's going to secure the second one with absolutely no difficulty. He's going to secure the rear as well, and Taquito has not been able to secure any. He's going to get the top one, finally, but the bottom one's still shaky, and he's got Euros in the back, so he can't secure that either. So, right now it's looking very favourable for Robogear, who, well, on my count, at 6 minutes has doubled Taquito's economy.
More than, he's sitting on 47.
More than double. This is going pretty poorly. He's also got the middle.
There we go. He will be shortly done with those extra 2 mass extractors. There is an engineer here from Taquito. If he was quick, he might be able to do some reclaim.
No, reclaim. Robo won the reclaim war. If Robo secures the mid, he can easily throw down radars, secure everything in the middle. He knows where the ACU is, just running straight past it. So rear is going to get denied. The ACU is going to have a headache, because as soon as he walks off, then those 2 mechs are vulnerable. Which is exactly what Robogear is doing right now. He saw the blip on the radar moving, so he just runs in and says, yep, well, this is gone. Meanwhile, Robogear is moving up with his ACU on the other flank. Taquito is aware of it, but he hasn't got enough forces in the area to actually contest it. There's no PD either. So yeah, he's going to lose the top expansion. They might secure the one on his left, but there's so many units streaming into his rear right now. I don't see a way back for him. It's just
On the plus side for Taquito, he did manage to take out the engineer here with these 2 mantis, and he will take out at least 1 mechs So that is a small win there, which is nice to see.
Well, it's a small win, but at this moment in time, it'll spiral so quickly on this map. As soon as you get any sort of advantage, and it's showing. Just units, units, units. Oh no, he's making a T2 max. I approve Robo gear, but still. He's got all the expansions. He can do whatever the hell he wants at this point. He's in full control. 43 Mantis to 26.
And his ACU is securing this area up here. It will pretty quickly finish dealing with those mixes that Taquito managed to put up. He's bringing some Mantis in to help secure it as well. So now that's pretty much in the hands of Robo gear. There's nothing much that Taquito can do. He's too busy dealing with these little raids here. In fact, I thought that might have been a Mantis.
Taquito forgot to build power. From bad to worse, he forgot to queue up power.
Oh no, look at the scoreboard, 280 to 503. I'm sorry for casting this, Taquito, apologies. But yeah.
I also would have tilted with that early play by the Hunter, which should never have worked if the game had actually smiled upon you just a little bit of luck, but instead Lady Luck said fuck you.
Oh dear.
I do not see a way for... This game is for Robos to throw as opposed to for Taquitos to win.
Alright, let's put this to
That's how I
plus...
see it.
I'm going to go to +2. Alright, so, I mean, Taquito's still got a few units in the middle here, but look at RoboGear's map control. He's coming across here. He will be able to take these plateaus pretty easily.
Oh no. Please don't say this happens. Does he again overextend of his ACU with no support? The support's going to arrive exactly 10 seconds later just to laugh at the ACU's corpse. Because Taquito, this is what Zlo did to me when I played against him. It's just suddenly all the units disappear, get withdrawn, and just appear next to the ACU, and yep, it's happening.
Are you serious?
Robo, throw the boat.
Look at the map control. Look at the move. Robo is trying to do the same thing to Taquito. Robo is in there. Oh, he's down to 1200. He's trying to get. He's got his units around the ACO, but he's not.
No, he's gonna live. Will he live? Won't he live?
Oh, there's a veteran C, is it?
Where's the OC?
he's vetting.
I think he's going to escape, but that was unnecessarily close.
And the attack on Taquito's ACU failed on the other side as well.
There's the Jester, as I said there would be. And actually, Robogear has no answer to the Jester because Taquito's been building AA.
Alright, where are you?
He's going to get tickled to death.
10:45 for me.
I'm at 11:04. You said +2, right?
Yeah.
Right, so I paused at 11:15.
Inconsistency though. Alright, so I can spot the Jester, and there's a second Jester joining it now, and just like you mentioned, there happens to be exactly 0 ground-based AA. There's a few interceptors, but Taquito's got some of his own. That ACU down to 700 health. It's just...
This is ridiculous. It shouldn't happen, but he's using the Mantis build to actually do some things like, yep, AA turrets, can't touch me. And I don't know what Robogear... Robogear is now afraid to leave. If he moves, he might get killed by Jesters. If he doesn't move, then... but look, Robogear has a piece of flak with him. It'll be fine. I'm wondering what kind of miraculous bollocks will happen now, but... Oof.
There's some T1 bombers accumulating in the top corner. They only need to get a couple of bombs off. What's he sitting at? He's sitting at 1400. Oh, he still needs some more bombers.
A flak should be next to him. No, Robo sees the interceptors. No, he sees the bombers. He's going to shoot them now. And the bombers are going to fly over the Tech 1 AA, so... Yeah, that's unfortunate, but yeah.
Which way is this going to go? It's still 77 mass per tick to 32 for Taquito, so Taquito massively out-ecoed by RoboGear, who controls...
If I was Taquito, I would have rushed to Tech 2, get a transport, and just transport over to Robo and just control K next to him or something. Like, when you reach down the barrel of... Oh look, he did get build a transport. Yeah, after that opening of the Hunter, I would have fully tilted. I'm pretty sure that's what Taquito did here.
Okay, so we've got a pretty serious assault now on Taquito's position. Not looking too good at all for him. Both these guys complaining about losing games today. Unfortunately, someone does have to lose, and they're playing some pretty high-level players. Unfortunately, it looks like that is the end of Taquito's run for this map, Open Palms. And that is the end of that. So very, very close. He got him down to, I think, 700, 800 HP on Robo Gear's ACU. Just not quite enough. A couple of Corsairs just mixed in would have made all the difference. Perhaps if he built a little bit of power early on, that would have solved the problem. Alright, there we go. So that is the first game down on Open Palms, with Robo Gear managing to come away with a victory over Taquito. Both these guys just playing a little bit ridiculously, and I'm sure they're both a little bit upset about their performances. In any case, we're going to shift on over to the next one, which is going to be on Loki. Once again, a lovely, lovely map for us to play. So let's load up our Loki replays and get ready to go. I've still got Soviet Pride with me, providing a nice high-level analysis of what these guys are doing, or at least what they're trying to do, and maybe not quite doing as well in the case of that last game.
It is very unfortunate, though, when you just tilt, full tilt, and it's like, you know what you should do, you know what you could do, but one piece of unfortunate luck within the first 2 minutes will ruin the rest of the game, and that's just unfortunate how brutal this can be.
Alright, is your Loki replay ready to go?
Yes, I have loaded in. It's like 13-14 seconds.
Alright, we'll unpause and go to +1. Alright, switch over to the game feed, and, well, see how this is going to work out. So
what's your time right now?
I'm at 20 seconds.
Okay, I'm at 30, just give it a moment. Tell me when you're at 30, please.
Now.
Sweet.
Okay, go. Let's go for Robo Gear up in the north. So Robo Gear going in his same purple color, also going Cybran, because both of these guys, I think, forgot that there are any other factions other than Cybran. So that is what we're going to see today. He's going to go and get his first land factory down. We can see 1, 2 power generators. We can see a couple of mixers and a third power generator. So he's going to be relying on that reclaim, and there's already an engineer on the way to go and scoop up some of those trees. Alright, Soviet. We've got Taquito in the bottom.
Who's going for second air, and these guys are all attack moving. Robo is going for second land. Do expect more aggression from him, but you have two options on this map. I think Zoc's one of the people who will manually reclaim every single tree group on the way up, whilst other people like Jagged, they just say, I'm too lazy for this. It's the same way if you look at Taquito's rock reclaim, some people will just attack move up it, other people will say click everything under the sun and then move. But if you're Blooded, for instance, you'll click on the mechs, you will reclaim everything around the mechs, go to the next one and repeat ad infinitum, but other people are just too lazy. Or cough, cough, not as try hard, but we won't go into that.
Alright, so we've got a little bit of movement coming out of RoboGear's base. So he's got his first Mantis. Is that he's going past that engineer, but I don't think he's on guard duty just quite yet. He's going to sit in the middle of the map, trying to spot anything coming through, and we may see this Mantis. Well, looks like it's pretty much going to be the same plan here from Taquito. So far, pretty much a mirror build.
Taquito has not been practicing this map. As we can see now, he is overflowing power pretty significantly. It doesn't seem to recognize the amount of energy he'll get from the tree reclaim. He's also already upgrading a Tech 2 Mechs, which, although I approve of, is a bit... Really? Okay.
We don't need Mantis, we need T2 Mechs.
I agree with that sentiment, but it's now stuck at 50%, and he doesn't have the mass for anything else, so I'm not sure what his plan was, but... I guess he had mass and wanted to use it, but he has 2 land factories, 1 air against RoboGear, who have 3 land now, 1 air, vaguely similar, but yeah, no T2 max in sight, everything is in units.
We're seeing a pretty good push up the center here from Robo as well. There's a nice little stack of Mantis just wheeling their way through the civilian structures. They're going to pretty quickly come into contact with the engineer over here. There's one Mantis on guard duty. Taquito has spotted the incoming units. He's moving to intercept, but he doesn't know that there's a bunch more. Are they? It looks like they've been rerouted actually, and it might be just one Mantis versus one Mantis, which will come down to micro. No, there we go. They are going to come into the plateau to assist, which gives RoboGear the slight numbers game advantage to be able to finish off Taquito's guard mix or guard Mantis and come and take out the engineer. There we go. Just about gone down. Okay, so that.
On the other hand,
sorry?
Taquito has finished his Tech 2 Max, but I still think he upgraded the wrong one because, well, it's not actually adjacent to anything, but that's another story. He has a Tech 2 Max, he wins the moral victory as far as I'm concerned, but moving swiftly on.
Well, it does put him at a slight advantage. Well, actually, they're sitting both on 17. Mass per tick now, despite the extra mixes being in place over here for RoboGear, which Taquito hasn't built yet, so that makes up for the 2 mixes that he's missing. So yeah, Taquito will end up with just a, I don't know, 1 extra factory's worth of spam just in a couple of minutes.
RoboGear is denying the bottom expansion. He's also going to deny the top one. Taquito, his ACU is stuck at the expansion closest to him. He now has no power or mass. He's now trying to catch up on Mantis numbers and factory output, but this balance. He needs to finish the Hydro. He needs to. I don't know. There's a lot of things he needs to do, but I don't know if he can do it all at once.
He does have at least his ACU in the vicinity. He's using that to fend off this little attack here from RoboGear. He's going to go back to finishing that mix, getting a factory down. If he can get that factory down, a few Mantis popping out of that, that'll help out his cause just a little bit in not losing this plateau. But we can see there's already, how many is there? About 8. 6. There will be 8 in a second. Mantis there from RoboGear. There's only the 2 there from Taquito. So as soon as that ACU moves off, probably up towards the north expansion, those Mantis are going to be able to just come in and wreck everything the ACU left behind.
Pretty much, because now you see like RoboGear is 75% of the map with regards to knowledge. He knows there's nothing in the top left expansion. He's taken the top vertical expansion from Taquito. He's going to secure that with PD, so the commander can't just waltz in and take it. Meanwhile, he's secured his bottom 2. And, well, I guess this is down to experience or rage. I don't know.
Alright, looks like...
But Taquito's stuck! Taquito is absolutely stuck there, not using his ACU for anything.
He's just dealing with those couple of Mantis.
But you were saying?
RoboGear, he's pulled a huge amount of his units and they're all coming towards the south here. Looks like he's got some kind of plans to pull them together and make a bit of an assault. Unfortunately, a bunch of them are running through Taquito's accumulated units, so he's going to lose those completely unnecessarily. That might actually give the advantage over to Taquito right now in terms of the unit placement. I'm not sure if he's got superior numbers. It's looking
I
pretty
wouldn't
good,
be
though.
surprised if RoboGear was shitting himself a bit, seeing how many Mantis there were.
Let's just get a quick second.
I don't know if Taquito knows he's down there, but... Oh, he knows now, definitely.
He's got 50 Mantis and 18 Medusas. And
Yeah, he'll be fine.
41
He can
Mantis.
build a PD, he can throw up the PD, he's got Mantis numbers, and Taquito just ran out of steam, but... At the moment, it could have looked dicey.
And Taquito's still, I mean, that's some pretty fantastic spam that he's got coming out of his base there. RoboGear just significantly ahead in the eco game, though. Look at the scoreboard, 47 to 29.
Taquito has Jesters running around, but he hasn't got air control. So... RoboGear has no idea that the Jesters are there, but he has more than double Taquito's interceptor force, and he's also moved up to Tech 2 land. So as far as he's concerned, he's in the driving seat again. Just hopefully he doesn't run around and derp himself to death, which can happen.
Well, we've got a pretty serious engagement happening here. Both these guys committing all of their forces to try and eliminate the other army. If Taquito can get rid of all of that T1, that is going to leave the ACU pretty exposed. I don't know if he's quite got the
What
numbers.
is your time?
It is 9:38, 9:40.
Holy shit. Are we both running a +1?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm already at 11:20.
Are you sure your +1 was not +11?
I am sure my +1 was +1.
Okay, so we're sitting at just coming up 10 minutes now, and we've got awfully inconsistent acceleration on our games.
Give me a shout when you're at 11:20. My superior cyber technology can't compete with such sluggishness.
Yes, your computer is so much faster than mine that just...
It's definitely the fireplace Cybran. Too many chips.
Alright, so we are still seeing these guys battling it out to try and secure this area. So Taquito is really just trying to knock out that army so that he can have an opportunity to take out that ACU. And the massive stream of Mantis all coming down precisely to stop that. There's some T2, there's one flak that we see in there. Are we going to see some rhinos? Yes, there we go, further up in the queue. We can spot some rhinos joining the fray. Have we got an equivalent T2 shift from Taquito? I'm not sure that we do.
What's your time now?
We are at 11:10.
Alright. A valid point was made. Since you're the one streaming it, it will eat up your CPU. Like, I'm free as a daisy to do whatever, just watch a replay, but you're actually having to, like, stream to people, so that's probably what the difference is.
Could be. Although,
Right.
it should max out the number, like if I go to +2, it should not go there, but it does. So in any case, looks like Robo Gear is managing to come away slightly better off in this little engagement here. Well, it's not so little because they are committing pretty much all of the forces they have got. They are, well, Robo Gear is going to come out easily on top, but there are how many jesters there?
There are the
6.
jesters. And oh no,
there are enough
me.
interceptors there. Okay, so this is the cheese. The entire
cancelled.
tournament was saved for these two guys.
Oh dear, the cheese award goes to Taquito, and it's just.
Where's
I don't
the
know.
flag? He had
Is
flag
it
coming up.
Where's the flag?
It's Tech 1. That's not going to cut it.
He had some Tech 2 flag, but obviously got taken out on the way. So, yep, this is the cheese factory.
It's not so much a cheese factory as there are two ways of winning the game. One's to kill your opponent, the other bit's to live. And Robo clearly had the map and was winning, but he didn't check. Maybe I need to prevent myself from dying. And he died.
Alright, so that evens it out at 1 game apiece, which means we're actually going to force a third matchup in this one. So let's drop out of that. There we go. So we are down to a third match. These guys both struggling for points, both managing to not get a win so far against their respective opponents. They are going to have to go to a third match. That's going to determine the points. But at this point, I think losing all their previous games is going to make it pretty impossible for them to get through into the finals tomorrow. Maybe that's why we're seeing so much cheese, because it doesn't really matter so much at this point. Alright, let's grab...
cheese. Robo seems to actually be relatively playing normally, but he's dying because of it.
Yeah, okay, so... okay, at least one cheese player. Alright, and we can say that because he's the player counselor, which means we can insult him all we like, and it's allowed. That's how it works.
Where are the moderators? Not sure bullying should be tolerated, but hey, I'm here as a guest.
Alright, let's move on to Via 3 Protectorate. How's your replay loading looking?
It is a 0005.
Alright, let's switch over to the game and unpause. There we go. Okay, so we have got Taquito in the bottom left on this one. He is... Well, he has realized that there is another faction available, and he has opted for UEF this time, so he's going to have access to the oh-so-powerful Percival. He's going to throw down his first land factory. We can see a lot of power from him, so he's going to be using his engineers out of that factory to get his first mixes. His ACU is going to be busy for quite some time getting all of those power generators and then an air factory online.
Second air. Not sure how much I like that, but anyway. You can see he's standing relatively still, going to complete all the P-gens and the air factory before moving out to his expansion. Already queuing up reclaim. Robo Gear, meanwhile, is, well, staying more at home, but he's also moving with his ACU in order to cap the Nexus. It hasn't decided whether he wants second land or second air yet. Second air is relatively more standard, but if you're against someone like UBF or Cybern, where the bombers are much more temperamental and more easy to dodge, then you can get away with second land in a lot of cases. But then you might miss out on transport to the corner, so it's all a toss-up. And you pitch your playstyle, whatever the heck it fits, it goes best. Bleh, just tumbled over myself.
Alright, Robo Gear finally getting back onto his power generator spam. He's only got 2 of those guys up so far. How is Taquito looking with that ACU dedicated to the power build? He's working on his 5th, so a nice little advantage there for Taquito. And of course there's quite a lot of reclaim. Once these guys get their engineers out onto all of these rocks here, that's going to provide them a pretty big boost, so that extra power is definitely going to come in handy for Taquito.
Depends on your style. So on this map, when I used to play it, I would also go for heavy power. In fact, I've seen the likes of Blackheart and Zoc have up to 6 engineers building 2 lines of power each just to fuel the rapid teching that you can pull off on this map with the amount of reclaim. You should easily get 20-30,000 within 10-15 minutes. Something along that line, but Robo Gear has opted for second air. He's sent guards off, but nothing to the south. He's sending its ACU south, maybe that's why. Everyone's being relatively defensive about it. No aggressive play yet. Not surprising either. Let's see. Nope, nothing overly suspicious.
Right. I've left it at 0, so I'm going to just shift up to +1 now.
So, what is your time right now?
It's 2:42.
Right, we're pretty much perfect. Well, actually, no, I'm still 10 seconds ahead.
For now.
You can be on +1, I'll stay on 0. It's fine. I should calibrate.
Yeah, so we do see a little bit of aggression now from this Mantis from Robo Gear. It was on guard duty, but he's decided to be a little bit more aggressive with it. He's going to bring it up, try and pick off an engineer that's coming out to this expansion. We will be seeing an engineer there reasonably soon, I suspect, although it has stopped to grab this factory on the way. That'll be a way to grab a stack of engineers out there to reclaim, because of course more rocks. The control shift is actually not picking up anything, so there's just thousands and thousands of teeny tiny rocks all under the threshold. We can see a nice patrol there straight out of the factory, so those guys are going to come straight out of the factory and just scoop up mass. We've got a bomber out as well for Robo Gear. That is a nice touch. There is a scout leading the way to spot targets of opportunity. We can see that scout making its way over to Taquito's main base right now. We'll probably see a little bit of an attack on maybe this engineer right here would be a nice target for that bomber, and it looks like it is a beeline. That will help, although there's a factory which can continuously replace those guys as they come out. It will deny a little bit of reclaim though. Okay, where is that bomber going? It looks like the bomber is going to attack the factory by the looks of it. No, he's going to think better of that plan and go off this way. Unfortunately, Taquito's actually spotted everything and brings interceptors in, finish off the deal.
Robo Gear is again faster than the expansions, and his 2 Mantis are now causing headaches for Taquito. On the other hand, he's also managed to put forward factories up, so actually any raids here have now got less of an effect, although it would have, just like that bomber killed the engineer. If I hadn't finished the factory, big problems, but he finished it, so actually the effect was negligible. Oh boy, but you still have those 2 Mantis running around in the middle, so then can't be claimed yet, whereas Robo Gear has just happily taken all of his expansions.
And that is reflected in the scoreboard, because already we're seeing a 2-to-1 generated mass advantage in terms of 29 mass per tick to 15 for Taquito. That is a pretty severe difference, and we can see that that is due to having this expansion in its entirety. This one is half claimed. It will shortly be all in Robo Gear's hands, and of course you can grab these 2 mixes in the middle here as well, which Taquito has been denied so far because of those roving bands of Mantis.
I'm also looking at the fact that Taquito hasn't upgraded any mexes yet. This is an eco whore map. He is known to be one of the eco whore players, and he's not actually pressing any max buttons. Meanwhile, RoboGear has pretty much finished his Tech 2 max and on his way to Tech 2 land. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see a Loyalist rush, because there's no reason not to on this map.
Alright, Taquito is trying to get a transport out to go and try and take some of those corner expansions. He does have a couple hundred mass in the tank, though. He probably has just about enough to get started on one of those mechs upgrades, especially with all the engineers floating around that could be reclaiming that aren't. Alright, the expansion up in the north here, well, in the middle for Taquito. It's got a single land factory up so far. There's a crowd of engineers all working on more, so he's going to end up with 7 land factories in that array. If he can complete all of that, that's pretty substantial. That will give him a lot of spam. That's a bit more than RoboGear has planned, but RoboGear is still just sitting on, well, it was 37. He must be power stalling. Let's just have a quick look at RoboGear. Yes, he is power stalling quite badly. What is he building? Is he starting a T2 power gen? Yes, he is. There it is right there. So he will stall for the next minute or so.
He's doing a T2 power gen, and he's trying to upgrade a Tech 2 mech, but he has paused his air factory. But that T2 mech is still eating to his power grid. He is still making T1 P gens at the same time he's building a T2 one. Not quite sure whether he meant to do that, but oh well.
And we got another nice stack of factories on this right-hand expansion for RoboGear. There's 5 all up and running, ready to pump spam out Taquito's way.
Taquito hasn't actually scouted RoboGear's main base, so he has no idea what he's up against with regards to tech or eco. So right now it's like, what, RoboGear's going to finish his T2 P gen, and Taquito hasn't even started his Tech 2 land or any other Tech 2 upgrade. It's not a good situation to be in. I wouldn't be surprised if Taquito ends in Tech 2 when RoboGear is already in Tech 3. That's the type of difference that I would expect to see right now, and there you go. He's already clicked up to Tech 3. They're going to get Loyalists by probably 10 minutes. And I'm just wondering what Taquito's going to do about it. If he doesn't keep up, well, it's going to be problematic. He's on Tech 2 Air, which is a temporary reprieve because gunships, because I doubt RoboGear will build flak with his Loyalists because people generally don't, but it'll only be temporary because as soon as flak comes along, well, then you're stuffed.
We could maybe see a Janus snipe. That could be interesting.
Oh boy. Because Janus melting everything, that would be something.
Okay, so we're sitting at, well, actually, Taquito's nearly evened up the scoreboard there. He is sitting on 53, well, RoboGear's on 53 to Taquito's 49, so only a couple of mass in it, and 1.6k to 900, so a little bit of an advantage there to RoboGear. That is because he's got these T2 power gens completed, and he's now got all of those engineers assisting on that T3 upgrade. Alright, Taquito, I see in the chat there, is going for a T2 upgrade on the ACU. That will give him a little bit more build power out the front. I'm not quite sure what he's going to do with that, because he doesn't really want to throw his ACU into a main fight. He's going to pretty easily get overwhelmed with the amount of spam that you see on this map. So maybe he's just going to throw down some Tech 2 power gens with that ACU. Has he already got some down the back here? He's already got some under construction, well, at least one anyway, and he's pulling in all of his engineers at home to complete that. That's probably going to mean that he's going to power stall a little bit. He's at deficit, but he's still got power in storage, so nicely done. Taquito.
I wouldn't be surprised if Taquito ends up building triads at the bottom to keep the Loyalists away, but then the Loyalists would just ignore it and go straight to the other expansion and kill wherever the heck they can instead. Also, he's now building Janus bombers, and he still has no idea that Loyalists are about to hit the field. I think that's going to come as a pretty rude, although expected surprise. So yeah, RoboGear has finished his Tech 3 HQ and is building Loyalists at minute 10:20 fix.
It looks like Taquito's trying to take the center of the map. He's brought a bunch of Lobos in. They are picking off the Tech 1 point defense as they go, which will open up these extra mass extractors. There's an extra 8 in the center there, which RoboGear hasn't made any play for so far at all. In fact, has he got radar coverage? Let's just have a quick look. Not so much.
He doesn't need to.
So much.
if you look at the mass reclaim, Robo is sitting at what 20, 21,000, and Taquito is sitting 5-6k behind. So by the time Taquito wants to take the middle, Loyalists will just run in and kill everything and just invalidate it anyway.
Alright, there looks to be a pretty decent fight shaping up on the top there. We've got a whole lot of T1 from both sides, still no T2, so it looks like Robo pretty much just skipping T2, going straight for those Loyalists, meaning that Taquito is not going to see anything until he gets
there is a solitary Tech 2 tank.
Oh, where is that?
It's now running, it's next to the 2 Loyalists in the north.
It's not the only T2 land unit. We have got 4 flak beside his ACU. So he's maybe...
he doesn't want to get sniped again.
Maybe learning just a little bit from that last experience.
Maybe.
And has thrown some flak up.
Pretty much. But it was like, don't know what Taquito wants to do here. Is he going to try and Janus snipe and melt all the Loyalists? He might do, but there's no T3 land in sight, so Percy's aren't going to save him anytime soon. He's building more Tech 2 power with the ACU. He's secured the bottom expansion for now. No, he's going to see the Loyalists soon. I'm just wondering how he's going to react to it. No, wait, he's got a Tech 2 HQ. He has a Tech 2 HQ. He's building pillars.
Alright,
he'll see the Loyalists and start sweating.
Okay, he got scouts over the main base for Robo Gear. He did spot where the power is. He tried to snipe some of those power generators, but unfortunately just got shot down. Oh, it looks like one of the Janus did actually get some napalm away, doing a little bit of damage before getting shot down. Robo Gear's got a pretty solid air wing above his base, ready to assist though, so it didn't really work out too well at all. It looks like the flak that Robo Gear did build has actually been mistakenly selected with all of the other combat units, thrown into the front lines, and is now dying to Lobos and Strikers.
Or it could just be him saying, I see your flak has expired, here, this is useless now. But, yeah, you can see on the other side, Taquito upgraded everything, all his land packages Tech 2, wants to make pillars, but it's, well, they don't work very well against Loyalists, so he's now throwing up emergency PD. He's trying to get to Tech 3 HQ over there, but considering how the Loyalists are knocking on the door, I'm not sure that's a good idea, as that probably just will be wasted. Alternatively, because he's throwing up a emergency PD, he might argue that, well, if I don't do this, I'm damned, and if I do this, I have a vague chance at least. But right now the Lord is just walking past, or running past, and they're getting napalmed to death.
Alright, so there's 2 Loyalists that have made it past. They're trying to get in towards the main base there. There's a gunship or 2 floating around for Taquito. Not a lot else to deal with it. There's no emergency PD going up in the main base at all.
Taquito needs walls. He needs walls everywhere. Needs to build the wall, make it 10 feet high, keep the Loyalists out until they can put Percy's on the field, but there's no emergency PD in the base. Those 2 Loyalists are going to end up killing things that they shouldn't be killing.
He is dealing with it by bringing his ACU in on a T2 transport with all of the interceptors up here for Robo Gear ready to pounce. That was a very, very brave move indeed, and he did manage to pull it off and didn't actually die, and he's coming back and building his T2 power gens again while his gunships do finish off the Loyalist. Well, they're just trying, it's not really
it got veterancy!
It's down to 70 HP and it's still going. Come on, reclaim it.
Just reclaim
it! With the ACU, anything will do it. Only a single hit will kill it. There we go.
It's gonna get more veterancy, I'm gonna call it now. But now you see Loyalists just running over everything, and the pillars, well, they're okay if they run into melee range of the Loyalists, but otherwise they're just gonna die. So just tech discrepancy. Like Robo Gear's got full air control, you've got Loyalists picking off bits here and there. And, well, it's pretty much disaster time. He's finally got to Tech 3 land, so he's going to be able to get out Percy's of some kind, but he has no radar coverage, no idea what's heading in his way or not. Like, Robo Gear could just putting everything into a Monkey Lord right now and just laugh at Taquito and he wouldn't know anything about it, but, oh, that's not heading this way because it doesn't seem he's as evil as I am.
Alright, Taquito finally managing to dispatch those 2 Loyalists that were causing him trouble in the main base. Well, there's actually still one more down here, and couple of mixes have gone down, so still resource troubles for Taquito. He's sitting on 71s. He's still sitting 50 mass per tick behind where Robo gear is. Neither of these guys, interestingly, have gone for the top left expansion at all. It hasn't been taken, it hasn't been destroyed, it's just vacant. Alright, finally.
Robo gear probably doesn't want to spend the APM on it. I don't know, just a click up there, or he might assume Taquito has it, or Taquito just wants to mostly just concentrate on one of these expansions as opposed to both and lose both of them, but yeah, you can see the banks of triads on the bottom expansion right now to try and keep away the loyalists. Still lacking walls, but purses have appeared, and no flak though. So we have Pose in the north, so that's relatively secure against loyalists. Bottom one, there's not even a Tech 2 factory. Not sure what he wants to do. Maybe he can airlift though because he's feeling ballsy. Nope, the ACE is going to go forward and try and deal with it. But, there are the Corsairs. And he throws up some shielding in response. There is a lack of flak to protect all of this. Has RoboGear made a Tech 3 mechs yet? No, he's not as greedy as I am. He's having some power problems? No, he's making Tech 3 power generators. He'll solve that so he can go Tech 3 air whenever the heck he wants to. There are now Percy's hanging out under a shield to try and stop the push coming in, and he will be successful actually. There's not enough there to deal with it.
Alright, whereabouts, what's your timestamp?
19.
Right, you're about 40 seconds ahead.
Alright, I'll pause it. Tell me when you're at 19.
Alright.
Ran off ahead.
So how many Percivals has Taquito got on the field right now? Find one first. Oh, that is a little bit of a shortage. Yep, that's all of them. He's only got 4, and they're just getting overrun by that army there from RoboGear. Not looking particularly good. In come the Corsairs there. Not looking too fantastic at all. Are there any triads thrown in the mix here? No, there's a bunch of T1 AA, but that's the only static defense at all, and we're at 19 minutes, so we can unpause now for you. But it's looking pretty dicey.
Funnily enough, it's actually okay if RoboGear keeps hitting this north expansion and that keeps dying there, because then all the reclaim goes back to Taquito, who funnels it back into more Percies. He's got the south one. Actually, no, all the trials exploded to something, not sure to what, but RoboGear's not probing the middle for some reason.
This is looking very dangerous.
I don't know, I see a lot of Tech 2 engineers, and Taquito is still building pillars for some reason. I'm not sure why. Even if it's just a meat shield for the Percival, they're not needed anymore. Taquito in the bottom, he's getting swarmed by loyalists. He doesn't have the power to overcharge. Oh dear, he needs to stop air production. He needs all the OC he can get.
Why has RoboGear stopped pushing? He had those loyalists there. There was only the ACU. He took out pretty much all of the static defenses. There's one T1 PD left. This PD down here was not completed yet, but he's pulled back and given Taquito just a bit of breathing room.
What will you try and kill his ACU with? 4 loyalists?
If he doesn't have overcharge.
But then he suddenly showed up with it. I think he'll probably understand that he didn't want to risk just A, either vetting the ACU, or B, feeding it more mass. Because he's now again in the situation of it's his to lose. He has better eco, but again, he is on a timer because he's versus the UEF. He actually has a T2 radar in between the 2 top expansions, and Taquito is not doing anything about it. It's not shielded, you can just sneeze on it and it'll die, and it just lets it be. But I think he's going Tech 3 air. He is, and strats are appearing. He has gone straight for strats, and Taquito will scout this, actually. He will see the Tech 3 air factory. He is now trying to catch up in eco, but I'm not sure what his response will be. I mean, it should be Sam's, but don't know how you can afford that right now.
No, he's sitting on less than half of the income from RoboGear. In fact, that's just dropping down. Is that power stalling? Yeah, he's dropping down when he runs out of power. So he is definitely struggling right now for resources. Where is he throwing all of that power? Is he getting his T3? Yeah, there we go. He's trying to throw some ASF together.
What time are you at now?
21:56.
Oh wow, now you've sprang ahead of me. Sprinted, sprang? That's not even a word.
Spran. I don't
Just
think
made
Spran
it
is a
up.
word.
I'm dyslexic, don't sue me. Anyway.
Alright, we've got the Strap Bomber coming around the left here for Robo Gear. It's going to start making a run. What is the target of opportunity? Is it going to be power? Because Taquito really cannot lose any more power right now. And it looks like it's power.
Funnily enough, Taquito's major power sources are in his northern expansion under shields. So it might not actually do that much. He lose a T2P gen, that's about it.
Pretty serious loyalists coming down towards that expansion though. If that goes down, then those power generators will be disappearing on him. He's sitting on 3.4k power right now, and he's just lost 1k and 2 power gens.
It's just bizarre how absolutely naked those power generators are. There's no radar to see what the heck is coming in, and his Percivals have gone to the south when actually the attack was in the north. He has 2 Percies to try and turn all of this back, and it's just not going to happen.
Wow, okay, so...
And he built a spearhead against Loyalists, so the spearhead killed itself.
Okay, so that expansion has been completely destroyed. There's just a couple of factories still to mop up. That is a ridiculous number of loyalists, and unfortunately for Taquito, that was just about all of his power. He's down to 900, which is less than 1/10 of the power that Robo Gear is currently producing. Things are not looking so rosy in the UEF camp right now.
No, they're not. I mean, he finished his Tech 3 power generator, just about, but, well, he's lost both of his expansion. He has no ability to create more Percivals. Technically, he's behind on ASF count, so there's no way he's going to be able to get it from the air either, and I don't see how he's going to get out of this one.
Okay.
I just don't see it.
Taquito looked for a second like he might be going to suicide into that big pile. No, he decided to actually run away, which is just prolonging the inevitable by the looks of it. Ah, there we go. He decided that it is not a tenable position to carry on.
Indeed. Overrun.
Completely. Alright, and so that rounds that out. That actually means that RoboGear gets a couple of points on the board, and unfortunately Taquito not quite managing to take out the victory there. Okay, we have got probably a couple more games worth throwing up on the stream. The round 3 for groups C and D, we have Nexus of Reality against Petric Pones. We've got Kiza, Oxide Iron. We've got Jagged Appliance versus Mephy and Chevalier Silent Noob. There's a whole lot of good games there that we could pick up. What do you think we should go for?
Have we casted Jagged today?
That is a good question. I don't know if we have. Let's go for Jagged and Mephy. Should be a nice, interesting matchup.
Which one? Start again from Open Palms? Oh my god, this is an hour long.
Maybe that's not a good pick. Is that accurate? How accurate is that?
I don't know, but you can always run through it at +3 if that's the case. Normally, like, the early bits at the beginning is the interesting bit, then it'll slow down, and then somehow someone dies. Or if we don't cast it, I'll cast it later myself on my own channel, I wouldn't mind. Up to you. The Via 3 is ongoing, Loki's finished, Open Palms, yeah. Open Palms is 58 minutes, Loki is 28, and Via's still ongoing. And knowing those two, they're both UEF on Via. Okay, that's going to go on. That's also going to go on for a fair amount of time.
Alright, maybe... Would be
There,
nice.
chat says, at least an hour long means it's not cancer. But yeah,
that's great,
Open Palm,
but-
Cybrant versus Cybrant. Via is UEF versus UEF, so these are all going to be fairly long games.
Well, maybe let's go for Loki because that says 25 minutes, which is slightly more.
But if you go for that, they might not get to experimental stage. Never seen any of those today yet.
Oh, really? You want? Oh. Okay.
Well, I've opened up Loki. You're in charge here.
Okay.
This is your
right.
show. Don't
okay,
let
then.
me run it.
Okay, let's go for open palms because we're probably quite likely to see Monkey Lords at 58 minutes. So let's +3 on open palms.
As though it's correct. This could either be no cancer or overloaded with cancer. We'll find out soon enough. One of these people's got to be right.
Alright, in any case, let's load that game up. Switch over to the game view. And go. So I'm just going to go to +3. And start having a look. Unless I hear otherwise.
Any reason we're going to +3, or just because this is just that long?
It's because it's that long. So,
Alright.
We've got plenty of time to have a look at what these guys are doing. So let's go and have a look at Mephy up in the top. So this is the first time we have seen Mephy and Jagged Appliance so far this tournament. Should be a fantastic matchup, and somehow it manages to last quite a long time if the replay vault is to be believed. Alright, so we've got Mephy in the top. He is going his standard green color. He's going to throw down 1 land factory. He's got 2 power generators, 2 mass extractors, a 3rd mass extractor, and a 4th. So he will be getting a air factory up second, and that is after only, how many power generators is that? That's only 5. That is cutting it reasonably fine. So he needs this Hydra up really quickly.
Yeah, so you can see Mephy's build is exactly what Robo Gears was sort of designed to counter, where the ACU sits at home, builds everything, builds the air factory, thus the engineers are very vulnerable. Whereas Jagged's gone for the, actually, quite, I don't know whether it was Mozart did this first, who builds the land factory before spamming out the air factory, but they both have 3 factories online at relatively the same time, and I don't know, is anyone going to go for a bomber?
I'm only spotting scouts. So it looks like these guys are pretty intent on getting those scouts out, but not so much aggression. How are we going in terms of land aggression? We have got Mantis rolling up around the left there for Jagged. We have got Mantis on guard duty across the other side of the map, but still not so much aggression. The ACU for Mephy is coming out. He'll be grabbing those 2 mixes there. It looks like he's going to be coming up reasonably close to Jagged Appliance's base, and then think about moving forward and taking this expansion if it's safe enough for his ACU to do so.
I think we might see Mephy's first mistake, which is sending an engineer in without any escort, and it's going to get exploded. Yep, he tried to protect it, couldn't. The Mantis, he just sent it in 2 seconds too late. Jagged had sent Scout over there, so he knew there was only 1 Mantis to deal with. Although I'm not sure whether he spotted the engineer, but Mephy did not need to lose the engineer, but alas, that's what happens in these games. Jagged has managed to sneak an engineer up in the north, but engineer Mantis, and he's going to kill that engineer as well, so far Jagged doing fairly well, killing 2 engineers for no reply.
And we do actually see a bomber out there for Jagged. He's wheeling around. What is the plan there? Why is there an assist order? That is the interceptors assisting the bomber. Down goes an engineer, so another bit of a problem in terms of engineering power for Mephy out of the periphery. He has managed to recover. That engineer did dodge out of the way of those Mantis and is now back in place, rebuilding those mixes, and we've got another one coming in, so maybe not too much of a time penalty there for Mephy. Of course, we are running at +3, so it has taken a little bit of time, giving Jagged a 53 to 47 mass income advantage. Not massive, but every little bit counts. 1 extra factory worth of spam can make a difference.
And at the moment you can see Jagged has got his first PD up. He's got Mantis there to help the engineer do so. And he's not actually being aggressive with his own commander, he's just happily sitting there to defend the other side. I'm not sure whether that's a mistake or whether he just doesn't feel like suiciding. That sometimes can happen if you don't have units to support you, but we'll see. No one has gone to Tech 2 yet, no one is teching yet, as far as I can see. Nope, no one has done any teching. No, Mephy is halfway to Tech 2 mechs. I am lying through my teeth.
Alright, looks like Mephy is looking to invest pretty heavily in taking this expansion on the bottom left here from Jagged. He's sending most of his units there. The problem with that is that he's actually leaving his center and right pretty exposed right now. He's only got a few matches around.
Yeah, so Mephy tried to use Medusa to clear out the PD, but because the man sitting in front of it has instantly killed the Medusas. So he's resorting to using bombers to try and kill the PD instead, which will take a fair amount of time. Meanwhile, the two plateaus, Jagged's got factories on both of them, and Mephy dropped the top one. So there might be a fight for the top plateau, but so far the bottom one looks pretty solidly in Jagged's hands.
Jagged actually,
and I like this movement. I like this movement from Jagged. He was about to try and cut off the stream of reinforcements coming in, so had a favourable movement. Mephy sees it and is going to pull back instead. And they're just not trying to engage each other yet. So who's ahead in Eco? Mephy. Is it because he has the Tech 2 mechs? He's going to get a second Tech 2 mechs online, and Jagged only has one. But meanwhile, in the north, Jagged has just managed to take out the northern expansion, because there's nothing defending it. That's interesting, but he's going to lose air control. Yep. No, Medusa's going to rain on that PD, so Mephy lost the entirety of his north, and he was pretty much banking on taking this southern expansion in the turn, but he's managed to get some run-bys in, but I'm not sure whether it was the right decision to just have no units there to challenge.
And it looks like Jagged is getting ready to be able to clear out that back expansion for Mephy as well. He's got half a dozen Mantis poised. He doesn't have any Medusas though, that's his problem right now. There is a point defense ready up and running for Mephy, so he does need to get at least one Medusa into the mix there before he can really move on that. It'll be a nice juicy stack of engineers kills if he can do that though, because there are a huge number of engineers there.
Can we get a time check?
We are at 12:05.
I need to speed up. I was about to say, both of these players are now happily sitting on prolonged Tech 2 exchange. They've got support factories, there's no Loyalist rush in sight. I don't think I've ever seen Mephy do a Loyalist rush, it doesn't seem to be his style. But I'm wondering whether his plan was to just try and take the bottom expansion of Tech 1, take to Tech 2, and then use Rhinos to re-secure the north. Because, well, he's left with a fair amount of reclaim, his Rhinos have no answer so far. But you can see now Jagged is pretty much digging in. He's building walls to funnel everyone into this central location as ACU can deal with. As for the bottom expansion, nothing's really happening. He has Rhinos, and the Rhinos will deal with all the Tech 1, but I don't think he actually has any radar coverage. He does have radar coverage, he's just not shoving in. Here, Jagged has really good radar coverage of the south of the map, nothing in the north, so his ACU is now horribly exposed and probably could die to just random jesters if that came to it, because he has no flak and no intel, whereas Mephy's intel, he is not actually that much better, but does stretch across the map. Let's see, Tech 2 mexes, Mephy has 4, Jagged has only 2. Is he upgrading anymore? He's trying to. So Mephy is investing more heavily into centralizing his resourcing options. And I wouldn't be surprised if yes he is. He's upgrading the Ledge factory to Tech 2. He's probably going to spam some Vipers from it just to deny the top expansion. Mephy's left expansion. And now the engineers come in to reclaim, because there's a fair amount of reclaim there, and to take that expansion again. No one in the middle, and Jagged is pretty much playing with fire here, because I was going to say he had a radar, but I didn't see it doing anything. So yeah, his ACU is dangerously unsupported, and I'm surprised he hasn't sent anything more up there to save it, but oh well, it's working so far.
He was applying a lot of pressure on the left-hand flank, but he just wasn't able to break through. Mephy just redirected all of the spam down towards it, forced Jagged back a little bit, and that's actually left a pretty significant reclaim field in the hands of Mephy. So that is a bit of an up for him. They're both sitting on 81 mass per tick, but let's have a look at the reclaim figures, see what we can see. We've got 12, just ticking over 13k for Mephy, and only 9 for Jagged Appliance. So Mephy definitely getting the better of the reclaim. A nice little move here on the ledge up here. We've got some Vipers. They are raining missiles down upon that expansion. In come some T1 bombers to try and deal with those, but they've still managed to clear out all 4 of those expansion mixes right there.
What's our time again?
1750. You're at +3, right?
You're okay. +3, right? I think I put it to +0 by accident. I'm now hovering at 1630 and I'm +10. I'm going to jack the speed up until I can catch up.
Alright, and there we see a brick drop on that southern plateau. There's only a couple of mixes there to really take out a few units. That brick is not going to have any trouble finishing that off. Meanwhile, Jagged pushing up the back here, just trying to clear out this rear expansion. Unfortunately, there are T1 PD there. Rhino's not really able to cope with those, and there are some loyalists backing up Mephy's forces as well. So that's going to clear them out. They may be able to clear out this little squad of engineers. That would be a slightly useful thing to do, rather than just dying. So we've got bricks around the field a little bit now. Up the centre. Anything on the left? Yes, we're leading with bricks. Oh no, they're loyalists. No bricks. Leading with loyalists down where Jagged is getting pushed back quite heavily right now.
He was too late to Tech 3, and thus he can't use loyalists and all dictate the pace of pace of where he wants to fight and where he doesn't. He's also suffering from power, but no, he just rectified it. But because he is late, he has to build bricks in order to fight Mephy's bricks. But because Mephy can build loyalists to dictate the flow of where he wants to fight, then, well, Jagged is sort of like boxed into his own base because he doesn't have a choice in the matter. Although, funnily enough, he can still raid Mephy's north expansion because there's just enormous amounts of fighting in the south. So it's just more reclaim, increase more reclaim. I'm surprised that Mephy hasn't done a brick drop in the north either, because, well, he did it successfully in the south, he's retaken it, and that's probably the best way to take these plateaus if you lose them, is just to drop extra units on them. So I'm now sitting at 22 minutes, what are you sitting at?
Exactly 22 minutes.
Right, I'll put this down to +3, and just as I say that, Mephy did drop a brick in the north. Jagged has teched his rear mexes, he's taking some of his side mexes. Is he ringing them? No, but now Mephy is ahead in eco. He's ringed his mexes, he's happily ecoing more and more. I wonder who's going to build the first experimental. No jump to Tech 3 power. Mephy upgrading his shielding. Not sure why, but I guess when you're rich, you should protect your comm. I don't know why he did it, but he did it, so... I don't know if that's a mistake. He's building the 5th level of shielding. And that thing is horrifically expensive. But I have to ask her, I want to know why he did that, because I don't know anyone who would sanely go to level 5 shields on Cyberans unless it was they were like at a Paragon or something. It's just ridiculously inefficient, but oh well.
Mephy has lost a heck of a lot of T1 on the left-hand side of the map as well. Jagged's been able to move back a little bit. He was pushed back. He's now moving out of his base. He's actually secured a decent reclaim field.
I was going to say, there needs to be stealth, and then, like, well, Mephy has it. Jagged just about to build it, but not sure who's going to win that engagement. There's 4 bricks versus 5, and there's random trebuchets in melee range. Okay. I'm not sure about this push directly down the middle either, but I mean, I guess the level 5 shield came in handy. Because it's definitely helping against all the bricks that are raining in and trying to kill all the power. And actually Mephy can't stop it. He should just run in OC. He's going to do that now.
Is Mephy running a little bit short on power? I think he is. I think his shield blinked off for a second.
Well, that's because his shield is eating 500 power. Because it's level 5. I think he's, what, 4,000? 3,500 total mass to get to that stage? It's just eating a whole Tech 2P gen's worth of power by itself. And I think that is probably allowed Jagged. I don't want to say it's specifically that, but 4 bricks worth at this stage. Yeah, 13 bricks for Jagged right now against 8 for Mephy. Basically, if he hadn't upgraded that shield and had an attendant Tech 2 power generator, they would have been equal on brick numbers. That's how I like to see it, but oh well.
Guy's still just jockeying him, but interestingly, most of his army is Medusas. There is a whole lot of those just spamming radar signatures. I guess there are a few bricks as well to do some actual damage, but those Medusas.
This is getting very, very cagey because both players are now using stealth with their bricks, and like one just wrong move, and suddenly your bricks are just eating so much firepower which they can't return. You just have to be really careful about it. Because now Mephy's got numbers in the middle, and all this, you can see it, like, the bricks just died, the engineers are already reclaiming it a second later. It's just dumping mass Mephy, and Mephy's gone to Tech 2 Air, his gunships are on the field. And now both sides are going to have to invest fairly heavily in regular air scouts, but these Medusas are actually weighing in with their damage. Mephy has just got engineers sitting back there reclaiming everything as it goes along, and there's no equivalency from Jagged, who has a Tech 2 radar very close to the front line. I'm not sure what use that is, considering there's stealth sitting around, and he has no power to fuel it either. Yeah, no Tech 3 mexes yet, I believe. And what is with this engineer party in the north? Okay, Jagged sent engineers on a reclaim mission to the north. There are no units, and to add insult to injury, just simply put PDs there. Jagged is also at Tech 2 Air, got Corsairs to harass these plateaus. But this is just turning into who has more bricks, throw them at each other, get the reclaim field, reclaim the bricks, repeat ad infinitum.
Alright, we're up to...
And there goes the T2 radar.
Okay, we're up to 124 and 139 mass protect. So both these guys just slowly climbing up. Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting to see a monkey lord pretty soon. We're at 140 range for Jagged. That's enough to fuel a monkey if you don't have to constantly feed bricks into the front line.
I'm not sure they would be feeling comfortable enough to go for a monkey lord. When you're this close with regards to brick numbers and you need every scrap to build more of them,
that's right.
Shelling out the casual 19,000 for it is something that you might not be comfortable doing. Can we also have another time check?
31, just coming up 32 minutes.
Okay, I am now way ahead of you. But that's the reason where some people might reach for a monkey lord, because if you take it as a long investment over time, suddenly you have an extra like ace in the hole that you can throw somewhere and cause damage. But otherwise, when it's this close with brick numbers and you're barely winning, then you need every ounce of mass into just winning the reclaim field back. But okay, I'm just looking at Jagged building Tech 1 land factories in order to build engineers in order to reclaim the field and just slowly push forward. And Mephy is getting ground down.
Yes, the front line has shifted quite a bit. It has much closer to Jagged's base, and now it's shifted all the way out. The stream of bricks is just slowly wearing Mephy down. But then we get to the point where Mephy's got his bricks under those shields. There's a few Cerberus turrets as well, which lay down in there, 1 or 2 extra damage. That's enough to push Jagged back just a little bit. He will need a bit more.
The interceptors flew over flak. Oh no.
Alright.
We've got Jagged trying to push the other side here. There's 3 bricks coming in from Mephy to deal with it, which is okay because there's actually some AA mixed in there for Jagged, so it's not the most powerful ground army when it comes to those bricks. It is going to get finished with. There's a whole lot more flak behind. There's some AA still. but just a single brick remaining, and a nice fresh brick comes off the line for Mephy, and that will be able to deal with that. There's also some intermittent fire coming in from this trebuchet, who is laying down some nice area of effect damage in that direction. Meanwhile, these guys...
Jagged has centralized his eco and has got 3 T3 mexes. I approve of this a lot. He has gone and yeah, okay, I'm just going to eco up because there's no reason for him not to. He's got the reclaim, he's got Mephy in a position where he can't eco. He's comfortable enough that he can centralize it and just invest a bit more in his economy to push later. He's under no threat right now. So that's allowed me to sort of gain some ground back, and that reclaim field is easily 20,000. If Mephy wants that reclaim field, I'm not sure whether he can get it all, but if he centralizes numbers, I also feel he's stopped building stealth for some reason. But, oh well. Let's see, what else is happening? Mephy, top? He could have, I don't know, he could have dropped a trebuchet on the top just to pummel that expansion, because the north is, the right hand side is pretty neglected with regards to combat, because now you have this enormous wreckage. I just want to funnel everything into it, and no one's going via the north except, well, Jagged is now sending random Medusas over there.
Yeah, it's so independent that a couple of Medusas can get in there and kill Nexus.
They can just walk in with no difficulty. Oh dear.
Look at
anyway.
Look at those numbers.
Mephy is pretty much living on them right now. He hasn't had the Tech 3 eco. He's aware Jagged has them, but at the same time, he's only aware that because he scouted them. I don't know whether he'll be aware or actually care to have a look at the numbers when he's busy. Where when you're busy trying to micro your bricks and actually fight for the reclaim field, what your opponent has is secondary, really.
Mephy actually managing to get a critical number of bricks there, and able to just start whittling away at those bricks. It's kind of evened up a little bit now. Very, very much back and forth, even numbers there. But look at the just stupid number of engineers in here for Mephy, just all pulling in mass. How much has he reclaimed at this point? 108,000, and that compares to the 83 for Jagged Appliance. So there's a massive, big boost there.
It's the reclaim field. It's just, yeah. So now that Jagged has Tech 3 mexes, he might have a better economy, but when you just have absolute numbers advantage, you can just reclaim everything your opponent sends at you. Reminiscence of my TA games where I would have a greater generated income, but his reclaim numbers would always be superior to mine. But I'm just looking at all these engineers having a reclaim party to the point that Mephy can't spend it all.
Okay, what time are you at? Because there is a Monkey Lord on the field. It's 41:20. Jagged has a Monkey Lord thinking about making a move into that main base.
Yes he did.
Just a little bit heavily defended. There's still 10 or so bricks in there. Those guys can lay down a heck of a lot of fire, and that monkey is actually taking a lot of damage.
That monkey can take on the bricks. If there were Percy's, maybe not, but right now, like, he just pulled out something and thrown Mephy a curveball, so he needs to back off, regroup, and he hasn't actually got the numbers to necessarily to challenge that thing.
Down to 1800.
And it's slowly, it'll get the vet, but he's gonna hide under. Nah, oh boy, you're way high. Oh, they had an iron then.
And my one hits. Still oh no, there you go. It's just happily sitting there taking brick fire because, I don't know, AFK driver.
It's Cyber and they don't have drivers, they have AI. And fortunately for Jagged though, there is actually a second Monkey Lord, and he's already pulling in the wreckage from Simon because it died well within his area of control. There are a lot of Corsairs though trying to lay down damage, and Monkey already down into the yellow on 32k HP. There's a bit of a lack of bricks now. The investment in that Monkey Lord has meant that, yeah, just a lack of bricks, really.
Yes, well, as soon as Mephy can get a good grouping of bricks together to focus fire the monkey down, he'll be fine. But nah, He's not been able to secure the other wreck, which is okay, I suppose. He's remixing in loyalists. He's own Monkey Lord though, and according to me, that's 40% done. I'm not sure what it is on your count.
Let's have a look. It's sitting at more like 75% on here. It's just amazing to see the contrast between this side of the map, which is just absolutely littered with wrecks and is constant explosions, and then we go up here. This is a place that you could have a picnic. You could sit down and have a nice lunch and really not worry about getting blown up. And just across the way, it is intense. Even just a couple of bricks across the other side of the map, if one of these guys could spare just a few, they could make a big difference over there and punch right through.
A single loyalist on either side would have done it, but Jagged is pretty much finished with his megalith and is on full barring on mass. And I don't know what Mephy's going to try and pull out of his rear end or to salvage this, because there's nothing to counter the megalith with. He's spotty, he scouted it, he's going to see it, but not sure. He's gonna try and reach the Tech 3 Air as a solution, but
Mephy just backing up there.
I don't think that Mephy has realised that there's a mega field.
He took some fire.
He has now, because he's taking fire from it. Oh, the Monkey Lord's melting. The air drops in, engineers, tries to get as much reclaim as possible. Megalith is going to run in and kill the Monkey Lord, and I don't know what he can do right now. He has to engage with the Monkey Lord or just keep running with it, but no, the Monkey Lord might not even get to fire.
No, the
before it gets shot down.
Goes down without
It goes fire without firing! Oh dear, and I think that's GG.
That's what Mephy says. So Mephy throws out the GG. The megalith from Jagged Appliance is on in towards the main base there, and it is starting to cause the final bit of damage that Mephy's not going to be able to come back from. Mephy control Ks for that. He knows there's no way out of it. So yeah, that's 48 minutes on the clock, so not quite accurate there in the replay vault. But we did finally to see some experimentals. We had a massive economy of 256 from Jagged Appliance, 146 for Mephy, but just stupid numbers of reclaim, fueling a little bit of experimental wars, which is nice to see because we don't often get experimentals in the 1v1 matches.
Has anyone played Aeon in this tournament so far?
I have not seen any Aeon whatsoever.
Heaven makes a valid point. No one has played Aeon for whatever reason.
Balance Riot time.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was Jagged Appliance's win there over Mephy. I don't know if we should go too much into those other games because there was another big long game in the replay vault. What was the time on the other one?
Has Wire 3 stopped? Yeah, 46 minutes. Not as long as that one. But I thought UEF punching each other would take forever.
Alright. Alright, well, I don't know quite what to do, whether we should throw another game up, so I'll just throw a Forged Alliance ad in, because why not? So, this is Forged Alliance Forever. Head on over to www.faforever.com. Make sure you download the free, and we can't stress that enough, it is completely free as long as you have got Supreme Commander Forged Alliance, and then you can come and build giant robots just like you saw on screen and wreak havoc in, well, with other players. This is the Legend of the Stars tournament, sponsored by, well, Legend of the Stars, of course. There is a $500 domain prize up for grabs. We are in day one of the championships. We are whittling our field of 16 down to a field of 8. Tomorrow we are going to be back with the actual eliminations to bring it down to just 2. Get a finals going, and then we're going to find out who is the recipient of the champion title, and of course the prize money, which is, well, it's not the worst thing that could happen to you. Okay, I'm just saying, are there any more games that we should cast? Maybe Stups, if you, as a tournament director. So Taquito also being a tournament debater.
I agree. We should cast Stops.
Yeah. Okay. How?
Stops should play versus Taquito because they're the directors, and we should laugh at. I mean, cast them.
That would be entertaining. I'm not sure if they would actually go for that. So we might have to.
No balls.
We might have to make do with the games that we've got here. Alright, so let's have a look at our standings. What I might just do is find the screen capture that I've got there. Alright, let's just show all the good people at home the challenge window. Let me just fix it up so that you can actually see what we're talking about. And I've got a message there. That'll be Stups saying, no, I'm not going to play. Don't make me. Alright, let's throw this on screen and have a little bit of a look. So we have got our Group A, which is made up of Ajax, Zoc, Voodoo, and Blast Chilled. As a result of 3 wins, Ajax is going to head through into the finals tomorrow, and Zoc, taking 2 wins, is also going to advance. Moving on to Group B, let's have a look at that. We have got Blodier, Zlo, Robo and Taquito with Blodier and Zlo. So Blodier managing to take out 3 wins and 2 for Zlo. Both of those guys are set to advance into the finals. Our Group C, we have got Nexus of Reality advancing with 2 wins and 1 loss. We've got Petric Pones joining him with 2 wins and 1 loss as well, coming out slightly ahead of Oxide Iron. That's interesting there, with 4 points apiece, and Petric will be the one to advance there. We'll go down to Group D. We have Mephy and Jagged Appliance, who we just saw duking it out with massive big experimentals. They are both set to advance. 3 wins to Mephy and 2 wins to Jagged Appliance. Obviously, Mephy did manage to come back from losing to that Megalith and take out the win. Let's just check our messages, see if we've got any requests there. Any matchup?
There's a request from Taquito to cast his game on Craftius versus Blodier, which is 41 minutes. They're both Seraphim, so I don't know. On the one hand, it's Craftius, on the other hand, it's 40 minutes, and I'm just wondering what's going to happen on this. Do you have anything you particularly have an eye on?
No, I don't think I've had my eye on any particular matchup. It's a little bit hard to choose from because we're a little bit spoiled for choice. Often in a tournament you'll get 1 or 2 really good matches, but we've just got so many excellent matchups in this. It's just so
Pickled Pocute requests for you to take off your shirt.
That's not quite the
I
kind
mean,
of request
it doesn't
that I
apply
meant.
to me for obvious reasons, but for you,
that
I'm just using you asked requests, and I mean he requested it, so
okay. I accept that is a request, but I do value the eyesight of all of the viewers, so we don't really want to compromise that too much.
Stops messages me to say click on final stage on top of page to show matchup tomorrow.
Okay, let's go and show the matchups for tomorrow. We can do that. Alright, so we have a tournament bracket here. We can see we'll be seeing some Ajax versus Zlo, Nexus of Reality, Jagged Appliance, Zoc and Blodier, Petpones, and Mephy. Now, I believe every single one of these is going to be a best of 5, so it won't be any completely random cheese that sends these guys through into the semi-finals.
Oh, Josh, you wait. Someone might cheese 3 times.
Triple cheese. Okay. Maybe we should with some triple cheeseburger animations, just in case. All right, let's give this Taquito match a roll. Let's see if we can get something useful out of it. And I think that'll be the end of it for streaming for today. That'll leave quite a few high-level matchups that you can pick from for YouTube. And that will, what are we at? We're at just about 6 hours of stream time now, so we'll end up being about 6.5 hours. That's fine. Alright, so let's head on over to the replay vault, find Taquito and Bladir on Craftius.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I might put my money on Taquito winning, just so we can all laugh at Bladir. But that's me being super cynical.
Alright, where is Craftius? Right back there. Okay, let's load it up and get ready to go. Okay, so we're just getting those replays ready. We'll head into this last replay that we're going to cover at Taquito's request, because Taquito's been such a great sport. We'll grant him this, and, well, we might see some facepalm, we might see some cheese. Depends what kind of mood Taquito is in today, and it seems to be a little bit of a silly mood, but that's fine. Alright, we have still got Soviet Pride with us to provide higher level analysis of cheese. Let's head over to the game and check it out. Alright, let's unpause and put it to +1. Alright, let's fix our lovely little mini-map over there. And we'll in and check out what Bladir is doing to start with. Okay, we have got Seraphim. So as Soviet Pride mentioned, it is a Seraphim matchup. Bladir is going in his regular regal purple color. His first land factory is just about complete, and we can see then he's got a little bit of a walk for his ACU. He's going to go and throw down 2 mass extractors before helping the, well, actually it looks like he's going to go for his 4 mass extractors before helping out with that hydro build. And
both players are doing pretty much the same thing at this stage. Get the 4 maxes, assist the hydro, build on the 4 P-gens, get the air factory. Nope, Taquito's going to go 3 P-gens for the air factory. Nope, no, he switched it to 4, and then he's going to add P-gens after that. So, yeah, pretty much exactly the same.
Well, I know these guys have been training together, and actually on that note, there has been a ridiculous number of high-level training matches, so there's probably an absolute ton of casting material out there as well.
Yes, there is. It was fun. It was fun. It's going to have a lot of things to look at. Carl may or may not be happy, but yeah. I know Jagged and I will have a lot to talk about in the next few weeks. Got to enjoy them before the plug is pulled. Oh well, that's another story.
Alright, so...
No one is going for Selens. No one is going for Selens to block any mexes.
No, that is a slight difference from the earlier games we did see on Craftius. We can see the hydros finish for Taquito. He's going to throw down 4 power generators before he carries on with his air factory. But still, yes, no spam.
Bladir is doing the usual. He's going to put one Selen each choke point to see anything coming in. Taquito not quite doing that yet. He's going to get his air factory faster. No, Bladir is going for ints. Nah, don't know. Taquito distance building that naval factory. Does he have the mass for that?
It's pretty.
He's got his mass store.
Yeah, he's on 6.
He'll just about get away with it. Whereas Bladir is also doing it, but he's power stalling instead. Nope, he's actually okay.
Alright, Taquito just running just down into the 0 mass category right now. He's still got about 10-20% to go on that naval factory. He's just sitting at reasonably comfortable mass income though, so yeah, managing to pull it off for these guys. So I'm hoping there's actually going to be nice cheese. I mean, it's are we casting this game because it was super skillful or because it was super cheesy?
I am only doing this because Taquito promised to give me sexual favors if I did it. I mean, no, he just said sure, why not, and the rest of the chat said sure, why not. So, well, he's the player account. Have to give him some benefit, right?
All right, we'll go with that.
And neither of these things are particularly cheese factions, as it were. At least as I'm aware of, I can't think of anything that would say that was a bullshit win, except maybe a nano shove push thing, but I think that's still considered reasonably kosher. I don't know if that's the right word or not, or whatever. We'll run with it.
So I'm just trying to decipher what happened up on this little plateau here, because there was a Selene and a Tham. They were kind of dancing around each other. It looked like they were both on hold fire until Taquito unheld fire, and then Bladir wrecked him. So it looks like they're just being a little bit unorthodox, shall we say, with their play. Alright, Taquito is managing to reasonably well in the water here. He's going to grab those 3 mexes and then move on to another naval factory over there. That'll give him a total of 2 naval factories. Meanwhile, Bladir is running on just a single over here, and I don't see any plans to put down another one. Bladir has managed to get in here and grab a land factory by this expansion, which will be really helpful to get those engineers in.
I'm looking at Bladir trying to build a PD, trying to fail distance build on the ledge now. I don't think he's realised his comms walking dash straight down the middle and try and walk up the ledge again. I know he caught himself in time.
Okay, well, he hasn't caught himself here. I'm at 540. There we go, he's just turned around now. Just realised.
Oh, that could have been fun, but alas, wasn't to be. Whereas Taquito actually did build the distance build, the PD on the ledge. So he showed Bloody how to do it correctly. Now Bloody is late to the party. Meanwhile, with regards to the naval game, Bloody is just making frigates, and Taquito is making subs. I'm wondering who's going to invest heavily into Navy first, but you see a pretty big push in the south. As Bloody hasn't had to push as heavy in the north, but still quite effective. 2 tanks, and they may be able to A, kill the engines, and B, they're going to kill the hydro as well. And Taquito actually does need that hydro, otherwise he's going to start crashing. Nope, the hydro's alive. The hydro's alive. No one has... No. You're not about to say no one made a transport, but Taquito has made a transport. There's Bloody's transport. He's just about to finish it. So yeah, they're now looking to secure the upper and lower islands. But it still has a better radar net. But, nope, he's built a second naval factory. I think he's going to be the first to... No, they're both going pretty heavily into Navy as well now. Although, I'm not sure why Taquito's just standing completely and utterly still with his subs when he could be wrecking more havoc with them. Blood is shoving down the mid. He's managed to secure his vertical expansion purely with units alone, and Taquito is basically fumbling around right now, who also has to go to mid to stop Bladir's comm. So, not sure who has the major advantage right now. No way, Taquito's got a T2 max. Why am I not surprised?
So he's just with that, he pops over to 53 mass protector, 49 to Bladir, so that just brings him slightly into the lead in terms of mass income. But as Bladir's ACU doing in the centre here, it is just having a field day, wandering through the trees. I don't know, maybe he just thinks that he
Taquito is picking very bad spots to park his interceptors. They clearly haven't paid the correct fees, and then they just got terminated by extreme prejudice.
Bloody the parking warden.
Yeah, bloody the parking warden. Where did Taquito subs go?
He brought them right around the left, and well, they must have run into... Well, here's the Rex over here. What did they run into? There's one sub from Bladir, but that'd be this sub here that's just about dead. Would have finished them off. Taquito's actually got a reasonable number of T1 units sort of floating around his base. They're just not particularly well positioned right now. He's now bringing them out to aid that ACU now that it's actually taking some fire.
Taquito, wait, I'm at 9:45. Where are you at right now?
9:39, so only about 5 seconds out.
I'll pause for 5 seconds, but now you see Zui's coming up. They're going to kill the torpedo launchers, they're going to kill the shipyards in the south. Although actually Taquito does have frigs to deal with it, but they're standing completely still, being shells to the face. Taquito still lacks radar. He has no idea what's happening in the southern quadrant of the map, whereas Blaudir, because he has that little like toehold along the northern spine, he has a better idea that there are no units in the north. He scouted it as well, and that's why he's diverting all of his units back south, because he sees where all his units are. And as far as he's concerned, because he has those extra 3 mexes, and in fact he has the bottom 3 mexes as well along Taquito's spine. Well, I like to call them the spines of this map, but I don't know what the heck the proper term is. We don't have a CSGO type thing where every little nook and cranny has its own specific term. I'm sure some people will call it a genitalia of some sort, but we're not so crude here. But, yeah, Taquito, I don't know what he's doing, what he plans to do. Bloody has moved up to Tech 2. He also has 2 Tech 2 mexes. He's taken all of his northern islands. Taquito has just finished dropping off of his islands, has 1 T2 and is also in Tech 2, and he's getting an upgrade, which is gun, I believe. But, meanwhile, engagement in the south, Taquito just rolls over, and that's a nice reclaim field, but he hasn't got any engineers there to actually deal with it. Meanwhile, on the southern one, he walked tanks into PD, he caught it in time, but I don't know what's going to happen to the Zoos. Yeah, single Oshiba is in the north, again being the traffic warden and killing off Taquito's inties. This is a recurring theme. Why? Of all the places to put your F, you're putting it in such bizarre locations. Still, there's still no radar in the south at all for the Taquito. He has no idea what he's running into. He hasn't scouted it either. I'm wondering whether he wants to just shove the mid, but what with?
They're being forced back in the south there. The extra forces coming in for Blaudir are pushing him back, so that means that Blaudir is probably actually going to grab that reclaim field, and he has some engineers reasonably close on standby. So we've got reclaim field all across the south here from units, plus there's still these rocks here. That's a big stack of mass that Blaudir has available to him. In fact, he's dropping in. Well, he must have only had 1 engineer available at the time. No, that's going for Taquito's expansion, so that is a very cheeky play there. If Taquito is not on the ball, he will find that his engineer gets reclaimed and his mexes too. Who is first? It is a win. Taquito, he will get that underway, so that does waste the APM, and the transport doesn't quite go down, leaving about 30 HP on it, very, very close.
Oh, they both have gun. Body has gun as well. I'm just wondering how this is going to play out, really, because especially if Oshibas are painful to lose to overcharge. Pillars you don't really care because they're so bloody cheap, but Oshis being so bloody expensive, just every single loss is painful. But that's about it. I'm seeing Taquito trying to use Zuis along the north of the map to try and kill losses, but it's getting killed counter with bombers and frigates. Counter with bombers and frigates, bleh. Body is shoving back down the middle.
Another
shoving back down the middle.
There's a few PD online ready to stop them though. So yeah, Bloody just trying to clear that out. Taquito didn't actually manage these mixes out either. All he did was donate mass to that reclaim field, but he is nothing if not persistent, and he is trying again. He's bringing another little army in to try and deny that reclaim field, maybe even secure it for himself, although his closest engineers are still way back here, and they should probably start moving up. There's quite a bit of reclaim they could grab on the way, so maybe a little bit more attention needed there.
I was going to say that Taquito was winning the naval game, but Bloody has switched purely to submarines. I don't think Taquito's been keeping up. Also, is he about to drop the reclaim? I think he's just trying to drop the engineer post the reclaim, but the naval reclaim is adding up now. Bloody's switched completely to sub to try and secure it. Taquito is still building frigates as well, which I'm not sure have a use anymore, considering how all the easily raidable mexes have been raided. And Taquito is actually trying to tech his underwater mexes, which, considering the amount of subs that Bloody is making, I'm not sure that's the wisest choice either. There goes Taquito's transport. And what's Taquito getting now? He's getting Nano, I believe? He's getting Nano in basically a pretty ballsy location, is all I can say about that.
There's mass, loads of mass. He's out ecoing Bloodier, which is pretty fun. Is Bloodier also getting nano? I can't tell on Bloodier actually. Well, my one's a bit jammed, but no, Bloodier is stalling pretty heavily on mass, whereas Taquito is just floating in it. If anything, he has power problems.
I mean, Taquito sitting on 91 to the 79 of Bloodier. Yeah, he's interestingly enough managing to.
And he's losing his interceptors again. That's at least another dozen ints just ticketed by Bloodier saying no, illegal parking. That is just well. I think Taquito needs to build some flak at this point.
Alright, so he's just advancing up the center there. Yeah, not really taking too much care with that ACU. He is sitting on nearly 16k max health, but a lot of support right now. All of his units way back here, and if you want to count them, you can see the exactly 0 flak in that mix.
There is 0 flak, but at the same time, he probably knows or assumes Bloodier won't be able to switch to tech air that quickly. It's significant numbers that'll do anything because he has a nano ACU as well. But you can see Bloodier using his Urshiva's basically once, twice, just basically like you would use a brick drop, Percy drop, just harassing Nexus in 1s and 2s by themselves because there's nothing to counter it. And now you see the fact that there's no flak in that tightly packed bunch, and they're just dying to bombers. Just so heavily packed up. And Bloodier got Tech 2, not Nano. So Taquito has Nano and gun, and Bloodier has Tech 2 and gun, but the difference is that there is not very much flak to kill all these bombers. So Taquito is basically doing an all-in push. But due to the amount of Ushivas and Bloodier is just kiting with the ACU, I don't think it's going to achieve very much besides just dump more mass on Bloodier's doorstep. Because meanwhile Bloodier is just harassing with Ushivas left, right and centre, although the one he sent to the bottom ledge is kind of plucking away at the hill, not doing anything either. But you can see back at home he's got I don't know how many engineers, 16 engineers to assist his naval factory that's spamming out submarines, whereas Taquito hasn't got anything remotely close. And so he's going to lose the naval game at this rate.
So just about back up to full health, plus he's got a little bit of veterancy as well. That gives him a nice little bit of a leg up. He's got another 3k on top of what Bloodier can achieve, and he has nano to boot, so
he needs more Zooies in that central mix just for damage's sake. If he had, like, if those were Zooies instead of FAMs, that would have done a great deal more damage. But again, he has no flak. He's floating mass. Ah, horror. I think he's now realized he needs to land spam for Zooi's sake, but
my eyes.
He's pushing, but he's completely out of gas. As far as I'm concerned, Bloodier has now got Tech 2 PD in his base to push off this ACU because, well, as tough as it is, it can't take everything on the word of its face. If you've got second nano, maybe, but right now the answer is no. Bloodier's been able to hold on to his base. He's got the map control, he's got the naval control. Not sure what Taquito wants to do right now. No, I'm just going to spam more Ushivas.
Well, it's better to spam Ushivas than to burn mass. That is a ton of engineers on Tech 2 support factories. They're gonna be spamming pretty soon, but I mean right now he's still just lacking those units a little bit.
The lack of Cincy makes me annoyed, but oh well.
Not everyone can be efficient.
Just take the free mass already. But nah, there's no MMLs inbound, there's nothing to remove the PDs. I mean, whilst Bloodier's boxed in, he doesn't particularly care. Well, though, the Zooies in the north I actually do something to those mechs. Nope, they're gonna die to bombers. I was just kidding, but yeah. Bloodier is tidying up the remnants of Taquito's navy, it looks like. Taquito is just building more of his support factories. He really wants to push this through.
to the point that he's building factories literally on Bloodier's doorstep. Probably to try and deal with, try and steal some of the reclaim, but I'm surprised he, for instance, isn't sending more units to the south to clear it, because he has the northern expansion. He has the ace who can just sit there and kill everything that comes out of Bloodier's base. He can just keep him hemmed in there, which takes the rest of the island. It's that's what I would have done anyway, but he's still floating mass. Just need more Zuis. Oh, Zuis, and he's just Oshibas into whole piles of tanks. Oh dear. In the south, so maybe that's why he didn't want to. He should have removed the ledge up there. He's still floating mass. What is this? Then Taquito's back up to full health because why not?
And with all the veterans, he's just coming up on his 5th vet now as well. He is sitting on over 20k health. That is pretty powerful. It's something I wouldn't want on my doorstep. I suspect though that the reason Taquito was really keen to have this match cast is that it looks like it's going pretty well for him, and I know that he was struggling a little bit in practice to be able to deal with Bloodier, and I think it would be quite an achievement. He's probably feeling really happy with himself the way he's dealing to Bloodier right now.
He likes violating Bloodier in many different ways and making him sweat, it looks like. No, I can see now Taquito has built a line of Tech 1 naval factories at the back, probably identify that actually I'm in trouble in the naval front. He's going to start spamming submarines. Unfortunately, Bloodier has just shoved some chickens into that new factory line that he built, which is actually building nothing, and he's going to be able to isolate Taquito for whatever good that is, because, well, it's a full vet nanocom who doesn't seem to care at all. Again, lack of artillery in this mix means that the Oshibas are having an argument with T1Es and losing. To no one's surprise.
I'm just wondering where the T3 upgrades are. I mean, if we're burning mass, surely we could have switched to T3.
He could, but he doesn't have the build capacity to go there. He probably doesn't feel a new. And to click up to Tech 3 is what, 3,000 odd mass?
How much mass is he
3,500?
earned? I bet you if we look at the scoreboard at the end,
Every time he notices, he'll just put a line of factories down and say, I'll use my mass this way. As, on Taquito's side, I've gone T3, parked some, mobile artillery and started raining, but Bloodier, is he going to go to Tech 3? He doesn't feel a need to go to Tech 3, I imagine, so he's not going to.
Let's just have a look at the reclaim figures. We're sitting at 17k for Bloodier and 7 for Taquito. So Taquito, he's got that bit of an eco advantage, but Bloodier more than making up for it with all of that reclaim that is being dumped on his doorstep. And look how much is still there. That's just a ridiculous amount of mass still, all in the areas that Bloodier effectively controls. Yeah, sure, there's a line of the Oshibas here, which might be, but still, ton of Bloodier. Not so much over this way for Taquito.
Taquito is not rebuilding his radar net, so the top is completely naked. He could be taking the bottom middle plateau, but he's not doing so. It's just Oshibas, no Zuis. I was like, why not? He's also now airlifting. Is he airlifting flak? He is airlifting flak. I'm not sure where to, but that's something that I always wanted to do.
Beside his ACU.
Probably, or on a plateau somewhere, but you lure air in to shoot the transports down, they drop the flak and shred all the interceptors. It's something that I told you all, but I never actually bothered with the APM of. But here, he is just, yep, there's now flak next to ACU, so there's no cheese incoming. Or snipes, not that it's necessary, because he probably scouted the base and see there's no T2 air inbound in any way, shape or form. He's just going to casually roll into this bottom expansion, which there is still no radar. Still no radar, the ACU is just casually taking T2 PD fire, and the lack of Zuis for once is making me cry. Normally I cry because there's too many Zuis and I think they're still a bit ridiculous, but in this case it's just, you need demolition. He's not using one of the strongest units the Seraphim has. It's just ah.
Taquito's
What is
still running out of Ilshivas down here. He's managed to make a bit of a dent in this base. He is down into the yellow. He's sitting on about 9k HP. Bloodier up to almost 20k. So Taquito needed to be a little bit careful. Sure, he's got 5 vet nano com, but he's still losing quite a bit of health.
Yeah, that health pool can disappear pretty quickly. My experience anyway, where you think you're invincible, then suddenly you realize this was a bad idea, and then you're dead. He has airdropped in engineers to try and do reclaim, or is he going to build a factory to try and reclaim?
He's going to try and build
Decision.
Radar and then factories and then try and reclaim. Maybe a little
Meanwhile,
bit close to the front line.
Taquito is losing his north, protecting it. Bloodier probably just sent a small group to get rid of it.
And we do see a T3 shift. There is an Otham on the field. It's going to head straight up that side of the map and try and deal with those pesky Ilshivas. They have taken out, how many? 4, 5, 6 mexes. Actually, that much everything out. There's a decent little field of reclaim as well. But that one Otham is going to come in. It's got a couple of friendly Ilshivas just to help it out, but it will need to do a little bit of work. It's already down to 2/3 health. He needs a few more of those if he's going to be effective.
He needs radars. He needs radars in all these locations. He has out of radar coverage right now. If you looked at it, Bloodier, on the other hand, can see pretty much everything on the island except Taquito's main base. But Taquito, on the other hand, can see absolutely nothing. He has no idea what's next to him. He has no idea what's coming down the middle. He has no idea what's... I mean, the Otham will clear it up, but he's now going to reclaim the northern bit. But where's the radar?
Oh, Taquito taking quite a bit of damage there from those incoming Ilshivas, backing his flak up. He's just out of Ilshivas of his own. Just a couple of them left where Bloodier's got must be about 20 Ilshivas all raining fire down. These comms are reasonably equal. They both have gun. They're both on a max of about 20,000 HP. Taquito trying to go for the water here. He's probably going to get away with it, but Bloodier's still in command of the Navy, and this could spell trouble. Is a destroyer on its way around there, and that's going to be a problem for a submerged commander. He is going to have to pop back up out of the water, try and get to safety.
I wouldn't be surprised Taquito tried to get cheeky and OC the destroyer.
Well, it looks like
It's very easy to make with things like Seraphim destroyers and trying to kill the commander, just getting close and then just pops out of the water and OCs it, and then you just cry big tears of losing 2k mass at a time. But yeah, 5,000 energy, 2,000 mass. Okay. I'm just ducking in now. Here come the Othams. Bloodier still yet to finish re-upgrade.
You'll be very happy about the stream of Zoes from Bloodier coming around the outside. They're going to start raiding the naval production that Taquito's got going on back there. That stuff's not going to last too long against this big stream of Zoes. There's even a few coming around the land as well, just for good measure. And then these Ilshivas, just to try and cause some problems, there's just a single Otham that is pretty badly damaged sitting in their way. It's not going to pose too much resistance at all. Taquito's managed to push Bloodier back a little bit in the south here, but that is because Bloodier's just brought all of his Zoes into position. Back with you. And he's sitting on about 20 Ilshivas. Just really wasting time now, it seems. I wonder if Bloodier preparing something that is going to finish this game off.
No, he's the type of player who won't resort to like wonder weapons or anything to do it the old-fashioned way and grind you to dust. In this case, it's just has destroyers to secure the navy, has Zoes around the side to secure the navy and harass everything. He'll secure the map and just slowly choke you to submission until you have enough of your life that you want to kill yourself, basically.
This is looking pretty dangerous on the right here. All of those Ilshivas are rocking on down. There's a couple of point defense in their way, which will slow them down a little bit, but there's some Zoes in the mix that will take care of those.
I'm wondering whether Taquito is trying to just chase down Bloodier to try and kill him, but Bloodier is unaware of it. He just says, you know what, go to the water, there's no way you can kill me if I go there.
and then the rest is just a matter of time.
We can just
And
see
that's exactly what happened.
a massive advantage in the air to Bloodier. Look at all these interceptors just milling around. Really nothing better to do. It's going to... Well, that looks like Taquito might get a bit ice pretty soon.
Pretty much.
Especially with his base starting to get shredded.
His base is going to get melted. Look! Bloodier brings Zui's with Oshibus and starts to just disappear. Ah.
Magic.
I thought you can control K, so I didn't play, says Taquito.
So, unfortunately for Taquito, wasn't quite able to take out Bloodier on this one. All shed a tear for him. Alright. There we go. So that was the last match that we'll be covering today. There are a whole stack of high quality matches though in the replay vault and in the thread on the forums. So you can go and check those, or any other casters like Soviet Pride here can go and pick those up, throw them up onto YouTube and give everyone hours and hours of entertainment. We'll be back at the same time tomorrow, so that's 5 PM GMT, and we're going to be running through the final segment of this tournament, which is the elimination of 8 contenders. Let's just throw up that little challenge screen once again. There we go. We can see what the table is going to look like for tomorrow. Each of those is going to be a best of 5, I do believe, which means another huge number of high quality games to see. Alright, that is going to about do it for me, so big thanks to all of our players today. Thank you to Legend of the Stars for sponsoring it, making this happen. We'll find out the result tomorrow. Big thanks to the co-casters, Soviet Morax, and oh, I forget because I'm really tired.
Because they're not relevant, let's be honest.
Oh, because you're here, none of them are relevant. How humble
I didn't
of
say
you.
that. You mentioned Morak, so clearly you only loves a few people.
I love a few people, or I'm extremely tired because this is at like 3 AM local time for me.
You haven't had a single break.
No. Alright, so I will thank them
Hardcore.
tomorrow when I've reviewed who it actually is. Sorry.
I stand corrected, Soviet Pride. How dare you?
Excuse
go,
me?
we've
I
got
said
some
he
more
loves
How
success.
dare
Zeus.
you? You got accusing me of doing nothing.
What do you mean nothing?
Alright, mute button for you guys. Thank you to our tournament directors, Taquito and Stubbs, even though Taquito spent most of his time cheesing in this tournament. We'll see all of you guys tomorrow for the finals, and we're going to find out who is going to take away that title of Forever 2016 champion. Alright, remember to go and play Forge Lights if you haven't already, and I'll see you tomorrow.